An ominous shadow envelops Choi Soo-yeon, her eyes glowing with a predatory yellow light. Han Dong-soo stares at the screen in amazement, and a voice in his head asks, "What are you doing in a foreign country?" The girl falls, shrouded in darkness, as an invisible enemy claims her, and his wolf spirits gather around Han Dong-soo. The red-haired demoness holds the unconscious Choi Soo-yeon, savoring revenge for her fallen at the hands of lesser beings. But Han Dong-soo won't let her carry out her plans, unleashing a furious stream of crimson energy on the enemy. A furious burst of force crashes down on the demoness, trying to reach her through the shield. The demoness's face is distorted with pain, and cracks appear on her skin, absorbing the light. Han Dong-soo, glowing with blue energy, soars into the air with an enchanted sword, its power striking the enemy. The demoness erupts into a wave of bloody darkness, dragging Choi Soo-yeon along with her, with Han Dong-soo finding himself at the very epicenter. Rage and pain tear through the ancient creature's face as it seems to realize the identity of its opponent. Han Dong-soo's high-speed strike cuts through the bloody whirlwind, leaving only crimson splashes in its wake. He lands in the middle of a battlefield, the air thick with the premonition of something new. Fire fairies. Thousands of glowing lights hover above the trees, like twinkling stars ready to fall from the sky. Suddenly, there is an explosion, and a fiery flame engulfs everything around, painting the sky scarlet. Amidst the chaos of explosions and shadows, Choi Soo-yeon falls limply, her fall only heightening the drama of the moment. A huge column of flame rises from the forest, devouring everything in its path. Han Dong-soo's sword pierces the demoness, burning her with fire and striking her with lightning, sending her into a final fall. Han Dong-soo stands impassive, the victor in this battle, and next to him a small green light swirls, new hope. But the battle is not over yet, and he rushes forward, his speed exceeding all limits. The world around him rushes past, blurring in his rapid run. Only the goal remains clear in his eyes. He rushes through the blurred landscape, each step shaking the ground, leaving only an echo in his wake. His gaze is sharp, but there is concern in it for those who have fallen into the power of an ancient force. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure holds the lifeless body of Choi Soo-yeon, shrouded in an ominous, smoky fog. With a devilish grin, the vampiress notes how quickly her captive's wounds are healing, as if playing was life. Surrounded by crimson energy, Han Dong-gu wonders where Choi Soo-yeon gets her amazing resilience from. The vampire's predatory gesture, lifting Choi Soo-yeon's face by the chin, foreshadows only new torments. Anger and determination flash in Han Dong-soo's eyes, his power preparing for a devastating attack. He accuses the vampire of cynically using Choi Soo-yeon as a human shield to save her own skin. A cold majesty is reflected on the face of the last ruler of the fallen vampire kingdom. Han Dong-soo responds with a confident, almost mocking smile, full of hidden meaning. She arrogantly declares her invincibility, 10,000 years without a single defeat. Hearing about her incredible age, Han Dong-soo is shocked, but immediately asks about the mysterious beast kingdom. To his disappointment, she merely shakes her head, demonstrating complete ignorance of his search. An image of an ancient, primitive civilization, ruled by beings of a lower order, flashed through her mind. With a haughty smirk, she dismisses his threat, boasting of her hostage's inviolability and mocking his strength. Han Dong-soo stands motionless at a respectful distance, accepting the challenge, but his true intentions remain illegible. Her eyes flash with an eerie light when she says the name Faye, as if awakening an ancient memory. Han Dong-soo admits with a hint of sadness that if their paths weren't so divergent, they could have been allies. But the vampire only responds with a sinister, merciless grin, leaving no room for compromise. At this moment, Han Dong-soo reveals his true name, Park Suho, the king of beasts, ready to fight. The monstrous figure, clutching Choi Soo-yeon tightly, contemptuously rejects any advances, declaring its indifference. Han Dong-gu, puzzled by her words, wonders if she has lost her mind. But in response, he only hears a repetition of the threat, and the vampire's eyes burn with a mad, predatory fire. Han Dong-soo accepts the challenge, his gaze filled with an unbending will. Meanwhile, the sinister entity gently strokes Choi Soo-yeon's cheek, commanding her to open her eyes. Choi Soo-yeon wakes up, but her gaze is empty, like a puppet without a consciousness of its own. "Your child?" Han Dong-soo is perplexed. "Why should Goldilocks belong to you?" And now, Choi Soo-yeon is standing, surrounded by crackling discharges of energy, with a sword in her hand, ready for battle. Park Suo, under the guise of Han Don-soo, activates his systems, analyzing the situation with incredible speed. A death command rings through the air as the vampire demands that Choi Su-young destroy him. In an instant, Choi Su-young lunges forward, her sword turning into a blurry blade of lightning. Han Don-soo just watches attentively, not allowing a single emotion to appear on his face. Rage distorts Choi Su-young's features, but behind this predatory appearance lies only weak-willed submission. And then a shadow of a barely noticeable, sinister smile flickers across Han Don-soo's face. The vampire's eyes flash with renewed vigor, and she again shouts the command, "Kill. Kill him, and then bring me their blood." Her voice echoes ancient curses. Even the controlled Choi Su-young involuntarily shudders, struck by the cruelty of these words. Han Don-soo clenches his jaw, preparing for the merciless fight that is about to begin. The sword of Choi Su-young, now aimed with redoubled force, flies past, creating a whistling whirlwind. For a moment, a shadow of bewilderment flickers in the vampire's eyes, as if something has gone wrong. The vampiress raised her eyes, in which a silent question was frozen, and the blue flame around her flared up with renewed vigor. But her physical shell was already beginning to disintegrate, crumbling into ghostly drops of light. Nearby, Han Don-soo, noticing what was happening, with his usual ease turned to Choi Su-young, inquiring about her condition, but she did not understand what he meant. Meanwhile, the vampiress bitterly realized that she had made a critical error in her calculations. Choi Su-young, whose patience had run out, did not want to listen to her opponent's excuses any longer. Fury flared in the vampire's eyes, and she made a terrible promise. If she could not have her target, she would not allow anyone else to do so either. Choi Su-young reacted sharply to her words, and Han Don-soo, who was standing next to her, only looked at her with bewilderment. With her last strength, as her body dissolved in a stream of blue light, the vampiress extended her finger, on which a drop of scarlet blood appeared. Han Don-soo looked up, his face becoming serious, sensing the impending threat. And, indeed, a flaming projectile fell from the sky, rushing to the earth with a roar and furious speed. Choi Su-young cried out in horror, recognizing the falling object as something far more massive and destructive than a normal attack. And her distorted face, continuing to disintegrate, whispered the last words. "This is only the beginning." The blazing ball darkened the sky, and even the heroes realized that they were about to face a power they had never seen before. Fear flashed in Choi Su-young's eyes, her confidence wavering in the face of such a disaster. But Han Don-soo was not going to give up, and his body was enveloped in a blinding blue glow as he called upon his power. The next moment, the celestial object collided with the ground, but its crushing blow was met with desperate resistance from Han Don-soo. His fist, filled with pure energy, slammed into the meteorite's core, creating a blinding flash. But from the fire and destruction arose a gigantic, bear-like silhouette woven from the same alien energy. A powerful blow emanating from the newly appeared monster shook the earth, tearing everything around it to pieces. And while Choi Su-young was in shock from what she saw, the face of the disintegrating vampire reflected not only triumph, but also obvious surprise mixed with agony, as if even for her such an outcome was unexpected. An energy pulse, blindingly blue, flared, piercing the heavens and tearing apart the fabric of reality. It was Han Don-soo, whose body became a conductor of frantic power, transforming into living lightning. Every cell of his being burned with energy, ready to burst out in a destructive stream. And then a powerful explosion shot upward, carrying away tons of earth and stones in a shining whirlwind. The sky was covered in a turquoise glow, through which flew fragments of what had recently been part of the earth. The all-consuming wave of energy expanded, reaching unimaginable heights. Even man-made mechanisms that could soar in the sky were swallowed up and torn apart by this unearthly storm. Meanwhile, panic reigned at the headquarters of the Japanese Ministry of Defense. The combat satellite MS-3W1 suddenly disappeared from all radars, and the reason was unknown. Han Don-soo himself, slightly stunned by the scale of his destruction, looked up, trying to comprehend what had happened. His thoughts raced, trying to measure the distance to an invisible point in the sky where another explosion seemed to have thundered. Choi Su-young stood nearby, her eyes wide with shock, unable to believe what she saw. After all, before them, the embodiment of horror itself was disintegrating, oozing with power, the faceless mask of a monster, shaken by electrical discharges. A single, yellow glowing eye still clung to existence as its shell melted away in the blue flame. But even this last glimmer was erased by Han Don-su's sword, which pierced the very essence of decay, ending the battle. The air around them was still electric when Choisu Young, the first to come to her senses, reproached her partner for being too talkative. Han Don-su just blinked in surprise, his gaze sliding over her stern face. She, without giving him time to come to his senses, retorted, asking whether her illness was so obvious that it required such close attention. Realizing he had been trying to make fun of her, he sighed, acknowledging that her aggression was stronger than any medication. Choisu Young shot him an angry look, while Han Dong-su twisted his head and suggested, "Bring her a hammer next time." But even through her obvious irritation, she seemed to appreciate his help, if not in words, but only with a fleeting, barely perceptible movement. Choisu Young was still digesting the strange mixture of sarcasm and concern thrown by Han Don-su. But their brief exchange was interrupted by a distant hum and joyful cries. Someone was approaching. It was their comrades, hurrying towards them, excitedly chattering about the unprecedented spectacle. What did he launch into the sky? He deflected a meteorite into space. Through the dust and confusion, they came closer, their faces expressing a mixture of anxiety and relief. "We heard that you were captured. We were very worried." Choisu Young met them with a look full of confusion, but also silent surprise. Park Jung-ho nodded, speaking for everyone. Well, it's good that you weren't hurt." Han Don-su stood there, his gaze thoughtful, as if he had already seen something more than just the return of his friends. The crowd surrounded them, and the mood changed abruptly from cheers to a sense of foreboding. Jan Jeshik, whose usually cheerful appearance had given way to panic, was practically shouting, "Thousands of monsters are moving towards us. The order to evacuate has arrived." His voice trembled as he added, "There will be a full-scale bombing raid here." "A full-scale bombardment?" Han Don-su repeated quietly, his brows furrowing slightly. Cho Young, as if struck by an invisible impulse, turned around abruptly, her eyes lighting up. A golden glow flared in her pupils, signaling the activation of her power to see the invisible. Meanwhile, Han Dong-su squatted down, touching the ground, as if sensing an approaching threat. Somewhere in the distance, invisible to the eyes yet, but captured by heightened senses, millions of shadows were rushing towards them. And then Choisu Young, her voice filled with horror, uttered the terrifying words, 6 kilometers from the outer wall of Suho, 1.2 million monsters. Hearing about the millions, the others were stunned. Park Suho and Jang Jeshik began to panic in horror, suggesting to run away, because even the military was evacuating. But Han Don-su, with unwavering calm, turned to Park Jun-ho, "Tell them to keep their hands off my prey." This order made Choisu Young flinch, and her gaze expressed disbelief and a silent question, "Don't you think it's too late?" But Han Don-su only looked ahead at the approaching army, his choice made and his destiny challenged. Han Don-su receives a call from the police to learn of the start of an artillery attack, foreshadowing the promised bombing. Nature echoes the chaos. Powerful explosions shake the earth, and even in the sky, something seems to foreshadow disaster. At this moment, Choisu Young and his group, including Pak Suho, rush forward, their steps beating out the rhythm of the upcoming battle. The running speed increases, but worry appears on their faces. One of them, Jan Jeshik, involuntarily wonders how they will even fight against a million creatures. Jan Jeshik, with a mad glint in his eyes and drones overhead, suddenly suggests a live broadcast, as if trying to make sense of this chaos. The sky fills with the silhouettes of fighters, and Choisu Young, continuing to run, is already announcing into his microphone that their guild is here, ready to accept the fight. And now, the most powerful explosions tear apart the earth, enveloping countless creatures in flames, foreshadowing a fierce battle. The screens at the operations center show the Apache squadron's attack beginning, but the alarms are already flashing. Panic reigns in the command center, reports of squadrons downed, Delta and Foxtrot disabled, and the monsters seem to have more than just fangs. At this moment, new flashes pierce the sky, and the fighters, like steel predators, unleash another barrage of fire on the enemy. But even in this hellish flame, amidst the tearing fire, the huge monster only emits an ominous roar, seemingly insensitive to pain. And then, from behind the veil of flame, a monster's paw appears, with blood dripping from it, leading behind a dark trail on the disfigured earth. Amidst the deafening explosions and furious attacks of fighters, a desperate cry of "Mayday, Mayday" rings out across the airwaves, a cry for help lost in the noise of war. Meanwhile, tension is mounting in the halls of government as officials discuss the enemy's monstrous strength, as even all their firepower has only slowed them down, not stopped them. One of them, pale and sweating, imagines with horror what will happen if the capital is hit by a blow of unimaginable force. His face is distorted with fear. He realizes the inevitability of the catastrophe that hangs over them. At that moment, a messenger bursts into the room with news that shocks everyone. America has approved the nuclear bombing, and the B-1B Lancer bomber is already on its way. The hall erupts in joyful exclamations. The president smiles with relief, seeing this as the only way out, no matter how terrible it may be. A 10-kiloton nuclear warhead, Amazing Goodman, has been approved for release on the old Nokian station field, with a shockwave projected to cover 4.26 kilometers. But even amid the general jubilation, one official can't help but wonder whether Seoul will remain safe after such a blow. Even if Seoul was outside the blast wave, there was no guarantee of protection from radiation exposure. In the sky above Nokian, the engines of fighters were already roaring, preparing for the decisive blow. But there was no room for doubt when the official gave the order: deploy iridium shields and destroy everything without exception. The blow came with a furious speed, tearing through the air and foreshadowing chaos. And, below, among the burning ruins, the twisted mutant demons let out their piercing cry. At the same time, from the helicopter, the soldier realized with alarm that staying here was becoming mortally dangerous. Beads of sweat ran down his face, reflecting his anxiety in the face of an imminent threat. But even in this chaos, his gaze suddenly froze and his mouth opened in amazement. It was Suho, enveloped in shining energy, like an angel rising from the ashes. With incredible force, he rushed forward, leaving a trail of destruction behind him. And now he is in the thick of the battle, his blows cutting through the fiery glow, falling upon the monsters. Every step he took, every blow he struck was filled with pure destructive power. The monsters responded with furious roars, their glowing eyes burning with hatred. But even their monstrous bodies could not withstand the onslaught, crumbling to dust under his blows. From the helicopter, the shocked soldier wondered what kind of unimaginable force was manifesting before his eyes. Meanwhile, Suho landed on the ground, and the earth beneath him crackled, pulsating with crimson energy. His gaze was full of determination as he activated his new, terrifying ability, Earth's Fury. A powerful punch slammed into the ground, causing a colossal wave of energy to shatter the surface. The earth opened up, releasing a blinding stream of light that swept away everything in its path. And above it all, Suho stood unwavering, his power raining down upon the hordes of monsters. Suho unleashed all his might, tearing the hellish hordes apart, sending them into the fiery abyss. Even the seasoned pilot who witnessed this scene could not help but tremble, overcome with a mixture of fear and amazement. The remnants of the enemy forces were quickly drawn into the gaping crack, taking with them their rage and malice. When all was quiet, only one warrior remained on the battlefield, watching the slowly fading echoes of destruction. Sicho Isu, Yuang, Mayung Jian, Zhang Jaa Shaik, and Park Juan-ho were stunned to realize that the enemies had been buried alive. "Is it really over?" J.A. and Jeshik whispered, but his question hung in the air unanswered, because the earth shook again, and a new, even more ferocious enemy burst forth from under the rubble. Wave after wave, the giants burst forth from the depths, their roars breaking the silence, foreshadowing the continuation of the slaughter. But Han-Dan-su did not flinch. He rushed towards the threat, calling upon his power for accelerated growth. Dark, thorny vines burst from the ground, instantly entangling the monsters, squeezing them in a steely embrace. Each spike sank deep, restricting the giants' movements and causing them to thrash in mortal agony. Then the vines burst into flames, engulfed in cleansing flames that quickly consumed the monsters, leaving them no chance. "What the hell is this?" the heroes exclaimed, indignant at the enemy's tenacity, who did not calm down even on the brink of death. Han-Dan-su remained in the center of the whirlwind, his body glowing with an inner fire, preparing for another dash. His eyes glowed a piercing blue, reflecting an unwavering determination, and every cell in his body vibrated with power. "Brother, be careful!" a desperate cry echoed through the raging elements, foreshadowing a new threat. But Han-Dan-su had already made his decision, his gaze fixed forward, ignoring the danger. With a roar of power, he rushed forward, gathering energy into a powerful fist to slam it down on the enemy. Around him, the monsters, chained and burning, let out their death cries, their agony almost palpable. A final, heart-rending scream cut through the air before the flames consumed everything. The flames raged, consuming everything in their insatiable maw, and every glimmer was like a harbinger of the end. The sky above the battlefield was momentarily painted in crimson and purple tones, as if the universe itself was mourning the fallen creatures. Amidst the charred ruins, at the epicenter of destruction, Han Dong-su sank to his knees, his body barely able to withstand the recoil of the colossal force. Meanwhile, far from the epicenter of the battle, at the National Crisis Management Center, officials' faces were frozen in horror as they watched the hellish glow. The high-ranking official muttered in confusion, wondering if Park Suho was really responsible for such a large-scale fire after the earthquake. His other colleagues shared the shock, their faces pale from what they saw on their computer screens. One of them, it seems, only now realized the full depth of what was happening, unable to believe in the reality of the catastrophe. Suddenly, a cry rang out, all destroyed, startling the officials. Had this countless horde of monsters really been completely exterminated? The chief official, quickly coming to his senses, breathed a sigh of relief and ordered the planned bombing to be cancelled immediately. But the earth shook again, and new, even more terrible creatures began to crawl out from under the rubble, with the crunch of bones. "Some of them survived this too," came the cry, as the crimson energy flared again, heralding a new threat. Han Dong-su, exhausted, was still on edge, his body shaking from the residual strength and his vision cloudy. Park Suho, Choi Soo-yeon, and Jang Jae-shik, overcome with anxiety, watched in horror as their ally lost his strength, realizing that he was not a machine. Before Han Dong-su could come to his senses, a pack of monsters had already descended upon him from above, thirsting for blood and avenging their own. "Brother!" Park Suho, Myung-jin, and Jang Jae-shik shouted, their hearts sinking in despair as they watched the attack. At that moment, Park Jun-ho, his eyes blazing, rushed forward, his voice sounding like thunder, full of fury and determination. He shouted that the bloody butcher had returned, and his power made the air around him sparkle, preparing for another blow. Choi Soo-yeon, without thinking, rushed into battle, calling on the others to retreat and not get hit, while Myung-jin and Jang Jae-shik covered her. The battle was a whirlwind of blows, screams, and the clash of claws. Park Jun-ho, Choi Soo-yeon, and other heroes fought desperately against the advancing creatures. And then, at the most critical moment, a mighty stream of azure energy, Dragon Ascension, fell upon the battlefield, sweeping away the monsters in its path. The world beyond the bloody battlefield continued to live its own life, shining with the peaceful lights of city high-rises. In one of these buildings, among rows of snacks and drinks, a vendor casually greeted customers who entered. The visitors' conversations, however, were far from mundane. They discussed the horrific news of a series of murders attributed to vampires. The salesman, his head bowed casually, listened to the gossip with almost undisguised satisfaction. "Vampires," he whispered, as if savoring the word itself. The mysterious regression stone, an artifact that grants power over time, glimmered in his hands, and he muttered contentedly that everything worked out. His gaze slid to the phone screen, waiting for confirmation that the devastating events had already begun to appear in the news. He glanced at the headlines with a slight smirk, anticipating the chaos and fall of Seoul as the monsters swept in from the north, predicting the Great Escape. But suddenly, his face twisted in disbelief and horror, as if the world he had so carefully built had collapsed in an instant. The phone screen showed completely different headlines. Park Suho not only survived, but single-handedly crushed millions of monsters, saved the capital, and even destroyed a meteorite. The salesman froze, shocked to the core, his forehead covered in sweat, and his words caught in his throat. This was not at all the future he had seen, not the outcome he had planned by manipulating events with the regression stone. Images of a blazing battlefield, where ancient monsters, creatures of darkness, were devouring the world, flashed through his mind like a flash. And in the midst of this chaos, a powerful vortex of azure energy, Dragon Ascension, swept through, sweeping away everything in its path. Earth, plants, fire, and wind. His eyes widened as he realized that all these powers were gathered in one person. A combined force capable of turning the tide of any war descended upon his carefully crafted plan, destroying years of preparation. His gaze showed undisguised fear of this irresistible power, of the one who dared to change what was predetermined. Meanwhile, far from shattered illusions and urban battles, in the snowy wilderness of Finland near Kitale, a different reality reigned. In the silence of the village house, a fire burned comfortably in the fireplace, casting warm reflections on the walls. By his warm hearth, a woman was praying on her knees, her silhouette enveloped in peace. With her head bowed and her hands folded, she sought comfort or strength, perhaps for the trials to come, remaining a mystery to the observer. But now, the peace was broken, and only the bitter bottle on the floor served as her only companion in the hour of deep despair. In her downcast gaze, through a veil of sadness, a silent question to the heavens sounded, "God?" Meanwhile, beneath the snow-covered skies, a mysterious hooded figure extended his arms, speaking of a power capable of shaking the earth and banishing ghosts. His face, barely visible in the shadow of his hood, held a harsh secret, a harbinger of coming upheavals. And in the house, through a strained smile, as if whispering about her doom, the woman still clung to the last fragile thread of hope. Outside, amidst the falling snowflakes, a chance traveler appeared, attracted by the distant light from the window. His slow pace carried a premonition of something inexplicable, and something inside the house caused him a sharp bewilderment. He entered, and his eyes witnessed a grim picture. Two women, one of whom was praying, the other in oblivion. The traveler's face contorted with sudden horror and rage as he realized what had happened, and he opened his mouth in a silent scream. The next moment, a cry of pain pierced the air, and blood gushed out, painting the snow and darkness in crimson hues. The fatal blow was dealt by an invisible force, leaving only a terrible, rapidly expanding mark on the body. My Youngji emerged from the shadows, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light, radiating pure, unbridled power and the promise of more victims. Elsewhere, amidst disturbing revelations, the 21st regression was discussed, and the question of the veracity of the ancient woman's words was raised, with reference to Pei-K-Suho. The white-haired warrior thought that since there were people with divine abilities, there must be something that could awaken this power, perhaps some ancient relic. His eyes widened, and a bead of sweat appeared on his forehead as a terrible and shocking realization dawned on him. And Hoi Su Yuong, with a face full of determination and stern seriousness, revealed to them the secret, a rare fruit that appears once every millennium for only 10 days, granting eternal youth and immortality. The white-haired warrior, amazed, shouted out the name of the legendary peach, which shocked everyone present with its incredibleness. And, in a moment of deep despair, the other, dark-winged one, was accused. "It's all because of your weakness," causing a storm of rage in the white-haired hero directed at the offender. Flying, a tense silence hangs in the air, and behind the counter of an ordinary shop one can sense only fatigue. Somewhere in the city flow, thoughts about the past and the future intertwine, giving birth to a bold idea. The great peach of immortality beckons, promising unheard-of strength and power over fate. The ability to go back in time to correct mistakes becomes an obsession that distorts the mind. While some dream of rebirth, the world around them is confronted with a new, frightening reality. At a lavish reception, Defense Minister Ikeda and Bureau Director Takeo discussed the horrific news. The American fleet has fallen victim to a sea monster. The monster's power doesn't just grow, they evolve, and the symbol of American freedom becomes a toy in their tentacles. With cold calculation, Minister Ikeda sees political gain in this tragedy, predicting America's isolation. But Takeo is troubled by something else, the mysterious disappearance of Park Suho, a hero who can stop meteorites with his bare hands. Power figures are discussing the future of Korea. If Park Suho does not join them, the country could be consumed by their ambitions. Meanwhile, Korea is plunged into chaos, its government desperately clinging to Park Suho, the only hope against the monsters. Unrest is growing, cities are demanding security, and the most powerful players are ready to offer it in exchange for sovereignty. Busan seems to have already made its choice, leaning towards an alliance with Japan, as the past visits of its mayor eloquently demonstrate. Under cover of night and fine dining, strategic decisions change the destinies of entire nations. Ikeda reveals part of his plan. Gushan gates will open in key Korean cities, foreshadowing something ominous. Takeo is amazed. Ikeda intends to use the creatures from Kuchan, despite their unpredictability and danger. Ikeda explains that the Kuchan creatures are searching for ancient Korean sword-forging techniques, which leaves Takeo puzzled. Hints of ancient roots and forgotten names shed light on the origins of a skill lost to the world. With such allies, the lands of Park Suho will have no choice but to sign a protection treaty with powerful forces. Time is running out. The impending disaster on the Izu Islands accelerates their plans to take over the continent. The tension mounted as the heavens suddenly opened up, and electrical discharges signaled the appearance of something incredible. A smiling man stepped out of the shimmering haze, greeting those gathered with such spontaneity as if they had met in a park. His appearance was unexpected and, apparently, very significant for subsequent events. A local official, slightly shocked by such a spectacular entrance, half-jokingly suggested that he'd expected a more mundane form of transport. However, it was none other than Gilbert Reynolds himself, head of the Security Service of England, who apologized for such a spectacular appearance. Other officials, meanwhile, congratulated him on what appeared to be an incredible breakthrough, the successful creation of the portal generator. But even this achievement was not flawless. The more travelers, the higher the risk of coordination errors. The question arose as to why Britain had become the key partner, leaving the United States on the sidelines, but the answer was confident and without a shadow of a doubt. Behind this confidence, however, lurked a sinister smile, foreshadowing something much darker and more ambitious. Reynolds himself, with a squint, promised to reveal even more exciting stories, the details of which remained in the shadows for now. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, the land was strewn with bloody remains, as if from a recent brutal massacre. The bloody hand clutched a glittering red crystal, a source of power or perhaps a curse, washed in someone else's blood. Myung-jin, holding his tired lower back, bitterly realized how much effort and time had been wasted. The state suffered from a lack of resources, and even the DGB Partner Guild faced serious financial difficulties. Yan Jashik, looking at the overflowing grain warehouses, was perplexed as to why such abundance did not bring the promised wealth. In a world on the brink of destruction, money lost its meaning. Now was the time to share, not to trade profits. Park Junho, with a bloody knife, tried to comprehend the nature of this cruelty, fearing that his son would see this side of life. Jae-sik noticed tears in Myung-jin's eyes, whose long-standing sadness and difficult memories were incomprehensible to him. He asked Myung-jin about his mysterious activities, suggesting that he was responsible for the disappearance of non-Bloodvillies across the country. But it turned out that the non-Bloodvillies had not disappeared at all, and Myung-jin bitterly noted their next endless appearance. The endless appearance of non-Bloodvillies meant endless grief and destruction, and their bestial nature knew no mercy. Somewhere, in the silence of a hospital room, an old woman mourned her losses, her face distorted with pain and curses. A young woman in a formal suit was solicitously inquiring about her condition, but old wounds and physical ailments were making themselves felt. As if trying to bring order to the chaos, the young woman announced the hiring of an assistant while preparing the medicine. But the old lady, tired of all the troubles, just wanted to forget herself, demanding a bottle of red wine. Meanwhile, in another wing, an unusual group of people, Choi Su-young, Jang Jae-sik, and several monkeys were dining on pizza, creating a surreal scene. Choi Su-young, worried, asked about her aunt's well-being, feeling the gravity of what was happening. The young woman explained that even with the help of Pak Suho, her body and spirit were broken, and there was little hope. She assumed that Park Suho was currently busy with his guild's affairs, and Choi Su-young looked at her with slight displeasure. There was an unspoken thought in her eyes about priorities and how easy it was to lose touch with those in need. And, as if on cue, at that moment Pak Suho appeared, and with it an official letter from the government. His face expressed readiness for any challenge when he asked what the state could possibly need. Young Jan Jae-sik, happily devouring pizza in the company of monkeys, declared that he had eaten to his heart's content. He rose quickly, calling for his unusual companions to follow him, sensing that something serious was brewing. Park Suho watched their frantic flight with a smile, wondering how these monkeys had become attached to Jin Jae-sik, finding it amusing. A moment later, he was already holding an important folder in his hands, and Choi Su-young, with her hand on his shoulder, looked at them with a serious face when the young woman smiled. The smile on her face was both a promise and a warning, foreshadowing something grand. And then she said the words that made Park Suho and Choi Su-young freeze in amazement: Suho City. A map of Korea unfolded before them, with a new, shining center visible in a bright light. The city of Suho, she said, would have power equal to that of major cities and would become a bastion of security thanks to an agreement with the South Korean government. Choi Su-yeon couldn't believe her ears. This wasn't just about privileges, but also about completely new rules of the game that could change their lives forever. Being banned from leaving the country they had sworn to protect was the price of the agreement, and it troubled Park Suho far more than he could admit. Choi Su-yeon, however, did not share his hesitation. In her eyes, dwelling on such trivial matters at such a fateful moment was simply unthinkable. And the woman leading the presentation merely confirmed that the South Korean government does not joke when it comes to national security. Now the choice was his, Park Suho's, who held in his hands the fate of not only his city, but also everyone who trusted him. And he did it. His gaze was filled with determination. The house must be protected at any cost. The woman nodded, pleased with the outcome, and hastened to assure them that the new city of Suho would receive full government support and generous funding. But Park Suho seemed so absorbed in the grand idea that he was ready to sign without looking until Choi Su-yeon interrupted his impulse. Skimming the contract was a sensible precaution that Suho, in his haste, was willing to ignore. However, the surprises did not end there, and a new, even more intriguing smile appeared on her face. While Suho was mechanically doodling in the margins, the woman made her move, and the air became electric with anticipation. "Take me in," came her statement, simple and bold at the same time, causing the hearts of those present to stop. No one expected this, not Park Suho, not even the always collected Choi Soo-yeon. A shocked Choi Soo-yeon looked at the stranger, trying to understand the true motives behind this sudden turn of events, and she just smiled in response. Her confidence was almost tangible. A tense silence fell, broken only by Choi Soo-yeon's muffled voice. But the woman quickly regained control, explaining that her presence would attract the best of the best to the new city. Park Suho, after thinking for only a moment, nodded in agreement, as it had always been his plan to surround himself with strong allies. Her joy was genuine. She promised to get down to business immediately, feeling a new wave of energy. And while Park Suho confirmed her intention, Choi Soo-yeon just shook her head, still not believing her eyes and lips, barely holding back a smile. But the order was inexorable, now ordering her to join the anti-vampire task force. And while the astonished Choi Soo-yeon tried to comprehend what was said, Park Suho only wondered in confusion whether they were finished once and for all. But the harsh reality was this: murders attributed to vampires still shook the city, requiring the formation of new special forces. In response to the caustic remark about looking for trouble, Choi Soo-yeon only sighed in annoyance, while Park Suho quietly clarified that for now, they were only being sent to Seoul. With the sad realization of the inevitable, Choi Soo-yeon decided to stay overnight and join the team the next day. Her footsteps faded away, leaving behind a trail of unspoken anxiety as Park Suho silently watched her go. The emptiness of the vast room seemed to mirror her own inner turmoil as she walked further and further away. Park Suho remained at the table, his gaze filled with mixed feelings, anxiety, and anticipation of the coming trials. Meanwhile, in the silence of the closed doors, the muffled sound of water washing over a body could be heard, and under the streams of the shower, hidden from prying eyes, Choi Soo-yeon tried to wash away the fatigue and collect her thoughts before a new, frightening chapter. And so she, bowing her head under the endless stream, only exhaled heavily, as if washing away not only the dirt, but the very essence of her worries. However, genuine fears were not washed away with the foam. And then, in the blink of an eye, genuine fears burst out, turning into a barrage of crushing blows that in an instant brought down the strong walls of order, leaving nothing but a desperate cry. But metal was powerless against this force, and silver bullets only resoundingly bounced off the impenetrable flesh, and minds involuntarily turned to those who were supposed to come to the rescue, because this whole nightmare began with an ominous signature on a contract. The inexorable shadow continued its rampage, throwing and breaking human bodies, while shards of glass and shattered destinies flew around like fountains, drowning in the flickering glow of destruction. The monster bit into the flesh, leaving no chance for salvation, and every drop of blood testified to the inevitability of horror. But then, like a messenger of fate, Choi Soo-yeon fell from the heavens, her golden hair fluttering in a deadly train. A powerful blow shook the air, breaking the silence and piercing the predator's impenetrable skin with unexpected pain. While blood was flowing on the battlefields, new supplies were being prepared in the quiet of offices, as deadly bullets were already rushing from the depths of the planet Aruka, destined to change the course of this war. And before the battle had even died down, dastardly intrigues had surfaced, dirty deals, fabricated charges, and high-profile arrests that revealed the true value of the signed agreements. Against the backdrop of majestic skyscrapers reaching towards the clouds, a more mundane, but no less poignant, drama was unfolding. A desperate cry of, "Don't go," hung in the air as the elderly boss pleaded with his employee to stay, clinging to the hem of her skirt. With haughty surprise, she retorted, not wanting to give in to his manipulation, "Don't be dramatic, you can manage without me." But he did not calm down, breaking into a scream, as if the awareness of the inevitable loss and her future success was driving him crazy. But she only smiled calmly and slightly haughtily, knowing that her true destiny awaited her in a completely different place. The chief's face was distorted by a grimace of despair and helplessness, and beads of sweat on his temples betrayed his internal struggle. Meanwhile, the white SUV was already racing along the highway, like a harbinger of coming changes. Kim Mi-so was behind the wheel, already reporting on the phone about her departure and the latest events. She spoke about the recent searches and arrests in their guild, about rumors about a generator breakdown in the city of Suho, clearly connected to the elimination of competitors. Mr. Chong, after listening to her report, confirmed that the current problems had been dealt with, but warned of new, more serious challenges. He gave clear instructions: seek support from the influential American company Tesla & Co., whose name itself sounded like a promise of power. Kim Mi-so clarified the details with her assistant. The Seoul generator is a Scylla development, Group Lidity, to which she confirmed the transfer of control to the Americans. The assistant added that the Americans are buying up patents, but without fully transferring the documentation, making their use limited and extremely expensive. This confirmation only increased suspicion, and the serious expressions on both women's faces indicated the depth of the problem. Kim Mi-so was lost in thought, trying to put together all the pieces of this complex puzzle. Images of engineers whose names were associated with the creation of new, revolutionary energy flashed across her tablet screen. "I just forwarded it to you," the assistant said, and new data immediately arrived on Kim Mi-so's tablet. The list of engineers, researchers, and innovators unfolded before her, but the subheading, List of Returnees from Planet Gushan, instantly changed the entire context. Jang Sung-pil's name, one of the names on the list, evoked an immediate reaction in Kim Mi-so, a mixture of surprise and insight. Their path led to the 34th gate, a heavily guarded entrance behind which, apparently, lay the answers to all the accumulated questions. A man at a gas station gives a farewell gesture to a departing car, as if closing a chapter of history. Inside, two women discuss plans, one of whom is preparing to leave the familiar world, promising to leave by the end of the month. While driving, the man sadly says goodbye, realizing that he will miss this fading connection. In response, there was only a meek smile and gratitude for the work done, a silent symbol of separation. But the calm is deceptive. Soon, 5 guards are carrying a bloodied man on a stretcher, his suit torn and his arm torn, the marks of a horrific incident. Meanwhile, somewhere in the thick of the forest, Jaen Jeshik, lying on the ground, looks at the screen of his phone in horror, trying to comprehend what he saw. He stands up abruptly, his shocked gaze fixed on the crossbow, his mind screaming about an unknown threat. A crocodile? Meanwhile, at the site of the gigantic development, excavators are tearing up the earth, and workers are indignant about the delays. 2 hours is too much. Paksuho appears among them, his presence immediately attracting attention. He looks collected despite the surrounding chaos. The workers explain the situation to him. The equipment is constantly breaking down due to incessant power outages. One of them adds that this instability brings countless problems into everyday life, poisoning existence. Paksu looks down thoughtfully, his eyes revealing a deep understanding of the complexity of the situation and the challenges ahead. He looks up, and a determination dawns on his face. The time for reflection is over. It is time to act. Suddenly, Paksuho takes off, rushing towards an invisible barrier with a swift movement, his figure enveloped in a flash of energy. He crouches to the ground, and a powerful, destructive force begins to concentrate under his hands, preparing to burst out. The workers freeze, their faces distorted by a mixture of fear and awe at what they see. His hand flares with a fiery glow, pulsing with energy capable of crushing stone and metal. And then his terrible cry is heard, WRA2F of the earth, and the earth under his blow opens up, throwing debris into the air. Rising above the abyss, Paksuho continues to rain down his blows, imprinting destructive power into the ground, shaking the very essence of the universe. The astonished workers look at what they have done, and one of them whispers, realizing the scale of what is happening, "Is this the same equipment?" Han Dong-Guing-Soo, awakening from his trance of power, demands to calculate the damage as if it were an ordinary job and not a consequence of his inhuman power. The worker, trembling but trying to save face, hurries to assure him of the execution, while behind him an abyss of destruction looms. Han Dong-Soo, experiencing the effects of the energy release, promises to leave as soon as the perimeter defense is restored, but his thoughts are already far away. Paksuho, looking at his friend whose power has once again manifested itself with such destructive force, cautiously asks if he is going to the distant planet Aruk. Han Dong-Soo's gaze is firm. He is not looking for easy ways out, only for the answers he feels await him in the abyss of space. Meanwhile, on the edge of the gaping crater, amidst clouds of dust, a car appears, like a harbinger of a return to the ordinary world that had just been shattered into pieces. The workers, stunned by the spectacle and the scale of what they had done, slowly walked around the giant chasm, their bewilderment mixed with awe. Paksuho recognizes it as the manager's car, and this foreshadows new problems, because destruction always comes with a price. A woman gracefully emerges from the approaching car. her confident gait and businesslike appearance bringing a note of order to the chaos around her. Park Su looks at her with bewilderment, as if asking, "What is this new figure in the apocalypse?" She stands between them, her presence palpable, and an invisible energy vibrates around her figure, captivating their gaze. Han-Dong Guingsu assesses her with the same insight with which he analyzes the battlefield, trying to understand her true nature. Suddenly, a gust of force sweeps across the ground and one of the workers falls, stunned and nearly knocked off his feet by an invisible shockwave. Park Suho, impulsive and caring, rushes to him, trying to make sure everything is okay, while Han Donggu and the woman look confused. The elderly worker groans as he rises to his feet, his whole body shaking, but a strange, mad gleam lights up in his eyes. Han Dong-Goom-Soo watches him closely, sensing that there is more to this man than just the victim of a random burst of energy. And so he, with a sudden, almost sinister grin, declares that he knows where some crocodiles are hiding, a word that sounds completely unusual coming from his lips. "Crocodiles!" exclaim Han Don-Soo, Park Suho, and the woman, shocked by such a strange statement, demanding that the secret be revealed immediately. The worker takes out his phone, showing an image and text confirming that these crocodiles are not just animals but creatures of monstrous strength. Han Don-go, looking at this crazy enthusiasm and strange revelations, can't help but wonder if this old man is in his right mind, or if there is something much deeper hidden before them. The good news echoes through the air. The representative announces the readiness of the very dungeon for which the request was sent. A smile lights up Pak Suho's face, anticipating the imminent denouement and new adventures. But the faces of the others show bewilderment, and an involuntary cry of "What?" escapes from Jan Jeshik. A representative explains that the Scylla Company Group, with its unique specialists and technologies, will provide them with key equipment and engineering support. Surprise can be seen on the faces of Han Don Gsu and Park Junho. Everything happened too quickly, as if in the blink of an eye. Her words promise complete freedom of action, a complete denouement after signing such an important contract. Han Don-Soo, with his characteristic directness, asks the main question regarding the deadline for completing the task. She explains, there are only 8 days left until the portal closes, which means 45 dungeon clears, according to the message from the Scylla Guild. Jen Jeshik shakes his head thoughtfully, figuring that for Park Suho, this task will seem like a cakewalk. The representative only confirms his thought with a slight nod of her head, realizing the whole situation. The three men exchange glances of understanding, and Jan Jeshik, sighing with relief, remarks that there must always be at least one smart person in their guild. Park Jun-oh adds with a sincere smile that they are incredibly lucky to have such support on their side. With a smile full of slight coquetry, she asks if this is really true, allowing herself to laugh a little. Suddenly, something above their heads catches their attention, and a collective cry of "What?" bursts from their lips. A huge, humming helicopter descends from the sky, and the surprised heroes notice the familiar name of their guild on its body. The representative, beaming, announces that it is a gift from the DGB Guild as an apology for past misunderstandings. A man in military uniform peers out from the open door of the helicopter, greeting them with a wide smile. The landing gear touches the ground smoothly, completing the rapid landing maneuver. Through the open hatch, the surprised faces of Han Don-Su, Park Suho, Jang Jushik, and the representative are clearly visible, waiting for an explanation. And she introduces Seo Min-Soo, a civil servant who has arrived as a specialist from the Portal Management Department, whose arrival promises new twists in their story. Seo Min-Soo, energetic and in full combat gear, joyfully greets the crew as if they were old acquaintances, confirming that he is the great cameraman. He introduces himself as So Min-Soo and confidently states that he is now the head of the Suho Guild's portal management team, which undoubtedly changes the balance of power. The group, including Paksuho and his companions, exit the futuristic helicopter, and one of them admiringly remarks that it is the latest model, emphasizing their high status. Choi Soo-young, with his ever-present tablet in hand, joyfully announces that the chairman's long-awaited decision has been approved, heralding new opportunities for the team. Park Suho and Park Juno, without hiding their joy, rejoice together with their third companion, anticipating the upcoming adventures and successes. Han Don-Gun-Soo, with a concentrated expression on his face, asks if they are finally ready to set off, his gaze full of impatience and determination. Seo Min-Soo, busy and enthusiastic, calls everyone on board, promising to take them straight to the heart of the dungeon. Han Don-soo, without looking back, resolutely walks towards the open door of the helicopter, ready to plunge into the unknown. Park Suho, Park Jun-oh, and Choi Soo-young see off the departing passengers, wishing them good luck and urging them to be extremely careful. Seo Min-soo, with a wide smile, waves his hand one last time, saying goodbye to those left behind, as Han Dong-gook-soo disappears into the depths of the helicopter. The smile on Seo Min-soo's face turns serious as he promises a quick return, a hidden worry laced in his words. A huge, silent helicopter rises majestically into the azure sky, carrying the team on a new, dangerous adventure. Down on the ground, Park Soo, Park Juong-ho, and Choi Soo-young are left alone with their thoughts, feeling vaguely uneasy at Seo Min-soo's smile. Park Jung-ho, thoughtfully, asks Choi Soo-young if Jong Jae-shik has contacted them, hinting that their search will continue. Park Suho, ignited, passionately exclaims about his long-held dream of meeting the legendary creator of the sword, Ballad of the Soul. Choi Soo-yu, Park Soo, and Park Juno exchange deep, knowing glances, realizing the difficulty of the upcoming tests. Han Dong-soo eats alone, and someone invisible, full of sympathy, feels sorry that Han Dong-soo has to go through all this alone. Han Dong-gung, enjoying bibimbap, suggests trying this must-have dish, and then, with a little cheek, asks for some vodka. Park Jun-ho reflects on successful negotiations with Silla Group, but expresses reluctance to look for someone in Jeonju, calling it burdensome. Choi Soo-young, with a serious expression, explains that the technology for creating weapons on the planet Kushan is strikingly different from that on Earth, and that the technique for awakening Chan is a unique invention, completely new and revolutionary. Park Jun-ho's eyes reveal genuine surprise as he realizes the depth of Choi Soo-young's words about Kuchan's technology. After all, this man, whose name is hidden, has gained fame on the distant planet of Kuchan thanks to his incredible skill, which is more difficult to obtain there than on Aruka. He is considered a genius, perhaps superior to Dr. Toddler himself. So it's him, the creator of the Ballad of the Soul? Park Suho exclaims in defeat, while the woman standing next to him only smiles mysteriously, confirming his guess. The same mysterious woman, as if continuing some thought of her own, considers him an ideal candidate for the post of director, but there is a certain nuance that she does not voice out loud. Suddenly, the scene changes, and now Park Suho, finding himself in a different place among bright lights, feels like he is in real paradise. But before he can enjoy the moment, a sharp sound and someone's rude curse tear him out of his thoughts, forcing him to look up in bewilderment. The camera soars into the sky, revealing a breathtaking view of a city shrouded in azure haze, over which a helicopter hovers silently like a bird. Inside, Han Don-soo, wearing a headset, gazes with deep longing at the world below, his gaze filled with hidden worries about the fate of the planet. The pilot, as if trying to dispel the gloomy mood, turns to him, admiring the incredible beauty of the surrounding landscape. And Han Don-soo, momentarily distracted from his dark thoughts, responds with a light, slightly sad smile, as if he sees in this the beauty of a lost world. Once upon a time, the whole Earth was like this, he says, his voice filled with pain for the transformation of his home planet into a gloomy dungeon. His face is distorted by deep melancholy and despair, because what was once a home has now become a monstrous abyss. Pictures of the underground depths appear before my eyes, dead cities teeming with orcs and skeletons, where only chaos and oblivion reign. Han Dong-soo clenches his fist, his thoughts returning to the monsters that infest the earth and the never-ending struggle. An image of a mysterious woman, an elven queen, floating among shimmering petals, a symbol of long-forgotten worlds and hope, emerges in his memories. And again, before his mind's eye appears a picture of the catastrophe, the emergence of the dungeons, and his own fate, intertwined with secrets and missing friends. Through the pain and memories, determination breaks through. Han Don-soo asks the main question, where is the planetary portal leading to Aruka? The man opposite, wearing a mask, asks again with noticeable surprise, mentioning the mysterious Jeju, which he had never heard of before. The masked interlocutor explains that this is classified information, available only to high-ranking officials, and its disclosure would result in complete chaos. Han Don-soo understands the gravity of these words. His gaze becomes even more focused and determined, ready for any trials on the path to truth. This chaos is already in the air, like a dark bird flying over a sleeping city foreshadowing a storm. And below, amid the daily bustle, even the most ordinary things spiral out of control, crashing to the floor. At a convenience store, shoppers watch in horror as the ceiling collapses, showering them with bags of chips and drinks. While they are trying to come to their senses, alarming news breaks the airwaves. There are 40 victims in Busan, and the mysterious criminal is still at large, although the vampire department promises to double its forces. The young girl just rolls her eyes, clearly not believing the reassuring promises and sensing that this nightmare is just beginning. But the store manager, a gray-haired man, appears deeply concerned, his forehead beaded with sweat from the strain. Suddenly, trying to distract herself from the oppressive atmosphere, the girl enthusiastically points out to her mother an attractive stranger, comparing him to a certain Lee Seon-woo. However, the manager, upon hearing this, only sighs deeply and mutters a curse through his teeth, clearly not wanting to attract unnecessary attention to himself. At this moment, a late employee, PAKSUHO, enters the store, apologizing for missing his bus. The manager, with a fake smile, replies that everything is fine and announces that he's handing over the shift to him, as if throwing off the mask of ordinary life. And now, in just a moment, he rises to the roof, where the seemingly familiar city dissolves into the endless sky. His gaze suddenly becomes sharp and focused, as if the world that had surrounded him before was just a set. He barely turns around when he notices the approaching police officers, who seem to be on his trail. Without any unnecessary emotion, the gray-haired man begins to descend the wide staircase, pretending that their appearance does not bother him at all. The wind plays with his hair as he looks into the distance, his eyes revealing an unwavering determination beneath the calm. He contemplates escape, a possible route to America, where he could wait out the storm or begin a new phase of his secret plan. A malicious smile twists his lips as he thinks about getting to the level 7 people he's obviously after. Meanwhile, Han-Don Going-soo hatches a daring plan to use his future diary as bait to lure those lurking in the shadows into a trap. The white-haired man, whose true face still remains a mystery, looks forward with undisguised fury and obsession, ready to do anything for his goal. And somewhere far away, among the centuries-old trees and sun-drenched peaks, nature keeps its secrets, awaiting the outcome of this deadly game. The power that was previously hidden bursts out, enveloping Park Suho in a bright glow as Han-Don Gsu watches intently. Park Suho, overwhelmed by this energy, struggles to speak, claiming that he only wanted to deliver Han-Don Gu to his destination. But for Han-Don Gunning-Su, something about what is happening seems eerily familiar, like an echo of distant memories. A moment of confusion passes across PAKSUHO's face, his gaze filled with bewilderment. Cold sweat runs down his forehead as he realizes in horror something unimaginable. PAKSUO's eyes widen in panic, reflecting pure, unadulterated fear. A sudden, sharp sound makes Han-Don Gsu instantly alert, his gaze directed upward. The air-piercing cry of PAKSUHO announces the impending danger. Horrific creatures swoop down from the treetops, their clawed paws clutching polearms and blades. One of them, entangled in shimmering green fetters, is already ready to pounce, her body tense. A predatory grin reveals sharp fangs, and the creature's glowing eyes blaze with pure hatred. But suddenly, the mystical shackles tighten, and the monster is shaken by a powerful, invisible blow. Green energy entangles the entire flock, paralyzing them, while PAKSUHO, clutching his blade, cries out, preparing to fight back. However, the enemy attack was too swift, and PAKSUHO falls to the ground, screaming in pain. Han-Don Gum-soo, shrouded in radiance, looks out over the battlefield with cold determination, giving a short but commanding command, "Kill them." PAKSUHO, overcoming fear and pain, rises up, his words full of submission and a new, desperate will to fight. With a mad cry, he rushes forward, his eyes burning with wild fury, ready to tear his enemies to shreds. His blade, like an extension of his despair, plunges into the monster's flesh and blood fountains onto the ground. Without stopping for a moment, PAKSUHO unleashes a hail of blows, his movements fast and merciless. In every movement, in every swing of the sword, one can read the thirst for survival, turning the battle into a frantic dance of death. After the battle, gasping for breath from the strain, PAKSUHO surveys the battlefield, unable to believe that he managed to defeat all the monsters. His face is stained with blood, his eyes are full of amazement, and only one word escapes his lips: "I killed them all." Around him are mountains of fallen creatures, their bodies pierced and torn, and pools of blood spreading on the ground. Suddenly, the image of Han-Don-soo flashes before his eyes. His blow is lightning fast, and his voice sounds like an order from the depths of memory. Destroy anyone in sight and bring me the bloodstone, echoes in Paksuho's mind. Meanwhile, in another place, in the middle of a blue-lit forest, Han Dong-gu stands, his gaze calm and thoughtful. He looks at a gigantic wall, emitting a mysterious light, which seems to have grown out of the earth itself. His face expresses deep thought, as if he is trying to solve the ancient riddle of this place. Did these creatures really dare to invade his domain, disturbing the peace he had sought for so long? In the distance, Paksuho appears, wounded and leaning on a staff, his appearance full of despair and fatigue. What is this? Han Dong-gu says in amazement when he sees Park Suho for the first time. He remembers the times when order reigned in these lands, and no one dared to violate the borders. Park Suho, looking at the stranger, wonders who is in front of him and where he came from. I'm Kuro, Han Dong-gu says briefly, and Park Suho asks him to repeat his name, confused. The next moment, the air shook with a powerful roar, and a gigantic, terrifying figure appeared before Paksuho. Then Han Dong-gun-soo returns to his human form and, sitting down, says thoughtfully, I see. So, this powerful entity known as Kuro came here in search of Han Dong-soa. Less than a year has passed since Han Dong-soo returned to Earth, but so much has already changed. What the hell is going on? He whispers, plunging into a whirlpool of unanswered questions. And then his hand begins to glow green, revealing a new, unknown power. His hand, enveloped in a mystical green light, radiated something more than just energy. It was a force of destruction that fell upon the writhing monsters, tearing them into bloody shreds. A chaotic whirlwind of green sparks and debris engulfed one enemy after another, leaving them no chance. The monster's eyes, once full of rage, now reflected only horror and unbearable pain. The flow of energy scattered their bodies into fiery flashes, like ashes in the wind. The roar of one of the beasts, engulfed in flames, was the last death cry in this meat grinder. The merciless power pierced the flesh, leaving behind only bared jaws and death throes. The earth shook, the rocks crumbled, and the sky was split by lightning under the onslaught of this new, wild force. Everything around was distorted, curling into a black hole, as if reality itself could not withstand such pressure. Park Jun-ho, witnessing this chaos, could only stare in shock, his gaze fixed on Han Dong-soo. And there he stood, Han Dong-soo, clad in new armor, and behind him, Park Jun-ho was breathing heavily. He clenched his fists, feeling an unfamiliar power, as if his body had been transformed forever. Data appeared in his mind like a screen, reporting on a skill level that had increased staggeringly. Park Jun-ho, with a bloodied face and a look frozen in amazement, couldn't believe his eyes. But suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a new shadow loomed over them, heralding another battle. Without a second's hesitation, Han Dong-soo rushed forward, facing the giant scaly monster. Now he was protected by the lizard armor, steel plates forged by skilled craftsmen for great battles. Red energy enveloped him, giving his movements incredible speed and deadly precision. Each blow was crushing, slamming the monster into the ground and causing it to let out agonizing groans. Park Jun-ho, stunned by this display of force, could only gape as he realized the magnitude of the change. Han Dong-soo, without wasting any time, gathered the remaining energy, releasing a new, blinding stream. Every particle of power compressed in his palm, forming something entirely different, something alive and pulsating. He then turned to Park Jun-ho, offering to look into the true world where this power came from, the world in which Han Dong-soo had spent many years. Bleeding, Park Jun-ho, shocked and exhausted, received this mysterious artifact with reverence, feeling its inexplicable power. But the touch was only the beginning. The artifact activated, causing a surge of pain that made Park Jun-ho cry out in surprise. Han Dong-soo led him to an ancient giant, a tree whose roots reached into the very heart of a forgotten world, hiding a gateway to another dimension. It's been so long, Han Dong-soo whispered as he looked at the colossal tree, while Park Jun-ho just stared at the massive thing in bewilderment. Without wasting a second, Han Dong-soo began to climb up its gigantic trunk as if it were an ordinary walk. Why did he go there? Park Jun-ho wondered, looking at his companion's strange and sudden decision. There's something up there, a calm voice called from above, urging Park Jun-ho to follow him into the unknown. Exhausted and still bloodied, Park Jun-ho reluctantly began to climb, each step a struggle. On a ledge high above the ground, Han Dong-soo waited for Park Jun-ho, breathing heavily, to finally reach his level. His eyes widened in surprise as he finally stood up, expecting to see anything but this. "This is an artifact," Han Dong-su said, pointing to what was hidden among the foliage, and his words were full of special meaning. Before them lay primitive weapons, daggers, axes, and bows made of stone, their outlines shimmering with a soft green light, speaking of ancient magic. Taking one of the daggers in his hands, Han Dong-su smiled as he noted its rough workmanship, remembering how he once wielded a similar weapon himself. The system instantly recognized the object, primitive dagger, a prehistoric blade forged from stone. Another screen appeared next, describing the primal axe, recalling the times when the power of stone was the only defense. And finally, the primitive bow, which shows that even in the earliest eras, people strove for accuracy and range. Han Dong-su held the ancient spear, his gaze filled with memories of a distant past, of battles where every stone was a weapon. Park Suho, as if struck by a flash, froze, his gaze expressing complete bewilderment. It was as if an ancient power had awakened beneath his armor, reflecting the shimmer of distant eras. And then his mind was transported back to the past, to the moment when portals suddenly opened, threatening to swallow everything. Under a strange, ominous sky, he once encountered unimaginable creatures, where every moment was a battle for survival. Returning to reality, Park Suho focused his gaze again, heavy with the burden of memories. Park Jun-ho, covered in blood, watched him with deep concern, realizing that his friend was immersed in the dark corners of his past. "I haven't seen him like this in a long time," Park Jun-ho thought, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. He must not be allowed to be swallowed up by the past. His determination was unwavering. But suddenly, Park Jun-ho pointed sharply at the river. "Park Suho, there's a crocodile there. We have to catch it." "Crocodile? Where?" Park Suho, torn from his thoughts, immediately switched to a new task. The two of them made their way through the dense foliage, carefully studying the shore in search of a predator. Park Jun-ho suggested an idea that might speed up the process. "Maybe we should use bait?" Park Suho's eyes lit up with delight. "You're a damn genius." Park Jun-ho only smiled shyly, awkwardly accepting the compliment. And so, a moment later, Park Jun-ho was hanging upside down over the turbulent water, an unexpected but effective bait. "This is too much." His cry was drowned out by the spray as he was pushed deeper. Park Suho calmly watched the surface of the water. "It seems like there was something there. Let me dip you in again." And then, from the murky depths, a huge crocodile emerged, its eyes burning with a predatory fire, right in front of Park Jun-ho's face. The monster's open mouth, full of sharp teeth, was rapidly approaching him. But at the last moment, a powerful blow distracted the predator, and its jaws closed on something hard, saving Park Jun-ho. Park Suho, who had just narrowly escaped the monster's jaws, hung upside down, his cry of despair drowned out by the raging water. The heavy blow that distracted the monster shook the surface of the water, raising a fountain of spray and saving one, but dooming the other. And Han Dong-su, smiling as he pulled back his bowstring, confidently declared that his companion would still be useful for the coming battles. A huge crocodile, emerging from the depths again, rushed right under the frightened Park Suho, whose eyes widened in horror. Without wasting a second, Han Dong-su jumped onto the monster's massive back, while Park Suho desperately pleaded for haste. For Han Dong-su, this B-rank monster was not just a threat, but an intriguing challenge that evoked genuine admiration. But Park Suho, hanging over the toothy maw, did not share his delight, demanding immediate rescue, not contemplation. "Why?" Han Dong-su asked, confused, seeing no reason for such panic in the midst of an adventure. Park Suho's scream pierced the air again, his face contorted into a grimace of pure animal fear. At that very moment, the water column began to seethe, and new, even hungrier jaws of monsters burst forth from the depths. Han Dong-su, amazed by their number, noted with slight surprise that the water was literally teeming with crocodiles. Park Suho, full of despair, blamed him for this disaster, but Han Dong-su sincerely denied his involvement in the provocation. Then, enveloping himself in radiance, Han Dong-su concentrated and uttered the magic word, taming. And in the eyes of the huge monster on which he stood, for the first time, there flashed not a predatory fire, but anxious surprise. The monster began to desperately resist, writhing under the power of the new energy, but Han Dong-su held on tightly, ignoring Park Suho's screams. A moment later, the monster fell silent, subdued, and Han Dong-su, triumphant, noted the comfort of that huge, obedient back. But the other predators did not give up, their sharp teeth flashing in the air, trying to tear apart their prey. Park Suho, begging for freedom, shouted that his mission was accomplished and now he should be released. However, Han Dong-soo, with a mysterious smile, only extended his hand as if deciding his fate. A frightened Park Suho disappeared from sight, while Han Dong-soo, looking back, only said that it would be safer this way. The earth trembled under the onslaught of a new threat. Terrifying crocodiles seemed to come straight out of myth. At that moment, panic gripped Park Suho, his world turned upside down by the realization of impending danger. But Han Dong-soo, standing on the back of the colossal water beast, only narrowed his eyes, calling them water fairies. And these fairies turned out to be monsters that burst out of the water, ready to swallow everything in their path. Unwavering, Han Dong-soo focused his energy and declared the creation of a whirlwind, heralding a storm. The water vortex caused by his power caught up many creatures, causing them to spin helplessly in the rushing current. The water element began to seethe, obeying his will, and the monsters became toys in this deadly dance. With each passing second, the whirlwind gained strength, threatening to tear apart everything that dared to find itself in it. Park Suho, trembling with fear, shouted that this was madness, too dangerous to continue. "Really?" Han Dong-soo asked calmly, while Park Suho, in fear, shouted out words about a tornado. A smile lit up Han Dong-soo's face as he found a way to use Park Suho's panic to his advantage. And so, with his arms outstretched, he directed this deadly dance, calling it a tornado. The energy swirled, forming something much larger than just a vortex. Park Suho, stunned and confused, heard the order, "Tame on the fly." Hundreds of monsters, lifted into the air, rushed helplessly in the whirlwind, becoming easy prey. With a concentrated expression on his face, Han Dong-soo began the taming process, capturing their will. But falling from such a height seemed like it would kill them, and Park Suho couldn't help but feel uneasy. However, Han Dong-soo, with shining eyes, opened a portal, extending his hands towards a new opportunity. The monsters, engulfed in blue electricity, disappeared into this mysterious passage, carried away into the unknown. Park Suho's eyes, full of horror and amazement, followed this scene, not believing what was happening. Bewilderment and fear gripped the ordinary workers when they realized that before them was something supernatural, a portal to unknown worlds. The next moment, a monster burst out of the shining passage, roaring and engulfed in an electric discharge, instilling panic in the hearts of the onlookers. However, right above the abyss where the monsters were being carried away, Han Dong-soo was already rushing into battle, while Park Suho, tied up, hung in the air above this mortal combat. His gaze was determined as he analyzed the enemies, not just crocodiles, but creatures of rank A and above that could be tamed if they had the strength. Without hesitation, he brought down a powerful blow on the mouth of one of the monsters, clashing with its primal strength. Nearby, in the immediate vicinity of the bared jaws, Park Suho was screaming desperately, his life hanging by a thread. With agility and power, Han Dong-soo pushed off the back of one of the monsters, leaving a whirlwind of spray in his wake. And then, with a powerful blow, one of the reptiles was thrown high into the sky, spinning in its death throes. Han Dong-soo turned around and addressed the frightened Park Suho with a barely noticeable smirk on his face, as if asking about his intentions. Park Suho, hanging upside down, called out in horror for him to come back, realizing the madness of what was happening. But Han Dong-soo was already soaring upwards, enveloped in a purple glow, leaving behind only the raging river and green treetops. He hovered in the azure sky, while the defeated monster crashed into the watery abyss with a roar. The water rose in a powerful fountain as the giant carcass, with its paws spread, crashed into the river, raising columns of spray and debris. Slowly descending, Han Dong-soo watched the dying monster, his gaze calm and focused. With a good-natured, almost fatherly smile, he extended his hand to the fallen creature, offering him a new life, a new purpose. A single tear rolled from the crocodile's eye, full of pain and despair, and a hoarse, heart-rending groan escaped from its mouth. But the nightmare didn't end. New, countless crocodiles burst out of the hole under the drilling rig, smashing it to pieces, sowing chaos and horror. In the distance, against the backdrop of city lights, the horizon was tinged with an unnatural blue light, and anxious voices wondered, why hadn't he returned yet? Tension was mounting in the bustling control center. Doubts were eating away at their minds, calling into question their entire plan and their trust in the hero. Meanwhile, far from the epicenter of events, Park Suho's face reflected confusion and a premonition of disaster. Impatience and irritation overwhelmed the high-ranking official, because completing the 6th-level dungeon should have been a walk in the park for the hero, a matter of minutes. But instead of the long-awaited reports, a discouraging question was broadcast, echoing the sudden chaos. Crocodiles? Confusion turned to panic when something unimaginable appeared on the control center screens, causing everyone to scream in horror. In the depths of the dungeon, a real hell reigned, and even mighty, battle-hardened heroes were forced to retreat in the face of an unthinkable threat. Dozens of huge reptiles, as if emerging from a nightmare, fell upon the staff, scattering workers whose screams were drowned out by the roar of scaly bodies. Unprecedented chaos reigned everywhere, and one of the coordinators desperately demanded an end to this insane influx of deadly creatures, whose number had already exceeded 800. But suddenly, in the midst of this madness, a stunning piece of news appeared on the screens. Park Suho, along with Han Dong-soo, showed incredible resilience, completing the clearing of the 6th-level dungeon of the Scylla Guild in 4 days. An exhausted Park Junho, confined to a hospital bed, could hardly believe his eyes as he watched the news that was turning his entire world upside down. Thoughts about Kim Mi-so and the secret government support for the Scylla Guild haunted her, raising suspicions of conspiracy and shady dealings. The premonitions were confirmed, the rumors turned out to be terribly true, painting a world where powerful forces played their pawns behind the backs of mere mortals. Meanwhile, against the backdrop of an indifferent urban landscape hiding millions of destinies, a new, no less dramatic story was unfolding. A man in a formal suit, his face contorted with anger, approached his employee, foreshadowing a storm that could destroy their professional relationship. But the woman, whose face was ablaze with determination, was not going to back down, declaring her resignation and unwillingness to tolerate injustice any longer. A heated argument about breach of contract and colossal financial losses tore through the silence of the office, but her will remained unwavering. She, however, remained cool, her whole appearance demonstrating her readiness to accept any blow of fate without flinching. His bewilderment grew. How could one voluntarily refuse the full support of such a powerful corporation as KH Group and go nowhere? The answer was simple and shockingly straightforward. She was going to join Suho's guild, following her own independent path. He couldn't believe that Suho's influence extended so far that even the most loyal and valuable employees were now being poached. A look of profound shock crossed his face, foreshadowing the coming changes that could shake the foundations of their entire world. And the woman, with a victorious smile on her face, stood surrounded by many new faces, among whom stood out Han Dong-soo, the symbol of a new era and a new, unshakable unification. The enraged guild leader couldn't believe his ears, his face contorted into a grimace of mad indignation. The young woman, on the other hand, with a slight smile on her lips, calmly admitted that her feelings for Park Suho were the reason for her decision. The shocked man could only breathe out Suho's name, shaken by such an unexpected and personal reason. Her unwavering determination and his complete confusion only emphasized the chasm that had opened between them. The guild leader, trying to pull himself together, asked in a choked voice what else she wanted to tell him. With cold calculation, he set her a harsh condition. She would be free when his guild acquired 5 S-rank mercenaries. Her eyes widened in shock, as such a time frame for conquering a 5th-level dungeon seemed unthinkable. But the boss mercilessly corrected him. He was talking about a 6th-level dungeon, to which his guild had already secured its rights. Her mind immediately began to spin, with thoughts of a possible solution, of how she could speed up the process to fulfill this insane demand. The guild leader, tired of the bickering, accused her of letting her personal feelings interfere with their common cause, suggesting that she think again about leaving. But she seemed to have already made her decision, merely calmly suggesting that they discuss the details of their difficult agreement. Meanwhile, in a completely different corner of the world, among picturesque forests and rivers, a live broadcast began. The host promised to answer viewers' questions, creating an atmosphere of relaxed and interactive communication. Ja Jasik, enthusiastically thanking for the donations, took a break from the broadcast, jokingly apologized for the loss of viewers, and started talking about Myung-jin's ritual. He then turned to questions about ranged weapons, preparing to give his expert assessment. Jasik explained that although such weapons are not always advantageous in terms of price and quality, their indispensability in certain situations is undeniable. Suddenly, with a cry of delight, Jag Jeshik threw himself down, as if diving into the depths of the forest thicket. A powerful blow shook the ground, raising a column of water and causing the huge reptiles to shudder from the sudden shaking. Jashik, unconscious, fell like a stone into the water, his body sliding limply through the currents, left alone with the danger. And then a colossal explosion followed, breaking the silence and turning the calm body of water into chaos of destruction, foreshadowing new trials. The shocking explosion turned out to be not destruction, but triumph, and people celebrated with cries of relief. The water was finally flowing. Han Dong-soo, focused, gave his last strength, his palm pulsating with scarlet energy, piercing the ground beneath his feet. And so, with a deafening roar, the stream gushed forth, tumbling down the cliff like a snow-white waterfall, filling the dry riverbeds with life-giving moisture. Around Han Dong-soo and Park Jun-ho, the workers rejoiced. Their hard work was finally rewarded, and he himself was praised for his skill. Park Jun-ho, with a smile on his face, was already anticipating peace as he talked about the upcoming grill evening in the Bora settlement. But Han Dong-soo didn't seem to fully grasp the joy of the moment, and there was a slight bewilderment in his gaze. Suddenly, the silence was cut by the roar of an engine, and a red motorcycle rushed past like a ghost, and the name Choi Soo-yeon rang out among the crowd. She approached, swift and unstoppable, leaving behind only clouds of dust and a slight disturbance. Choi Soo-yeon gracefully removed her helmet, her only short hello filled with hidden fatigue. Han Dong-soo, shocked by her appearance, couldn't help but ask if she had already managed to catch all the vampires. In response, Choi Soo-yeon, with a hint of irritation, made a direct and unexpected demand, "Take me with you." This statement took the friends by surprise, leaving them in mute amazement at such a bold request. Without waiting for an answer, Choi Soo-yeon announced that she would be taking office 305th and wearily said goodbye to everyone, as if she had already made her decision. And, without wasting a second, she took off again, her motorcycle racing away, leaving behind only a trail of uncertainty. Park Jun-ho immediately suggested informing the department head, but Han Dong-soo calmly replied that he was already aware. He then asked, with a slight annoyance, if they could now go to Aruka, hoping that Park Jun-ho would keep an eye on order there. Park Jun-ho assured him of his readiness to protect their land, but his concern was caused by his aunt's condition. Her health had still not recovered from the horrific events involving the vampires, which left a disturbing mark on their hearts. Han Dong-soo sighed heavily, realizing the depth of this problem, and a shadow of thoughtfulness flickered in his gaze. And above the settlement, where tension had reigned until recently, the sun flooded the roofs of houses with light, announcing the arrival of a new day, full of both hope and inevitable trials. The Suho lands are not just a territory, but an entire world with its own settlements, farms, and vital nodes, each of which plays a role in the overall picture. Meanwhile, at the heart of this vast organization, one key figure was grappling with the complex task of bringing together disparate forces and finding everyone who mattered to the future. Her tense thoughts were interrupted by the voice of her manager, Kim Mi-so, who brought aromatic coffee, which became a small oasis in the flow of daily worries. But even this short break could not distract her from her worries. The housekeeper still did not leave her room, causing concern for her condition. The idea that the elderly woman, their aunt, needed a medical examination hung in the air like an unspoken but urgent decision. When asked about the kitchen, Kim Mi-so assured that true professionals work there, capable of handling any task without intervention. But the sudden creak of the door behind which the housekeeper was hiding disturbed the apparent calm, foreshadowing an imminent storm. In a breaking voice full of despair, she demanded medicine, her appearance causing confusion among the stunned cooks. The door slammed behind her as suddenly as it had opened, leaving behind only an uneasy silence and the silent question of what that was. While the cooks exchanged puzzled glances, one of them asked about the aunt's origins, and the answer amazed everyone with the depth of her life's journey. Meanwhile, amidst the daily routine, more pressing matters were discussed. The arrival of the last part of the generator from the Scylla Guild, which required strict control. But this businesslike conversation was suddenly interrupted by shocking news. One of their colleagues had been ruthlessly fired without a shadow of a doubt. Manager Kim Mi-so bitterly noted the management's ruthlessness, but another woman only dryly retorted that the staff had already been overcrowded for a long time. In another office, a man was hastily reassuring someone on the phone, assuring them of maximum comfort for a certain important secretary. Meanwhile, a young employee, So Min-soo, appeared in the office, returning with some important assignment, his step confident. His quick return and affirmative answer to the question about the task being completed only fueled the intrigue, foreshadowing something significant. When he opened the case he brought, the mysterious stone of memory appeared before them, an artifact that had been obtained thanks to the connections of the former head of the equipment department. Despite his pride in the successful completion of the mission, So Min-soo recalled that the artifact was only given to him for 2 months, after which he was released to rest, but a phone call interrupted the moment of calm. Manager Kim Mi-so picked up the phone, formally introducing herself as the representative of the Suho Guild, ready to take on the new challenge. And somewhere in the distance, among the night fields, Park Suho, shrouded in mystery, stood with a phone to his ear, watching the flashing lights as if preparing for something inevitable. The news that Jung Sung-pil had been found instantly pierced the silence, causing Kim Mi-so's manager to tense up. Meanwhile, the city was in full celebration, and fireworks exploded over the container docks, announcing the completion of construction. Under this bright sky, Han Dong-soo, absorbed in his conversation on the phone, hardly noticed the celebration around him. His face showed determination as he accepted the important message, ready to leave immediately. Somewhere else, two friends, Park Jun-ho and an old man, were having a good time discussing a recent call. Park Jun-ho, with a slight grin, recalled a certain promise associated with Park Suho's arrival. His interlocutor, smiling broadly, teased him, calling him a liar. Park Jun-ho only laughed in response, as if he had some secret or joke up his sleeve. And then, with sudden rage, the old man threw down the gauntlet, tying his identity to the knowledge of Park Suho. In another corner of the city, sitting on benches, Yang Jae-sik and his companion eagerly awaited news from Kim Mi-so. It seemed that Jung Jae-sik had finally shown his mettle, surprising his comrades, who immediately inquired about the details. Kim Mi-so, thoughtfully sipping her drink, began to tell about the trick with which the elusive Jung Sun-pil was found. Meanwhile, Park Jun-ho himself was leisurely strolling through the market, enjoying the local cuisine and anticipating something. Suddenly, his gaze darkened as he caught a familiar voice, and he turned sharply, recognizing the object of his search. A drama was unfolding before him. The same old man, Jung Sun-pil, was drunk and arguing with the salesman. The argument flared up when the merchant demanded payment of the debt, to which Jung Sun-pil angrily waved off his promises. The seller, not believing a single word, threw him out, warning him of the consequences. Park Jun-ho watched this shameful scene, realizing that before him lay not just a drunkard, but the legendary swordmaker, Jung Sung-pil. The old man's face was distorted with despair and helplessness. He could not find peace. And then, without further ado, Park Jun-ho extended a helping hand, offering to pay off the debt, causing Jung Sung-pil to look puzzled. But before Jung Sung-pil could process Park Jun-ho's gesture, another man, Park Suho, approached him and suggested that they have a private conversation. The depressed old man seemed to have no strength to object, and only nodded briefly, agreeing to the unexpected proposal. However, instead of friendly support, Park Suho's hand dug into Jang Sung-pil with frightening force. The old man's eyes widened in horror as he realized the true intentions. A swift throw and Jang Sung-pil was already lying on the ground, defeated by the inexplicable force emanating from the attacker's legs. The pain took his breath away, but anger gave the old man the strength to shout out questions and demand a retreat. Park Suho, however, seemed oblivious to the shouting, his gaze distant and full of hidden thoughts. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Han Dong-soo and his companion sat waiting, the air around them feeling electric. A woman approached them, her smile concealing wisdom and secrets, inviting them into a world full of questions. Han Dong-soo expressed doubts about whether it was worth wasting time on the person they were talking about. But the woman was adamant, insisting that he was the one who could provide the answers. There was silence, broken only by the light noise of the city and deep thoughts. Han Dong-soo's gaze was fixed on the distance, listening to something invisible to others. Then, a small but reassuring box landed on the bench. Han Dong-soo carefully opened it, and a mysterious white ball glowed softly from inside. He took it in his hands, feeling how the artifact filled him with inexplicable energy. His eyes closed, plunging his mind into the unknown depths of his own consciousness. At that moment, hundreds of scarlet eyes appeared before his inner gaze, looking out from the endless darkness. One of them, huge and piercing, came closer, and a chilling whisper sounded in my mind, "Someone is watching you." Han Dong-soo's eyes widened, and he met this reality with a look full of new strength and determination. Upon awakening, the world seemed to take on new colors, but also new shadows. Park Jun-ho, noticing his thoughtfulness, cautiously asked if Han Dong-soo was okay. The answer was only a distant look and a request full of hidden meaning, to keep an eye on everything. Myung-jin, looking at him intently, felt uneasy, asking if Dong-soo really intended to leave, to which he only replied that he needed an important meeting. At that moment, Park Suho appeared, smiling lightly and trying to defuse the situation, reminding them that Choi Soo-yeon would be with them. Time was running out, and footsteps on the cold floor echoed in the silence of the corridor. Elsewhere, Choi Soo-yeon, dressed in a formal suit, barely suppressed a yawn, but her gaze remained determined. She entered the office, and the sound of the door opening interrupted the calm of the woman standing there. With a cheerful smile, the employee greeted her, addressing Choi Soo-yeon by her old title, Commander. But Choi Soo-yeon, with a hint of weariness in her voice, corrected that she had already resigned. The employee only smiled sheepishly, admitting her habit, and asked the reason for her former boss's visit. Looking around the empty office, Choi Soo-yeon sensed something was wrong and worriedly asked where everyone was, and especially where Miso was. In response, she learned that Miso had gone to Jeonju on a mission, and surprise was reflected on Choi Soo-yeon's face. Choi Soo-yeon folded her arms and continued her questioning, trying to get the full picture of what was happening. Meanwhile, outside the office, the city was going on with its life. The bustling streets of Bororo 7-gil were full of people and bustle. On one of the terraces overlooking this busy street, a child's clear voice was heard asking for waffles. Choi Soo-yeon sat down at a table and thoughtfully looked around the crowd, noting how difficult it was now to squeeze through it. The waitress approached her table while Choi Soo-yeon was talking about how all the locals had gathered there since martial law was lifted. Suddenly, her gaze changed, and she asked in bewilderment, "Where?" An incredible scene opened up before her. A huge crowd of people were jubilant, welcoming everyone to the land of Suho, and cries of fairies and fairy tales filled the air. In the midst of this splendor stood a signpost shining with a mystical light, pointing the way to the river. Polkan, Bora, Perrin, and Norin, and the people around admired the unprecedented beauty of this place. Park Suho and his companions, inspired by this incredible picture, discussed the amazing features of the new world, where even the air was saturated with magic. Everywhere, children, as if enchanted, chased the forest deer, their delighted cries dissolving in the rustling of the leaves. But not everything was carefree. Strict safety rules reminded us that the deep forest concealed unknown dangers that required respect. Meanwhile, the children, having seen something incredible in the trees, tried to reach for the fairy tale, causing worried cries from their parents. And even among the flickering lights enveloping the mysterious structures in the trees, excited cries about wild boars could be heard. This land, full of fabulous sounds and unseen creatures, seems like the embodiment of a childhood dream. However, Sicho Isu-young, sitting in the center of this euphoria with a cup in her hand, did not share the general delight. Her look spoke of deep dissatisfaction. Amid the joyful bustle, her face expressed undisguised irritation, as if she had seen something more than just a fairy tale. And while the world was immersed in this idyllic illusion, in the very depths of the forest, hidden from prying eyes, a true, dark danger was emerging. In the depths of the forest thicket, among the tangled roots, a monstrous creature resembling an orc collapsed with a roar, its appearance disturbing the peace. A huge, muscular creature with an axe, his face distorted by a bestial grin, stepped into the light. Suddenly, his gaze froze, noticing something disturbing in the surrounding darkness. Before it had time to come to its senses, it found itself surrounded by dead, zombie-like creatures, which it trampled mercilessly. With a wild roar, waving his axe in a warlike manner, the orc entered into battle with the shadows. Each blow of the axe was deadly, scattering opponents in a bloody massacre. Blood stained the ground as the orc, piercing and unstoppable, continued his brutal purge. No one could resist his fury. He tore his enemies to shreds, leaving no chance. And then his eyes flashed with an ominous red light, and energy flowed through his body, foreshadowing something terrible. Folding his hands in a mysterious gesture, he began to do something inexplicable. The air around him thickened with power. The ground beneath him shook, emitting streams of dark energy as he completed his powerful summoning. From the very heart of the earth, engulfed in the power of the summoning, a gigantic monster burst forth, surrounded by its minions, and the air crackled with its power. And from the whirlpool of dark energy, new, distorted forms began to rise, their eyes burning with an evil fire. Stepping back from the chaos, the enigmatic Youngji Jin watched, pleased, as his ritual gained power, cleansing the world. His thoughts were already turning to his next goal, a mysterious orc village that hid its secrets. While Youngjin was making plans, an elegant helicopter flew high in the sky above the world, carrying its own mysteries. Inside, in silence and tension, sat two people. Young Paksuho and his companion, focused on the upcoming mission. The woman, looking worried, asked where Youngjin, their former comrade, had disappeared without a trace. Park Su only remained thoughtfully silent, as if trying to find the answer in the depths of his memories. Then she turned the conversation to their housekeeper, asking the question that had been hanging in the air for a long time. Is she really awakened? At the mention of the housekeeper, Park Suho seemed to return to the past, to their first meeting in Namyeongju. He remembered that old mansion, buried in ivy under the cover of night, where he once lived. A sudden, loud crunching sound broke the silence of the house, and Paksuho, frozen in the doorway, looked around anxiously. "Auntie Sukja, what happened?" he asked worriedly, trying to understand the reason for what had happened. In the back of the room, with her back to him, stood an elderly woman, her shoulders shaking with invisible tension. Her face was frozen in an expression of deep alarm and fear, her eyes wide with shock and pain. Then the fear gave way to bitter sadness, and the wrinkles on his forehead became even deeper, revealing fatigue. Pak Suho felt that something had deeply upset his aunt, and her silence only increased his anxiety. And then he noticed a bloody finger, a trace of a recent injury on the cutting board, and a sharp blade nearby. "Hey, is it that bad?" he asked softly, looking sympathetically at Auntie Sucha's trembling hands. She merely shook her head, admitting that her weakness had become increasingly noticeable lately. But even in the face of the looming threat, Park Suho did not lose his composure, assuring his aunt that they could handle everything, and she only needed to take care of Kyungwoo. However, the calm was short-lived when Park Suho, reaching for a piece of cheese, was immediately met with Sucha's furious reaction. These humble slices seemed to have special meaning for her. She held a cleaver with drops of blood, her gaze blazing with undisguised threat. Was it worth guarding simple food like that? Elsewhere, Choi Soo-yeon and Park Suho, judging by their puzzled expressions, were discussing similar, inexplicable events. Meanwhile, Auntie Sukja, humming, easily carried a whole basket of freshly washed laundry. Her movements were full of some unknown power, which could not help but surprise Park Suho. "You have so much energy," he said, struck by her sudden surge of energy. Auntie, smiling tenderly, replied that it was thanks to the vitamins that Gyeonwoo's father bought her. Suddenly, her gaze froze, widening in horror as an ominous shadow with glowing red eyes flashed around the corner. Seconds later, Auntie Sukja was in a fighting stance. Electrical discharges danced around her, and the air filled with sharp blades of energy. With incredible agility, she soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick. The targets of her furious dance were the awakened animals, a huge bear and a hare, who scattered their supplies in panic. This was not just Sukja, but Sukja awakened with unusual skills, poison creation, wild dance, extreme hearing and extreme vision, hidden under the guise of a simple housewife. "Is it possible?" Choi Soo-yeon whispered, her voice full of disbelief. She realized that even the smallest pests that Sukja tried to poison could be awakened beings. All this added up to an ominous picture, where each element had its own meaning. Park Suho realized that if Sukja had not been awakened, she would have died from the vampire's attack. But then why has her powers been fading lately, since she personally received their healing? Park Suho only smiled mysteriously in response, as if he was keeping a secret that could explain everything. While he once again transferred part of his powers, saving the one who was dear to him. His heart ached for his kindred spirit, and he asked if she was still suffering. The old woman, lying under the streams of healing energy, only exhaled heavily, trying to cope with the pain. But Park Suho did not give up, pouring all his healing power into her to ease her suffering. Elsewhere, in the middle of the air, words were spoken about inevitability and the will of fate. She looked at her companion, asking if everything was really predetermined. The pilot at the controls of the helicopter felt the machine pick up speed, carrying them towards the unknown. Through the clouds and city lights, the helicopter raced towards its destination, as if carrying hope itself on board. But on the ground, a different drama was unfolding. A monster was attacking a defenseless woman while onlookers filmed it on camera. Suddenly, like lightning, Choi Soo-yeon burst into the fray, her blade cutting through the air, pushing the monster back. The monster flew to the side, crashing into the wall, the force of its impact echoing throughout the street. With a glint in her eyes and a confident posture, Choi Soo-yeon held her katana, preparing for the decisive blow. The fallen enemy writhed in pain, his screams filled with agony echoing through the street. But Choi Soo-yeon did not flinch, her blade threateningly hanging over the fallen man's head, demanding an answer. She looked down at him, her eyes filled with confusion and a demand for an explanation. The man, shaking with fear, began to mumble excuses, but the words stuck in his throat. Her anger grew, and she again demanded to know who or what he really was. He forced out a nervous laugh, trying to buy time or deceive her. But the shouts of the crowd caught her attention, and she turned her head to see the cause of the noise. It turned out to be a streamer who seemed to be the cause of all this commotion, which did not make Choi Soo-yeon very happy. It seemed that this young man with his deliberately carefree look and joyful, "I am Tai-ho," was the epicenter of all the madness. The crowd around confirmed that these no-tubers had seriously frightened and irritated the local residents. CHOI-SU? Yun only clenched her teeth tighter, her cold gaze clearly expressing her growing displeasure. But time for irritation was limited. A new scene was unfolding in Jeonju, where a group of officials greeted those arriving from above. From the news reports, it was clear that PAKSU had arrived for his visit and was greeted with due solemnity. Even at the common table, among important people, PAKSUHO was distracted, immersed in nostalgia for his mother, whom the simple bibimbap reminded him of. Suddenly, the idyll was shattered by chaos. A certain Eunmi and Taeho staged a whole performance, declaring that they just wanted to test the security system of the new city. Meanwhile, on the quiet streets of the city, an alarming sound was heard, foreshadowing something unusual, forcing one to involuntarily exhale, God. Elsewhere, Han Dong-gu and a female companion in the car learned of unexpected news. Soo Young appeared on the news. Han Dong-gu was shocked to hear that all this happened in the mysterious Bora settlement. It was proposed to immediately appoint Choi Soo Yoon as the head of the security group, seeing her as the key to order. Han Dong-soo, realizing the seriousness of the situation, nodded, agreeing with the necessity of such a step. The driver, apparently having assessed the decision made, smiled approvingly and continued on his way. But the final destination was still far away. They had to climb the winding road of Mount Godok. Han Dong-soo did not hide his dissatisfaction with the upcoming, clearly unwanted expedition. His companion, with her hand firmly clenched on the door, looked determined and ready for any challenge. The car stopped, and the driver wished them luck and left them alone. The black car quickly drove away, leaving the two travelers alone with the road and the adventure ahead. The two of them moved along a narrow path that went deep into the greenery towards their goal. And then, in the distance, a familiar figure appeared. It pointed forward. Over there is Jan Jeshik. But instead of Jan Jeshik, they were met by a cheerful Park Suo energetically waving his arms, as if anticipating the meeting. Behind him, with undisguised surprise and a bit of irritation, stood a certain Chan Sunpil, whose appearance was completely unexpected. While Park Suo smiled warmly, Han Dong-go and Choi Soo-young seemed to already know who was waiting for them, remaining calm. There was recognition in Jang Sunpil's eyes, as if he had foreseen this moment for a long time but could not get used to it. "Well, old man," PAKSUHO addressed the waiting man with a casual smile, breaking the drawn-out silence. He continued, spreading his arms wide, "Look who we have here, Han Dong-gu himself." Choi Soo-young added, with a hint of weariness but also anticipation, "We had to travel a long way to get to you." Jang Sunpil finally answered, his voice deep and calm, "I've been waiting for you. Come in." There was a tension mixed with anticipation between them. Everyone understood that a difficult conversation was ahead. Choi Soo-young nodded reservedly, assessing the situation and carefully studying the stranger. And PAKSUHO, in his usual manner, suggested, "You talk inside, and I'll go get some food." Soon, the four sat down on the floor of the traditional house, ready for a serious conversation that would shed light on many secrets. Their gazes met, the heavy, experienced gaze of Jang Sunpil and the penetrating, searching gaze of Han Dong-soo. At that moment, a vision appeared before Han Dong-soo, systemic information about Chan Sunpil, blacksmith of Orang, swordsmanship, ingenuity, research, analysis. Han Dong-gsu's eyes narrowed, taking in every detail, trying to comprehend the depth before him. Finally, he broke the silence. "You were waiting for me? But why?" A question full of undisguised curiosity. Jang Sunpil looked up, his face lit up with a complex emotion, as if recalling a long-ago event. "I saw hope that day." Han Dong-soo, intrigued, smiled. "Hope? So what can I do for you?" Old man Jang Sunpil took a deep breath, as if collecting his thoughts before revealing a long-held, perhaps painful, secret. He took a sip and his gaze slid across the table, as if by chance. PAKSUOW, that puppy. Did he really just run away? An image of PAKSUHO flashes on the screen, instantly causing a furious reaction from the crowd. Indignant cries and calls for reprisals. "Kill him!" echo throughout the hall, captivating the minds of the audience. However, for some, doubts still hang in the air, wondering about Park Suho's real chances against the mighty Lee Sung-woo. Jang Sunpil just sips silently from his cup, his thoughts floating somewhere far away, immersed in the depths of the past. His gaze darkened, remembering those who surpassed everyone in strength, whose influence was so great that it could not be ignored. Images of ancient battles flashed before my mind's eye, where the balance of the world hung by a thread and monstrous monsters threatened the very creation of the universe. Suddenly, Jang Sunpil slams the table, anger contorting his face, ripping a sharp, painful truth from the depths of his memory. What was that? Confusion and shock mingle with his rage as he tries to comprehend what happened right now in the present. Meanwhile, on screen, in the eye of the storm, Pak Suho unleashes a crushing blow, knocking down the champion. The audience, gripped by madness, demands blood, cursing the traitor and wishing him a speedy end. But Jang Sunpil, his eyes wide with terror, sees more than just the brutal battle. His gaze falls on a tall, dark-haired man in a formal suit, whose sudden appearance foreshadows new, ominous complications. On screen, Pak Suho mercilessly finishes off his opponent, leaving viewers speechless, and some even in indescribable delight. At the same time, a powerful explosion of energy shakes the other battlefield, throwing the giant monster back, straight into the abyss of destruction. Jang Sunpil's face is frozen in a painful grimace, every wrinkle betraying an internal struggle, every moment bringing him closer to the answer. Then, Han Dong-gung-soo, with a purple glow of power around him, approaches the old man with a proposal full of determination. "Is there something I can do for you?" And Jang Sunpil, with a slight, almost imperceptible smile on his lips, pronounces a sentence that makes the blood run cold: "Kill one person." The sudden demand shocks those present, causing them to freeze in bewilderment, not daring to believe what they heard and to realize the consequences. But the old man is adamant. His gaze is piercing. In it, one can read a firm and merciless will, ready for any sacrifice. He sees Pak Suho and the young woman exchange worried glances, realizing the gravity of the situation and their role in this deadly game. Their looks are full of anxiety, and the young woman cannot contain her fear when she sees the old man's anger. But his rage is unbridled. It falls upon them like a storm, threatening to devour everything in its path. Park Suho looks away, lost in his own thoughts, as if this rage has awakened long-forgotten fears within him. In his eyes, which had recently been burning with anger, tears were now frozen, burning away the pain of a loss experienced long ago. Images of the past came flooding back, snow stained with blood and a woman lying in it, her name Sohyun, whispering silent words about a child. Her last words, distorted by pain and blood, pierced the heart, leaving an unhealing wound. Tears streamed down her cheeks, freezing in the cold, testifying to an irreparable loss and a merciless fate. Then a cry of despair breaks the silence, the cry of a man who has lost everything, his hands reaching in vain for elusive happiness. "No need," he whispers, tormented by visions of the past, wanting only one thing, for the pain to finally go away. He is on his knees again, bleeding, begging for mercy, his voice breaking in a plea for the child's salvation. Every cell of his body screams out in pain, in prayer, in a last hope that the world will show at least a drop of compassion. But instead of mercy, all that awaited him was steel and the cold gaze of a stranger with a sword whose power was undeniable. What's wrong with her was the desperate question that echoed throughout the hall, where the air was thick with the smell of steel and broken hopes. He falls to his knees, clinging to someone else's leg, begging for truth, for salvation, for what has already been irretrievably lost. The pain of the past does not leave him even now, haunting him in every second, every thought, every unshed tear. The window lets only the cold light of the moon into the room, reflecting the twinkling of distant stars that saw his grief. He drinks straight from the teapot, trying to calm the inner trembling, but the bitterness of loss remains on his tongue. The iron kettle is lowered onto the tray, its clang resounding in the silence like the final chord of a tragic symphony. His gaze is directed into the void, where the ghosts of the past live, haunting him even in this seemingly safe place. And now, finally, the words begin to come out of him like stones, telling the story that determined his fate and their shared destiny. His soul is eaten away by the thirst for retribution, because now only one goal lives in him: revenge, and it consumes him entirely. And even through the veil of despair, his hand finds support, clasping tightly in someone else's. But the words spoken in response make Park Junho's eyes widen, not believing what he heard. A moment later, Park Suho finds himself on the ground, knocked off his feet by an invisible force, a cry of pain hanging in the air. In the quiet of the room, Park Junho, Choi Soo-yeon, and Han Dong-soo are discussing something extremely important, their postures indicating the tension of the moment. Park Junho stands, his words ringing out like a death sentence. No shelter in the world can protect him from the one hot on his trail. Han Dong-soo asks, his face full of determination, trying to understand the scale of the threat and the name of the one he must stop. In response, Park Junho only clenches his teeth tighter, his eyes showing deep pain and indomitable will. Choi Soo-yeon can't help but let out a gasp of surprise as the name echoes in the air. Namgung Jongchen, Han Dong-soo repeats, frowning thoughtfully, sensing that there is something more to the name. After a thorough analysis of the fight, Park Jun-ho confidently declares that only Han Dong-soo is capable of defeating this threat. Choi Soo-yeon looks at him with genuine concern, while Han Dong-soo only quietly asks why him. But why me? Han Dong-soo's direct gaze searches for answers to this question. Choi Soo-yeon, overcome with anxiety, struggles to find the words to explain the gravity of the situation. Namgung is one of the greatest names, one of the three families whose power extends over the entire planet, and his murder will result in inevitable destruction for everyone. Park Jun-ho offers a solution. Only a secret assassination can keep them safe, keeping the killer's identities in the shadows. Han Dong-soo just smiles, his determination unwavering. He doesn't care what happens next as long as he achieves his goal. Choi Soo-yeon casts a guilty glance at Suho, feeling the weight of responsibility for what is happening. Park Suho, as the guild leader, sees it as his duty to support Han Dong-soo no matter what. And Park Jun-ho, his gaze piercing, questions his own worth in this deadly game. A severe pain squeezes my head, and with it comes an oppressive feeling, as if the world is about to change forever. At that moment, blue flames erupt around Han Dong-soo's hands, heralding the awakening of a hidden power. The woman, stunned, watches this frantic energy, her eyes filled with anxiety and involuntary trepidation. Suddenly, Han Dong-soo's hand touches the ground, and this light contact seems to reveal something more to him than just touch. Myung-jin, a witness to everything that is happening, frowns, his experienced gaze catching the subtlest threads of the impending events. In the quiet room where they are gathered, an ancient bow lies, and its appearance causes Myung-jin to ask a puzzled question. Han Dong-soo, his face serious, prepares to tell about the unusual discovery that changed the course of their journey. Myung-jin picks up the bow, his fingers gently sliding along the old string, feeling every curve, every vein in the wood. Touching an ancient weapon reveals to him the echo of bygone eras, the whisper of forgotten battles. Suddenly, Myung-jin's gaze is pierced by shock as he realizes the true age and origin of the artifact. Han Dong-soo and his companion, sharing this bewilderment, wait for an explanation, their gazes full of questions. The source of the artifact turned out to be the underground kingdom, a place where time flows differently and ancient times preserve their secrets. Myung-jin grips his bow, his face contorted with a realization that is both frightening and awe-inspiring. Han Dong-soo, sensing the importance of the moment, asks if Myung-jin can determine the true age of this weapon. And then, through the veil of the present, the image of a destroyed world, a landscape scorched by the apocalypse, emerges. Is this bow the key to those times, to that catastrophe that destroyed everything? Realization strikes Han Dong-soo like a bright flash of lightning, illuminating the dark corners of the past. His companion realizes with horror that this weapon was created when the world had not yet become what they know it. Myung-jin, despite the irrationality of his conclusion, is sure that this bow is a witness to incredibly ancient times. Han Dong-soo absorbs every word, realizing that their battle extends far further than he could have ever imagined. As Myung-jin spoke, his companion listened with rapt attention, each new discovery only multiplying the questions. The generally accepted theory was that all anomalous artifacts came from Aruka or even from distant worlds. But what if this dogma was merely a veil concealing a far more inconvenient truth about the origins of power? Myung-jin, confident in his guess, promised to reveal the truth once his analytical abilities reached their peak. Han Dong-soo merely nodded, realizing the extent of the possible cover-up. Myung-jin continued, revealing the dark pages of history, how, at the dawn of exploration of the dungeons, government organizations mercilessly destroyed everything related to civilian projects. The companion, amazed by what she heard, could only whisper that this had happened long before her appearance on this scene. Meanwhile, Park Jun-ho, a seasoned and secretive man, was already on his way, his gaze speaking of deep secrets. Han Dong-soo couldn't understand what terrible thing the government was hiding behind the walls of lies and destruction. But the companion reminded that the threads of these studies extend beyond the country's borders, reaching the shores of England and the United States. The name Dr. Toddler seemed to raise a new wave of questions in Han Dong-soo, as he was supposed to be the keeper of many secrets. The woman doubted that Toddler would ever share his knowledge, but Han Dong-soo's sudden question about her possible past as an experiment subject made her freeze. Perhaps this was true, because Han Dong-soo felt that behind this story there was something much more personal and disturbing for him, and the ghost of Toddler loomed faintly behind him. Thoughts of possible revenge were in the air, but Han Dong-soo decided to put them aside until he revealed the whole truth. Myung-jin assured them that he was not one of those who concealed the truth and promised to obtain the necessary information if he was given time. At that moment, a mysterious energy sparkled in Han Dong-su's hand, foreshadowing new turns of events. Yan Jeshik's eyes widened in surprise, as he had never seen such power. A magical stone pulsating with blue light appeared in Han Dong-su's palm, strengthening the mystical radiance. The trio sat, staring at the screen where a mysterious sphere, a source of incredible power, hung, and Myung-jin, taking the stone, felt its weight and power, realizing that he held in his hands the key to ancient secrets. Park Suho only smiled mysteriously, as if he already knew the answer to all the questions that were troubling his friends. Myung-jin, holding the stone, felt the power within him respond, and his eyes flashed with an unearthly light. In his palm, the stone shimmered, pulsating with energy, like the living heart of the world, full of ancient secrets. Then Myung-jin spoke, his voice heavy with weight, recounting the old motto of the warriors of the Middle Lands. He spoke about those who sought to forever inscribe their names in history, proclaiming themselves legends. Park Suho smiled approvingly, and Choi Soo-yeon, amazed by what she heard, only exclaimed in admiration. Now the stone was in Park Suho's hands, and he examined it carefully, as if trying to unravel its secret. He wondered whose story exactly this was, feeling that it was not just a stone, but something much more. Myung-jin explained that this artifact is more than it seems, as it is part of the planet itself. It was an echo of her heart, holding the memories and imprints of everyone who had ever touched its power. Park Suho listened attentively, feeling Myung-jin's words resonate deep within him, preparing him for something unknown. Myung-jin sat there, radiating unwavering determination, ready to reveal the whole truth about the origin of the stone. Park Suho looked at the stone again, feeling it begin to pulsate in his hands, responding to his touch. The stone in his palm flashed with a blinding light, and Park Suho closed his eyes, immersing himself in its energy. Sparks danced behind his closed eyelids, penetrating into the very depths of his consciousness, revealing a new reality to him. And then the eyes opened wide, burning with a crimson fire, surrounded by a mystical turquoise glow, foreshadowing change. Many similar scarlet eyes appeared around him, like reflections of his own awakened power, looking out from the abyss. Park Suho felt something huge awakening inside him, and his gaze expressed the shock of a sudden insight. Returning to reality, Park Suho asked with deep bewilderment what kind of vision it was. Myung-jin calmly replied that the answers would come with time, as such knowledge required patience. A terrible guess finally formed in Park Suho's mind. The true nature of what was tormenting him turned out to be the mysterious Seventh Land. With a smile of anticipation on his face, he announced his intention to appoint a new research director, and the sage, nodding reservedly, accepted this difficult burden, understanding all its importance and responsibility. But Park Suho was consumed by a thirst for action, calling for immediate retribution and demanding that everyone be gathered. The sage merely chuckled at his ardor, while the woman next to him urged caution, insisting on careful planning. Their argument was interrupted by the cheerful Jean Jeshik, who appeared with food and suggested that they start by having a snack. Meanwhile, far from their worries, another world was bathed in the glow of ancient forests. A mysterious light flowed through the air, filling every corner with an invisible power. Fantastic beasts, from great elephants to nimble monkeys, roamed among the glowing trees. In this enchanted place, among the stones, lay silent figures, as if forgotten by time. One of them, the already familiar sage, came to his senses, looking around the amazing space with awe. Jang Jae-shik, perking up, proudly exclaimed that this miracle was the work of Brother Suho. Park Suho, looking around thoughtfully, tried to comprehend the depth of this place and his new powers. Park Suho's companion spoke with concern about Choi Soo-yeon's illness, which had been bothering her lately. Blonde Choi Soo-yeon lay in her bed, pale and weak, lost in a restless sleep. Their eyes met again in this strange but beautiful world full of hidden dangers. Yan Jeshik and his silent companion listened attentively, realizing the seriousness of the situation. They discovered the true nature of the planet Kushan, a brutal battlefield where demons and locals fought not just for territory, but for survival. Mighty demons, whose burning eyes radiated menace, tightly closed the way to their lands. But the other side, the warriors in ancient robes, were ready to defend their shrines to their last breath. Their determination was unwavering. The concept of protecting land was a challenge, and Park Suho, knowing about the valuable resource, felt that the solution was near. But Yan Jeshik, young and inquisitive, did not understand why their path lay in such a dangerous place right now. Myung-jin, reserved and wise, explained that to restore the generator in the lands of Suho, a rare iron meteorite from the planet Kuchan was needed, a material for creating weapons, the export of which was strictly prohibited. And at that moment, mysterious blue capsules appear before our eyes, possibly containing a particle of that very meteorite. A bold question was raised among those gathered. If legal avenues are closed, isn't there only one way out? Daring theft? Choi Soo-yan, whose face reflected a mixture of doubt and hostility, listened attentively to this dangerous reasoning. Myungjin, peering into the details as if through a magnifying glass, pondered the hidden problems while vague shadows loomed behind him. In the semi-darkness of the laboratory, his decisive question rang out, "Can this be opened?" met with a cold warning about breaking all agreements. Myungjin himself doubted the effectiveness of the main defense, realizing that the only solution to their problems, once and for all, was the material from Kuchan. Meanwhile, the two in ancient robes and Yan Jashik, tired from waiting, dozed among the stones, surrounded by flickering light, as if preparing for a long journey. Park Suho looked at the situation with irritation, dropping a phrase about someone's pettiness, while Choi Soo-yan stood nearby, catching his mood. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out, "Rise!" and all three, startled, jumped up, ready for the unknown. One of the warriors in ancient robes, whose eyes burned with determination, declared categorically that he would go with them, no matter what. From the heights, a view opened up of the gathering group, figures of warriors, stacks of energy drinks, foreshadowing a long and dangerous journey. He spoke of legendary martial arts masters on the planet Kuchan, offering to find ancient books there that contained priceless knowledge. Han Dong-soo, whose eyes flashed with purple fire, exclaimed with burning enthusiasm, "I want to go too," seeing this as the greatest opportunity for any swordsman. Yan Jeshik, infected with the general energy, also expressed a zealous desire to join this dangerous expedition. And then the warrior in ancient robes, with a slight grin, calmly added that his special talent was his unrivaled mastery of theft. Park Suho and Choi Soo-yan exchanged thoughtful glances, realizing that their mission was taking a completely unpredictable and risky turn. When Park Suho asked another companion if he wanted to go with them, he calmly refused. Someone had to stay behind and oversee the important construction. Choi Soo-yan, pondering Park Suho's words, realized that their future was shrouded in many uncertainties. But Park Suho only smiled mysteriously, offering to take the test. Those who pass will go with him to the mysterious planet Kuchan. In response, joyful cries were heard from young fighters, ready to prove their courage and desire for adventure. Park Suho, however, did not share their naive euphoria. His gaze was thoughtful and full of hidden meanings. Excitement gave way to uncertainty as it dawned on them that the adventure might be much more serious than it seemed. Park Suho explained that those who remain must be constantly on standby to bring him back if anything goes wrong. The mention of possible danger made the newcomers look at each other nervously, a silent question in their eyes. Is there really no catch here? Park Suho, smiling, gave them time to think, leaving the choice to each, to take a risk or to stay away. Finally, a group of 4 people, Park Suho, Choi Soo-yan, Myung-jin, and the long-haired companion, headed toward the cars. One of them, a long-haired man, nevertheless decided to stay, citing the need to oversee the construction of an important bridge. The companions exchanged farewell words, wishing good luck and all the best to those who would be left behind. And so, Park Suho, Choi Soo-yan, and Myung-jin moved forward, leaving the long-haired man behind. But Choi Soo-yan suddenly stopped, calling out to Park Suho, her voice full of worry. She expressed her concern. The place they were heading to was truly dangerous, and taking inexperienced newcomers with them seemed reckless to her. At that very moment, the A-rank little ones, unaware of the seriousness of the situation, were engrossed in their phone, causing only a sigh of irritation. Myung-jin, looking at the frivolous fighters, bluntly stated that such guys would hardly cope with the upcoming tests. Choi Soo-yan just sighed, understanding the truth of his words and realizing the risks they were taking. To take their minds off their heavy thoughts, Park Suho suggested that the 3 of them have breakfast, and the idea was well received. Soon they found themselves on a noisy street, where tempting offers flashed among the stream of people and bright signs. They chose an establishment famous for its traditional Korean cuisine, and the aromatic aromas instantly made them forget their worries. The table, laden with traditional dishes, was plentiful, but the conversation was far from mundane. Myungjin, with his characteristic seriousness, spoke about a new, responsible position that required a complete rethinking of his habits. He casually opened a can of soda, the soft hissing sound breaking the silence, heralding deeper revelations to come. The jar landed softly on the table, like a symbol of calm before the storm of important discoveries. Suddenly, Myungjin asked a question that instantly shifted the conversation in a different direction. Was spatial energy related to killing monsters? Park Suho, calmly tasting the food, confirmed that it was thanks to it that he awakened and began to rapidly rise in rank. Myung-jin, looking at him intently, continued, explaining that on the planet Kushan there were two main paths to developing strength. Surprised, Park Suho put down his spoon and asked again, "Two?" His eyes widened in surprise. The first path, as Myung-jin revealed, was the merciless and bloody extermination of demons, which the Middle-earthians called a feat. Park Suho chewed thoughtfully, and the word feat echoed in his mind, filling with a new, harsh meaning. And there was a second way, Myung-jin explained, more subtle mental practices that required inner discipline. In these practices, accompanied by luminescence and concentration, an energy called inner strength was cultivated. Park Suho listened attentively, his eyes filled with awareness and a growing thirst to understand these mysterious paths. Myung-jin's deep gaze, whose face was half hidden by the shadow, became even more piercing as he proposed a show of strength. With incredible ease, the soda can in his hand began to glow with a ghostly blue light, trembling with hidden power. And then, in an instant, a deafening explosion tore through the air, sending shrapnel and debris flying in all directions, leaving only destruction in its wake. Park Suho stood there in shock, his eyes wide and his jaw hanging open at the incredible sight. The scene of destruction repeated itself in his eyes, imprinted on his memory as a confirmation of monstrous, unbridled power. The shock of this show of force still lingered in Park Suho's mind as he tried to process what had happened. Myung-jin, as if nothing had happened, looked at him calmly, and in that look, one could read a silent question about the choice of path. Instead of being shocked by what he saw, Myung-jin only calmly explained that such tricks were only a small part of true strength. Park Suho listened as the master, as if turning the pages of history, hinted at a vast world where warriors with incredible abilities hid behind walls of greatness. His words brought to life images of ancient dynasties, where even the most powerful SS-rank warriors were not rare, but merely part of numerous clans numbering dozens, if not hundreds, of such skilled individuals. Park Suho, lost in thought, picked up the spoon, feeling his consciousness expand in anticipation of the challenges ahead. His thoughts drifted to the image of some ancient master, whose wrinkles were a map of battles fought and whose gaze was a repository of thousand-year-old secrets. He was a legendary warrior whose power came from his mastery of internal and external energy, which wove together into something unimaginable. It only took one movement, and the ether around him began to tremble, transforming into a seething stream. The heavens shook from his fall, and the earth split apart under the shockwave created by just one blow. "Is this really possible?" Park Suho cried out, shocked to the core by the power that could create a catastrophic shockwave with a single movement. Myung-jin, casting a calm but penetrating glance at him, only waited silently until Park Suho fully grasped the scale of what he had seen. A moment later, at the table, in a more relaxed atmosphere, Park Suho was still digesting what he had heard, and Myung-jin only chuckled quietly. He hinted, in a reserved but undisguisedly serious tone, that even among them there were those who reached triple U rank, surpassing all conceivable limits. Park Suho, blinded by this revelation, even smiled as he looked at the hologram of U-rank hybrid demon hero, repeating after Myung-jin, triple U-rank. But Myung-jin quickly brought him back to Earth, reminding him that even on the mighty planet of Kuchan there are no immortals, and a fatal wound from a poisoned blade will find anyone. Park Suho nodded, his gaze lighting up with a new understanding. Even the most formidable creatures were vulnerable to a simple yet deadly poison. "In any case, I'm looking forward to it," Park Suho said, his words filled with a challenge, while Myung-jin continued to silently assess him. And although Myung-jin looked stern, a spark of satisfaction, mixed with stern determination, flashed in the depths of his eyes, because he was even glad about this development of events. But then Park Suho suddenly interrupted the master's train of thought by asking a question that had been brewing on his tongue for a long time. "I have a question." He looked straight into Myung-jin's eyes, daring to touch on the most painful topic. "You were the heavenly sword, with such a great name, glory and honor awaited you. Why did they treat you like this?" Myung-jin couldn't contain his emotions at these words, his face twisted into a grimace of pain and rage, as if old wounds had suddenly reopened. Myung-jin took a deep breath, and his voice, initially trembling, gained strength, taking his listeners back to the time of his secret love for a noblewoman from the Middlelands. He remembered the days when he helped rebuild their home, the days when their hearts met, and they created the family he could only dream of. But this idyll was only a mirage, behind which hid the cruel reality that he himself observed, hiding in the bushes, powerless to change anything. His voice broke as he described the anger of the nobility upon learning of the union of a lowborn with a noble, of her house razed to the ground, and of the execution of her entire family. Then, in despair, he fell prostrate before the mighty lord, promising to forge countless blades just to save his only daughter, begging for her life. In the present, Myung-jin's heavy gaze fell on Park Suho again. "You're asking where she is. I myself don't know if my girl is still alive." His words were steeped in years of pain, but they held an unquenchable fire, the fire of revenge that alone kept him alive in this world. Park Suho, touched by his tragedy, resolutely said, "Don't worry, I will definitely find her and help you get revenge." Tears welled up in Myung-jin's eyes, and all he could do in response was whisper words of deep, aching gratitude, feeling a glimmer of hope for the first time in a long time. But suddenly, the atmosphere changed. A heavy step marked the appearance of Choi Soo-yeon, dressed in a formal suit and holding a shining katana. Her piercing gaze immediately found Park Suho. "Well, there you are." A mixture of reproach and relief sounded in her voice, causing him to shudder. Without wasting a second, she landed at the table like a thundercloud, not giving them time to recover from her unexpected appearance. With undisguised appetite, Choi Soo-yeon grabbed the roasted leg, biting into it as if she hadn't eaten for months, oblivious to those around her. Park Suho just chuckled as he watched her. "Yeah, eat more." His tone indicated that he was used to her unusual behavior. Finally, looking at Myung-jin, Choi Soo-yeon nodded. "Yes, nice to meet you," she said, almost full. And then, with unexpected gravity, she carefully laid her katana on the table, its inlaid hilts drawing the eye. "This sword, did you forge it?" Choi Soo-yeon's direct question made Myung-jin shudder, as he was a master who had created many blades. His eyes widened as he carefully picked up the blade, his face contorted with a mixture of recognition and confusion. "Where is the Iron Hornet here?" Park Suho, taken aback by this reaction, looked at Myung-jin and then at the sword, realizing the depth of his words. "You made this sword too?" Myung-jin's face tightened, and his eyes, filled with long-forgotten sorrow and rage, reflected the ghostly image of the Iron Hornet, heralding a new chapter in his story of revenge. Myung-jin, then still very young, was chained and begged for mercy with his last strength, telling the story of his origins and incredible escape. His voice trembled as he begged for only one thing, to give him a sword. But the more experienced, long-haired blacksmith, holding a sword in his hands, instructed him, wanting him to devote his life to service. And so, with a single sword in his hand, the young man walks away into the flickering light, accompanied by the raised hand of the master. The master was left alone, surrounded by the glittering blades of his forge, his thoughts drifting into the past. Suddenly, his face twisted in horror as he realized that among all these swords, the one that was missing was... He turned sharply towards the source of the blinding light, shouting someone's name in despair. His gaze was full of pain, the words stuck in his throat as he tried to speak about this sword. Returning to the present, Myung-jin, holding his sword in its sheath, shared his worries with Choi Soo-yeon, worried that two people had already fallen victim to his blades. His face darkened with deep sorrow. He spoke of revenge and how the blades seemed to consume souls. The sword, shrouded in an ominous purple glow, seemed to pulse with evil energy. Choi Soo-yeon, visibly irritated, complained about the blade's constant crying causing her headaches and demanded that Myung-jin fix it. Myung-jin confirmed her feelings, explaining that it was a sword that crushed the souls of anyone its blade struck. He knew this, fully understanding the nature of his creation, contained in every detail of the hilt and scabbard. With a disgusted expression on her face, Choi Soo-yeon declared that she couldn't bear this crying any longer, while Park Suho watched with concern. She continued eating, not hiding her irritation as Myung-jin stared at her. Myung-jin picked up the sword again, thanking Choi Soo-yeon, probably for allowing him to look at the blade again. Suddenly, Park Suho, in an attempt to ease the tension, flippantly asked Choi Soo-yeon if she found bats beautiful. Choi Soo-yeon only responded with an indifferent look, continuing her thoughts. Finally, she turned to Park Suho while chewing, and said in a cold tone that if she were a bat, she would definitely bite him. Choi Soo-yeon, without losing her caustic tone, directly asked Park Suho if he was crazy to plan to go to another planet, to which he asked in bewilderment, "Why?" She immediately reminded him of how he had lost consciousness the moment he returned to Earth for the very first time. He was very weak at the time, and she challenged him by asking if, knowing this, he still wanted to go to Kuchon. Park Jun-ho, who had been silent until now, raised his eyebrows in surprise as he looked at Park Suho, who seemed completely calm. Suho thought, as he chewed his rice, while Choi Soo-yeon continued to eat calmly. Park Jun-ho chuckled sullenly. his gaze becoming serious, as if he was weighing something very important. Park Suho turned away, thoughtfully saying that perhaps things would be different now. Choi Soo-yeon did not leave his words unanswered, asking with cold fury if he was willing to risk his life and who would help him if he lost consciousness again, calling him a walking corpse. Park Joon-ho watched helplessly as the exchange of barbs grew, feeling the tension build. Park Suho, ignoring her words, calmly remarked that, in any case, they first needed to find a way to contact Earth. At that moment, vivid images flashed to his memory, himself standing in the middle of a city square, releasing a white dove into the sky, a symbol of hope and peace. He saw restored buildings, sparkling generators, and felt energy filling the world again. Bridges were rebuilt and festive ribbons flew over rivers, symbolizing a return to normal life. But then the idyll collapsed. Monstrous, bloodthirsty creatures burst from the depths of the water, their screams tearing the air. The world was torn apart again. Bridges were destroyed, and a gloom of despair hung over the ruins of cities. The sky was pierced by the eerie silhouettes of demons, whose dark magic emitted a crimson glow. Enormous tentacles shot up from the depths of the sea, tearing the surface of the water with splashes and blood. The ocean waters became a battlefield, where giant squids and sharp-toothed orcs mercilessly pursued their prey. And in the midst of this carnage, bleeding, he himself slid through the water, his body torn, but his spirit unbroken. Red horns, white hair, eyes glowing with yellow light. This was the new Suho, faced with the abyss and ready for any fight. Energy was seething around him, ready to burst out and sweep away all barriers. But even such a powerful warrior could not foresee what ancient horrors awaited him in the depths. Far from the carnage, other heroes made their own decisions, each with their own thoughts about some inescapable goal. Jam Jeshik, with burning eyes, felt the flame of a new, real mission flaring up within him. Meanwhile, Myungjin, with unwavering determination, instructed his charges, preparing them for the trials to come. Their faith in success was unshakable, because the fire of unbending will burned within each of them. Somewhere in the distance, under the azure sky, ancient temples kept their secrets, waiting for their time. Myungjin, dressed in humble robes, beat out a measured rhythm, his thoughts wandering away to the sources of his strength. The world continued as usual, but beneath this appearance were hidden events that would change everything. Returning to their daily lives, Park Suho and his companion were surprised to find a message arriving, foreshadowing new challenges. Park Suho's eyes widened in shock as the meaning of the news he had received reached his consciousness. The tension grew, and the realization that there was no turning back from now on was evident in their eyes. The sky above them split with the cry of an unknown bird, as if foreshadowing the coming changes. In his secluded sanctuary, Myungjin remained calm, his wisdom a support in this turbulent hour. Suddenly, Han Dong-soo fell from the sky, his figure in flight resembling a shooting star. Behind him, like a shadow, a giant beast descended, its appearance foreshadowing something grandiose. Landing lightly, Dong-soo walked towards the monk, like old acquaintances meeting after years. "Long time no see, monk," he said with a slight smile, his gaze full of hidden strength. An atmosphere of respect hung between them, a meeting of two people with powerful spirits. Myungjin assured him that the world would not be left without protection because he would always have loyal allies and powerful patrons. And while the strong in spirit kept watch, life in the temple went on as usual, children played, and the inhabitants peacefully cultivated the fields, surrounded by a mysterious glow. Myungjin, in turn, watched the young students diligently studying within the walls of the training center, preparing for the future. Sometimes, their faces lit up with genuine joy or amazement from the comprehension of something new and unknown. But suddenly, the peaceful idyll was broken by a scream, announcing an uninvited guest, a giant wyvern that appeared out of nowhere. Children rode on her back, laughing cheekily, while adults, in horror, demanded that they be taken off, fearing for their lives. Park Suho and his companions, puzzled and worried, tried to understand what was happening in this seemingly calm place. One of the boys, with shining eyes, proposed an extraordinary solution, a ticket to the planet Kuchon, confident in the genius of his idea. Park Suho only smiled mysteriously, admitting that he had not yet made his choice regarding such a grandiose trip. Then another child ran up to them, curiously asking what they were playing, wanting to join in the fun. Park Suho laughed softly, explaining that he was only trying to figure out how to keep in touch with them while on the distant planet of Gushan. But the boy, not taking it all seriously, dismissively replied that he could just call, "How boring," he said. The adults just chuckled in response, knowing that phones don't work in Kuchan and communication there is something other than just a phone call. The puzzled child, sincerely not understanding the complexity, simply assumed that they must simply be going to some village. At this time, the wyvern appeared again, breathing fire, causing people to run away in panic, and the sky was illuminated by an ominous light. And then the boy finally got the point, his face lighting up with understanding, realizing the true scale of the events unfolding around him. Somewhere in the distance, against a backdrop of illuminated buildings and glowing energies, Han Dong-soo was intently studying his phone, as if searching for answers in the flickering screen. Choi Soo-yeon was holding the phone in annoyance and asking about someone's idea, while Park Jun-ho was carefreely petting the dog and Jang Jae-shik was watching in amazement. Han Dong-soo called Baekhu to him with a powerful cry, and the mighty wolf, shrouded in a blue glow, rushed forward, ready to fight. His eyes burned with rage, and each fang promised merciless punishment to those who dared to challenge him. And so, in the blink of an eye, Han Dong-soo and the same boy who had ridden the wyvern earlier triumphantly exclaimed, "It worked," their faces shining with victory. The crowd anxiously discussed the durability of the ancient runes, unaware of the power imbued in each stroke created from the blood of a divine beast. Their gazes were riveted on the shimmering blue portal through which the energy of the universe was breaking free. And before them appeared a ghostly wolf, whose silhouette, woven from lightning, bore the marks of an ancient, powerful spell. Delight overwhelmed those gathered. Had the impossible really become reality and the ritual been a success? But not everyone shared this joy. Some covered their faces in horror, sensing an impending catastrophe or something incomprehensible. An alarming omen, a flock of birds took off from their places, rushing away from the epicenter of inexplicable events. Rage and anger distorted Park Jun-ho's face as he clenched his teeth and let out an indignant cry. He could not believe such recklessness, taking a child to such a dangerous place, especially one who had not yet awakened. Another, with a wise look, answered him that the child had already shown signs of awakening, causing his interlocutor to express undisguised surprise. In a meditative calm, surrounded by a dark, mystical aura, the same man pondered the nature of this incredible phenomenon. The boy, while in a trance, emitted light energy, which, according to eyewitnesses, indicated the birth of a genius that appears once in a millennium. The shock on Park Jun-ho's face was clear. The realization of such a magnitude of power stunned him. Han Dong-soo, with a confident smile, confirmed his genius, recalling the display of unimaginable power he had seen. But all the doubts still tormented Park Jun-ho, and deep anxiety could be seen in his eyes. A wave of indignation swept through the crowd. The risk of sending the child to Kuchan was too great. His age was too young. However, the calm voice of the gray-haired old man interrupted the argument, saying that not everything was well with Jenwoo. Park Jun-ho, shouting, demanded an explanation, his face flushed with anger and fear. In the dim light of the blue glow, the old man looked at the boy with sadness in his eyes, as if trying to read his soul. And the bitter truth was revealed. The cause of his condition was a deep, unbearable longing for his mother. The news struck Park Jun-ho hard, and his usually stern gaze reflected genuine sorrow. And the bitter truth was revealed. The cause of his condition was a deep, unbearable longing for his mother. This news pierced Park Jun-ho, and his usually stern gaze reflected genuine grief. The man, whose face was cut with tears, poured out his pain, seeing the image of his lost daughter in the eyes of others. Park Jun-ho listened to his words, clenching his fists in despair, while those around him were perplexed by such deep grief. The man's face was distorted into a grimace of rage and despair, reflecting the abyss of torment in his soul. Suddenly, Jang Jae-shik appears on the horizon, grinning mischievously as angry women with kitchen utensils chase after him. Those around him are in a panic, anticipating another catastrophe, because his antics have already cost them an expensive drone. Myeonjin, keeping his composure, proposes a radical solution: send him to the planet Gushan to harness his inner energy and seal away the pain. A shocked Park Jun-ho, hearing this proposal, looks at them with undisguised disbelief. A doubt arises in his soul, and he quietly wonders if there is no other way than such harsh training, and Park Suho, with his serene smile, calmly watches the events unfold. Meanwhile, in the distance, high up in the building, a persistent telephone ringing sounds, foreshadowing new twists of fate. The uniformed commander, surprised by the unexpected news, learns of Park Suho's intention to travel to the mysterious planet. His face reflects deep concern. Is it worth opening a portal to the unknown? Elsewhere, in a high society setting, important people discuss Park Suho with Dr. Toddler over a glass of wine. The doctor, with a sly smile, clearly possesses information that is inaccessible to others. His interlocutor, with a stony face, expects a comprehensive and balanced answer from him. The doctor advises not to give in to emotions and provocations, but to focus on collecting valuable information. The commander, listening attentively to the report, realizes the full importance of the decision taken. And so, a futuristic flying machine appears above the landing pad, ready to depart into the unknown. Myung-jin, the man with the mysterious markings, looks at the arriving transport in surprise. A reassuring smile lights up Park Suho's face as he tenderly speaks words of comfort, trying to calm the worries in the hearts of those who remain. But Choi Soo-yeon is in no hurry to relax, her gaze full of worry, directed at Han Dong-soo, who remains unperturbed. Her hand falls on his shoulder, and her words, mixed with concern and the usual sarcasm, urge him to be careful and not to lose consciousness on the way. Han Dong-soo just waves his hand, accepting her instructions with a slight smile, although he doesn't intend to follow them literally. Their bickering continues, short phrases full of unspoken tenderness and long-held affection flying through the air. At this point, the chaos of farewells reaches its climax. Park Jun-ho, his voice breaking, hugs the child, his cries mixing with jumbled wishes. Han Dong-soo, followed by his trusted comrade, watches this scene, their faces reflecting mixed feelings of anxiety and determination. A wave of emotional farewell washes over everyone. Park Jun-ho is crying, Park Suho is saluting, Jang Jae-shik is screaming, and Myung-jin looks upset. Suddenly, Han Dong-soo points forward, his voice loud, demanding attention to the invisible presence. The entire group responds to his command, their faces expressing amazement and readiness for action, throwing aside sentimentality. And then, in a flash of blinding energy, the blade, charged with power, sparkles and crackles, preparing for battle. The scene instantly transforms into a riotous battle, where fighters collide with a roar in a whirlwind of red and blue sparks, the air electrified. Amidst this battle, a child's voice carries with ringing laughter, and little Jen-woo carelessly comments that adults are like children. The faces of Park Jun-ho, Jang Jae-sik, Park Suho, and Myung-jin reflect a bitter understanding. They were cleverly tricked into believing that this was a real fight. Han Dong-soo turns around and can't help but smile triumphantly, feeling pleased with his little prank. A new wave of emotion washes over him as Park Jun-ho rushes forward again, desperately shouting Jen-woo's name as the others wave goodbye. Behind the backs of those seeing them off, the air shakes with a powerful roar. The propellers of the vehicle begin to rotate, picking up speed. Last words of good wishes and sad sighs mingle in the air as the group watches the ship depart. And far from this sight, an axe hits a wooden block with a dull thud, marking a return to the harsh realities of everyday life. The old woman holding the axe looks up at the sky, where the silhouette of the departing aircraft is already melting away in the distance, her thoughts following it. The old woman, clutching her axe tightly, listens to the silence, her gaze filled with concern for those far away. At this moment, above the fragmented metropolis, a mysterious apparatus rushes upward, through the gaps in reality. It hovers above the flickering lights of the city, leaving behind a pulsating scarlet trail that foreshadows a powerful blow. The next moment, the helicopter bursts into the bright blue sky, its blades spinning rapidly, rushing away from danger. Below, on the roof of a modern building, a group of officials in formal suits watch the cars recede, their faces intent. Defense Minister Ikeda calmly explains to Bureau Director Takeo that an alliance with strong personalities like Park Suho is always beneficial. Meanwhile, on another site, a team in full combat gear, led by a confident Han Dong-soo, prepares to set off. Minister Ikeda extends his hand to Han Dong-soo in greeting, but the hero, without slowing down, passes by without deigning to notice the official. The arrogant gesture causes an instant expression of indignation to appear on the minister's face, his jaw clenching in frustration. Director Takeo, standing nearby, shares the anger, throwing a quiet but furious curse after Han Dong-soo. The team moves further down the corridor, and the youngest, Jan Jae-shik, asks curiously, "Is that where we're going?" Park Jun-ho, walking next to Han Dong-soo, confirms, "Yes, our journey to Gushan begins beyond this gate," pointing to the next destination. The secretary, trying to smooth over the awkwardness, apologizes for Han Dong-soo's abruptness, and Minister Ikeda, smiling, assures them that he is greatly honored by their presence. At this time, another officer gives final instructions to the soldier, who immediately responds with a crisp military salute. Finally, the entire team, shrouded in a mystical glow, enters the opening portal, their silhouettes dissolving in a flash. Han Dong-soo and Jang Jae-sik take their final steps into the unknown, and young Jang Jae-sik quietly says, "Bye," as he bids farewell to home. They look back at the beautiful, alluring glow of the portal, as if in farewell, admiring this wonderful phenomenon. The girl waves after them with a kind smile, sincerely wishing, "Take care." In response, Jang Jezik waves his hand happily, and Han Dong-soo and Park Jung-ho nod goodbye, finally disappearing into the light. The last of the heroes, as if freed from earthly shackles, slowly rises into a purple, sparkling space, carried away into the unknown. Continuing their upward movement, two of them, as if weightless, plunge into the endless blue, their figures melting into the distance. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Dong-soo, along with two mysterious companions, finds himself in the midst of a vibrant pink glow, as if on the threshold of a new world. Meanwhile, two observers in formal suits do not hide their surprise, wondering about the appropriateness of such an unusual team, especially noting the identity of Jang Sung-pil, the legendary swordsman of planet Aruk. An unexpected discovery comes as a shock. One of them recognizes the old man, exclaiming that it can't be him. However, the shock quickly gives way to anticipation, and a sinister grin appears on the man's face. He senses the approach of great events on his planet. At that moment, the old man, the heavenly swordsman, demonstrates his power by creating a pulsating pink ball of energy surrounded by sparks of lightning, while Han Dong-soo watches intently. From his hand are born three small, dark spheres, shining with an inner light ready to be consumed. The swordsman orders his companions to absorb these mysterious spheres, as if preparing for the final step before entering the unknown. And without further questions, all three of them carry out the order in unison, accepting the power contained within these mystical balls. Han Dong-soo, feeling a surge of energy and realizing the gravity of the moment, asks his younger companion, Jen-woo, if he is ready. The boy Jen-woo, as if responding to a silent call with a decisive cry, confirms his readiness for the upcoming trials. Yang Sun-pil, in a stern tone, warns of the treachery of the lands around the portal of the planet Kuchan, reminiscent of an ancient battlefield, and calls for extreme caution. With cries of, "Got it, let's go," and "Forward," they rush into the thick of it, surrounded by flashes of energy, ready for battle. However, the reality of the new world meets Han Dong-soo harshly, and traces of the first skirmish are already visible on his face. He finds himself pinned to the ground, holding a massive weapon bound with chains, and his gaze expresses genuine horror. In a panic, Han Dong-soo tries to bring up the status window, searching for answers or salvation in his system. Exhausted, he collapses on the cold ground, his strength seemingly failing after the violent clash. His eyes, wide with horror, but at the same time full of determination, reflect a premonition of a new danger. In this tense moment, Jang Sung-pil, the swordsman, only smirks, as if inviting the hero to plunge into the adventure without embellishment, face to face with all the difficulties. Paksuho, watching from afar, only looks puzzled at the drama unfolding before him, foreshadowing new turns of events. Echoes of the past, or a terrible omen of the future, hang over the hero as ancient knowledge begins to fade, threatening to engulf him entirely. Han Dong-soo's face is contorted with tension, his eyes reflecting a grim determination in the face of the looming threat. The calmness of the stranger and the serenity of his companion only heightened suspicions when the question was raised about the whereabouts of the mysterious Jen-woo and Jang Sun-pil. Han Dong-soo's sharp gaze darted around, absorbing what he heard, every nerve taut with anticipation. Meanwhile, within the walls of the impregnable dungeon, Han Dong-soo and Jang Sun-pil, chained, seemed like hostages of a cruel fate. The stone walls of the prison closed in around them, and the heavy chains that wrapped around the mighty pillars seemed indestructible. A new voice breaks through the silence, addressing Han Dong-soo with a cynical remark about his earthly origins. And Jang Sun-pil, despite his desperate situation, only smiles, hiding behind this smile an unknown strength or deep despair. Suddenly, the wooden stake holding the chains began to creak dangerously, unable to withstand someone's colossal force. Surprise crosses Jang Sun-pil's face, his eyes wide in disbelief at what he hears. It was Han Dong-soo, with incredible effort, breaking free from the shackles, his body glowing with blue energy, tearing apart the chains and the floor under his feet. His eyes glowed with a bright blue light as he tore at the chains made from the mystical demon stone, overcoming their ancient magic. A desperate cry burst from his chest, putting his last strength into a decisive dash for freedom. The chains broke one after another, blue light of energy flowed around, signifying the triumph of will over any obstacle. "Unbelievable!" exclaims Jang Sun-pil, his face distorted with shock and amazement at what he saw. Finally, Han Dong-soo stands amidst the shards and broken chains, his gaze confident and the aura of unleashed power raging around him. Jang Soonpil looks at the pieces of chains lying around Han Don-soo, realizing the extent of his power. Now, Han Don-gun-soo is free, but Jang Soonpil is still chained, their eyes meeting through the bars, a chasm of difference between them. However, instead of admiration, irritation or deep disappointment flashes in Jang Soonpil's eyes. Suddenly, a roar is heard from outside, shaking the walls of the prison, foreshadowing the imminent arrival of uninvited guests or new events. The hum fades, leaving behind only the echo of cracks that spread across the ancient floor like the veins of an aging world. In the dungeon, a prisoner with disheveled blonde hair, hanging on chains, raises his head, and in his gaze one can read either a desperate challenge or a mortal terror. Han Don-gun-soo, hearing his scream, involuntarily turns around, his gaze piercing the darkness, studying something more than just desperate words. The prisoner, his voice breaking, shouts something about the impossibility of escape, but Han Don-soo only frowns, his resolve only growing stronger from these empty threats. Every word the prisoner says seems to him to be just a piece of a complex puzzle, which he methodically assembles, choosing the next move. Behind this heavy grate, where light penetrates through the dust, a desperate struggle begins that is about to break the shackles. The prisoner himself, clinging to the last crumbs of sanity, breaks free from his chains, feeling in every movement only the madness of his situation. And each of his wild jerks is echoed by the agonizing creak of chains that are about to give way. His gaze, full of concentration, catches every echo of this agony, as if sensing the inevitable. And suddenly, a furious roar breaks the tense silence, announcing the arrival of a furious storm. Amidst the unfolding chaos, PAKSU stands tall, his calm presence an anchor in the storm, his words a harbinger of change to come. But this roar finds a voice when the gigantic monster, shaking the air, rushes through space, contemptuously waving away the insignificant bugs. A stunning impact follows, tearing apart the silence with a whistle and a roar, as if the very fabric of reality were breaking under its power. Pak Suho is thrown back, his body falling through the shards of light, but even in flight his gaze does not break away from the furious enemy, foreshadowing the inevitable collision. The monster is amazed. Could this earthling really break the shackles of pain and despair, his power exceeding all expectations? Rage surges through the monster in a new wave, its bestial roar piercing the air, calling for an even more merciless onslaught. But PAKSUHO, as if awakened from sleep, only clenches his jaws tighter, his eyes darken, absorbing all the darkness, and the readiness to fight back becomes tangible. A new whirlwind of blows falls upon him, but he does not flinch, meeting each onslaught with unwavering determination, as if responding to a challenge from fate itself. His name sounds like a death sentence when PAKSUHO, gathering all his power, brings down a crushing blow on the monster, cutting through flesh and metal, leaving only a trail of blood behind. The once immovable monster flies back, its massive body warping in pain as blood spurts from its wound, heralding the imminent end of its tyranny. Park Suho stands ready for another attack, while Jang Jesik appears behind him, whose reaction speaks volumes. Amazement can be seen in John Jesik's wide-open eyes, for he does not believe that such power could belong to an earthling. The bloody bodies of fallen enemies lie around, confirming the horrifying truth of the power that Jan Jesik had just witnessed. The earth shook from a new crushing blow, released by PAKSUHO with incredible fury. Every step, every blow of PAKSUHO is a promise of destruction, and his actions speak louder than any threats. Like lightning, Park Suho rushes into battle again, and the cry of Pak Ky Yung Woo echoes throughout the ruined hall. After searching every corner, Park Suho and Jang Jesik realize that there is nothing left to find here except dust and shadows of the past. The battlefield stretches out around, strewn with the remains of the fallen, and the air is heavy with the smell of defeat and hopelessness. In the eyes of PAKSUHO, one can see an unshakable will and determination, reflecting a readiness for any challenge. A sudden rustle or barely perceptible movement makes PAKSUHO turn around sharply, alerting all his senses. A swift and decisive movement, barely visible to the eye, foreshadows a new turn in this unpredictable saga. Dressed in found clothes and with someone else's sword in his hand, Jan Jesik beams with a victorious smile, ready for new achievements. But behind his bravado of Jana Jashika lies the seriousness of his intentions, because the path to freedom is still far away. With a cry for an exit, they rush forward, hoping to leave this bloody arena behind and find salvation. But suddenly, as if from the depths of a nightmare, a new monster rises before them, blocking their path. A mighty mace, studded with sharp spikes, looms over them, foreshadowing a brutal and deadly blow. Horror contorts Jan Jeshik's face, while Park Suo is simply amazed by the power of the unexpected enemy. The monster's eyes glow with hellish fire, its roar cutting through the air, foreshadowing an imminent and furious attack. Without giving them a chance to catch their breath, the monster strikes, knocking Paksuho back as a voice warns of its high rank. Amazement and despair break through Jan Jeshik's shocked cry as he realizes the gravity of the threat. He slowly looks up, his eyes blazing with determination, reflecting the chaos of the battle. The volley of monstrous creatures does not give a moment of respite, advancing like a tidal wave. From above, from the darkness, comes an order full of contempt, seeing them as nothing but easy prey. In a panic, someone else tries to escape, turning around to see the terrifying figure approaching from the depths of the corridor. The elven companion's face twists into a grimace of horror as he calls out for a desperate last effort. But Han Dansu is already in the way, his movements foreshadowing an inevitable collision. His own gaze momentarily loses its composure as he sees the growing threat. Suddenly, the elf, plucking up his courage, draws his blade, his cry merging with the determination to fight. The horde of demons rushes forward, their stomping sounds deafening, foreshadowing a brutal battle. Han Gun-su rushes forward, his figure blurred in his swift sprint, the first to accept the challenge. One of them, clearly the leader, roars, trying to stop the swift enemy. But Han Dansu doesn't intend to listen, rushing past with a steely glint in his eyes. His blow crashes down on the demon's head, shaking the air and tearing flesh. He moves like a whirlwind, each blow a burst of bloody fury, leaving only defeated enemies in his wake. His fist, stained with blood, tightly squeezes the remains of his enemy, leaving no chance for resistance. A final crushing blow snuffs out the last spark of life in one of the monsters. Amidst the torn bodies, Han Dan-su calmly declares that the battle is over, and without hesitation he climbs the steps to the shining exit, leaving the carnage behind. Behind him, there remains only a battlefield strewn with the mutilated bodies of demons. The elf-like companion breathes heavily, leaning on his bloody sword, shocked by what he saw. He merely noted to himself that this was not a graceful martial art, but brute effective force. But now, there was no time to think. Myungjin was calling, and immediately. At that very moment, the space around them distorted, and words addressed to the Earthling were heard through the portal. The world turned upside down, and now they were on an unknown land, bathed in unnatural light. The voice continued, greeting them mysteriously. Amongst alien, cubic buildings that seemed cut out of reality itself, Myungjin and his companion stood bewildered in the midst of this unearthly landscape. "Welcome to Kuchan, also known as the Planet of Nine Heavens," the invisible guide said solemnly. Myungjin asked in shock if this was really a demon settlement, and his elf-like companion only grimly confirmed, "Yes." "We better get out of here quickly," the elf whispered anxiously, feeling the growing threat. But before they had time to come to their senses, an angry shout and an insulting word struck them, causing them to be taken aback. And here it was, the source of all trouble, a mighty demon warrior falling from the sky, his fury felt long before he landed. The elf companion recognized him in horror, as the head of the Dundar family, the ruler of this dungeon, the embodiment of imminent death. But Myungjin, as if not noticing the impending threat, only calmly ordered, "Step aside." The next moment, the monster crashed to the ground, raising a whirlwind of stones and dust. The elf companion was thrown back by the shockwave and cried out, barely having time to understand what had happened. But Myungjin was already in the air, his body an arrow shot towards the monster. From above, he brought down a blow filled with destructive power on the demon's head, piercing his defense. The monster was defeated. Its huge body lay under the hero's foot. Myungjin towered over it, radiating residual energy. "Have you seen the old man and child who arrived from Earth?" The harsh question sounded over the lifeless body of the enemy. The monster let out its last, barely audible breath, full of denial. But Myungjin did not seek answers, only confirmation, and his foot, with inevitable force, completed what he had started. Caught off guard, Park Suho suddenly felt a sense of feet recognized by an unknown system. His gaze sharpened as information began to flow in, speaking of an awakening spatial energy. Confusion was evident in his eyes, and he turned around, trying to understand the source of these mysterious words. An elf sat on the ground, kneeling, desperately calling out to an invisible voice. "What is a feat?" Park Suho asked, and she looked up and began to explain. "In Earthling parlance, it's something like spatial energy," she explained, "and feats accumulate for kills." A realization struck Park Suho. Did it mean that he himself was unconsciously performing these very feats? The words vessel were confusing, and he demanded a clearer explanation of its purpose. To accomplish feats, the elf said, it was necessary to master the martial arts of chi energy, starting with basic breathing techniques. I see, Park Suho muttered, absorbing this new and very important information. She expressed deep gratitude for saving her life and asked for his name to be stated. Park Suho, a little embarrassed, began to introduce himself, pointing to himself. Park Suho, he said clearly, not realizing how the name would resonate with her. The elf's thoughts raced, trying to relate his name to the famous masters of the earth, but his name was unfamiliar to her. Then she spoke words that made Park Suho's heart clench. You swore to serve me. Taken by surprise, Park Suho still agreed, promising loyalty, while the fire of revenge for the family burned in her eyes. As if oblivious to his confusion, she ordered him to lead her to the gates leading to Earth. A portal? Park Suho asked again, and she confirmed that she needed to find her companions. Ha! Okay, Choi Soo-yeon muttered softly, as if resigned or amused by his naivety. But her carefree demeanor was instantly replaced by deep confusion and a silent question. An elusive force rushed past them like a whirlwind, shaking the air. The next moment, Han Dong-soo grabbed Choi Soo-yeon on his back and rushed forward, and she screamed in fear. They landed with a crushing force, and right before them, in a shimmering haze, a gateway to the unknown opened. Han Dong-soo's gaze was full of determination. He knew he had to take the next step. Choi Soo-yeon, shocked by the force of the jump, could barely stand on her feet, her face expressing deep anxiety. Han Dong-soo turned around, his brows furrowed in confusion at her violent reaction. He looked at her, realizing that her behavior was completely alien to him, as if he had never seen her before. His thoughts raced. Could she have been swept back here by a rip current? Was it worth the risk to check the portal, or would he pass out again if he returned? Choi Soo-yeon stepped aside and became lost in her thoughts about the mysterious Namgun family, whose true intentions remained a mystery to the people of Earth. Han Dong-soo continued on his way, reflecting on the neutral stance displayed by the creatures they had encountered. Having heard about the mysterious settlement of Miros, he immediately inquired about its exact location. Confirmation came, but with it a warning. Going there openly and now would be reckless. But Han Dong-soo wasn't about to wait. He rushed forward like an arrow, cutting through the air and the water. "Ano, Choi Soo!" scream pierced her with horror, her eyes widening in shock and helplessness. Han Dong-soo landed with a crushing force, the ground beneath him cracking, but his resolve was unwavering. "Be careful," she cried out in desperation, trying to warn him about Miros, a demon of the highest rank, not comparable to past enemies. Han Dong-soo glanced over his shoulder and gave her a stern warning. He would be back soon, and if she ran away, he would find her and finish her off. Left alone, Choi Soo-yeon realized the hopelessness of her situation and the recklessness of his actions, no matter how strong they were. As Choi Soo-yeon was digesting the insolent words, a deafening explosion came from behind her, and Han Dong-soo had already burst into the thick of the battle, shaking the air with his menacing question to one of the demons. Without waiting for an answer, he only fueled his blazing rage even more, raining down new blows on the enemy. But another one stood in his way, much larger and more threatening, crushing the earth with a powerful blow of his mace. The previous opponent was thrown aside, broken by some unknown force, while the giant demon prepared for its attack. The blow of the monstrous mace scattered the surrounding area, creating fiery chaos. However, hidden beneath this storm was Han Dong-soo, whose strength was enough to defeat even such a colossus. The fallen beast let out only a painful groan. Its monstrous body was torn apart. Han Dong-soo towered over his fallen opponent, silently demonstrating his superiority. He again demanded answers, now from this monster, about the two earthlings who came out of the gate. A hoarse reply came from the bloody mouth. The demon does not know anyone who fits this description. Then Han Dong-soo changed tactics, asking about the leader, about who was directing these monsters. The hard pressure of the boot on his head forced the demon to admit complete ignorance. Suddenly, a new, even more gigantic demon appeared on the horizon, whose appearance shook the very earth. A shadow of a smile crossed Han Dong-soo's face, as if he had found what he was looking for. The leader of the monsters burst out with a furious question, his voice thundering, shaking the heavens. But in the path of this colossus stood Park Suho, who boldly stated his name. The demon's rage boiled over, and he vowed to finish off the impudent earthling. Park Suho, although he had many questions, understood that the time for dialogue had not yet come. But then his gaze fell on something completely unexpected. A mystical status window appeared before him. Han Dong-soo struck, powerful and decisive, trying to subdue the enraged creature. The monster flew back, its fury temporarily quelled by the hero's sheer strength. The monster's clawed paw plowed the ground, but even this could not stop it. Han Dong-su, on the other hand, stood firmly on his feet, ready to continue the fight. Uncontrollable malice distorted the features of the demon, who swore to end the hero. But Han Dong-su remained calm, suddenly realizing something important in the midst of the chaos. His gaze filled with understanding, and a slight but dangerous smile appeared on his lips. The enraged creature rushed to attack again, and this time its cry was full of menace. Rage boiled in the monster's eyes. His breathing was ragged and full of hatred. But Han Dong-su was already on the move, his cloak fluttering, foreshadowing a swift maneuver. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the enemy, delivering a precise, crushing blow. A blue spark of energy flared in his eyes, focusing all his power into one movement. The demon recoiled, his own power turned against him. A cry of pain escaped his throat, mixing with the red splashes on his bloody lips. Han Dong-su looked calmly at his fallen enemy, asking a question that didn't require an answer. And under that dramatic sky, as if taming a wild animal, Han Dong-su touched the demon's forehead. The demon found himself in the hands of a mystical artifact, a stone to which he was chained. The hero explained that this was the Divine Stone, containing ancient revelations. He told how these sacred stones ended up scattered all over the world, and without the status window, without understanding their true power, it is impossible to use spatial energy. Han Dong-su, immersed in the study of ancient texts, uncovers the secrets of the divine stones. But even with this knowledge, facing the fire fairies remained a deadly ordeal. With every blow, with every breath, he felt the demonic energy trying to consume him. And then, in a moment of despair, his own power burst forth, sweeping away everything in its path. Han Dong-su felt a surge of power, realizing that he had finally regained the ability to control this spatial energy. However, even after the victory, new questions about the fate of the mysterious entity arose in his mind. He tried to analyze the situation, but logic eluded him, leaving only a shaky ground of doubt. The only way to find answers was to enter the mysterious gate and face the unknown. But just as he was about to take the first step, a sudden premonition made him freeze. A stranger looked down at him from the heavens, his eyes radiating ancient wisdom and genuine wonder. With one powerful leap that pierced the ground, Han Dong-su landed next to him, raising a cloud of dust. The stranger, amazed by his strength, could not believe that this man had just escaped from the prison of demons. He realized that Han Dong-su had destroyed not just a prison, but an entire settlement of high-ranking demons. And in the face of such power, the stranger admitted with horror that not a single awakened one on earth was capable of such a thing. Han Dong-su glanced at the stranger's status, Tangjin Shul, revealing his hidden talents, master of killing energy and lightspeed technique. After studying the information, Han Dong-su pointed directly at him, as if he had seen through his true nature. Tanjin Kale was in absolute shock, not understanding how his secrets could be revealed by a stranger. "There are no secrets for me," Han Dong-su said with a mysterious smile, offering the elf to use his technique. Concentrating, Tangjin Kale accepted the challenge, preparing to show his true strength. His eyes flashed with determination as he summoned that same killing energy within himself. Tangjin Kale instantly activated his claws, emitting an ominous scarlet aura. His face twisted into a grimace of rage as he gave himself over completely to the power that filled him. Tangjin Kale's eyes flashed with a manic light, foreshadowing an imminent, crushing blow. A deadly energy pulsed in his hands, ready to crush everything in its path. But the outcome of the battle is decided. Tanjin Kale, exhausted and broken, lies at the feet of Han Dong-su. The incredible proposal still echoed in his mind. A teacher? Disbelief and shock mixed on his face. With contempt in his voice, he shouted, "Train some worthless earthling?" Han Dong-su just looked at him intently, a quiet but clear threat in his gaze. Tanjin Kale quickly retreated, trying to smooth things over. "I just misspoke," he muttered. Suddenly, an ancient book, shrouded in a mysterious blue glow, lit up in Han Dong-su's hands. Tanjin Kale's eyes widened in shock, recognizing in the artifact something that was impossible for this place. "This can't be. Friend's magic doesn't work here," he cried out in despair. After all, everyone knows that items and skills from other planets lose power beyond the gates of the 9 heavens. Han Dong-su just looked at him calmly, his eyes filled with complete confidence in his actions. "What is it about?" Tanjin Kale asked, his voice filled with a strange, almost tremulous curiosity. Why the hell did she end up here? He boiled over again, realizing the complete inconceivability of the situation. Han Dong-su explained that this absolute stable body technique was a priceless treasure of their lineage. And this book is directly connected with the great tragedy of 10 years ago, with the disappearance of the king himself. He then demonstrated to Tang Jing Seoul the true power contained within this truly valuable relic. "Forward!" Han Dongsu shouted, pushing Tang Jin Chul forcefully, forcing him to submit to his will despite his protests. The words pierced Tanjin Kaol's mind like shards of ice, hinting at a disturbing truth. In the snowy mountains, flashed through his mind as he, still stunned, tried to resist. But the power of the relic fell upon him, plunging him into the watery abyss. "Save me," he cried out desperately, choking, his body helpless in someone else's power. Suddenly, a huge paw snatched him from the raging waters, leaving him completely bewildered. A giant eagle soared into the sky, carrying the stunned Tangjin Chael away. His powerful wings cut through the clouds, leaving behind snow-capped peaks. Could this really be Kushan? Flashed through my mind, as I couldn't find a place like this anywhere else. And then, enveloped in shining energy, a certain silhouette began to fall rapidly from the sky. Tang Jinchul was gripped by horror when he realized that Han Dongsu himself was flying towards him. With a crushing force, Han Dongsu crashed into the ground, dragging Tang Jinchul with him. Kicking up a cloud of dust, Han Dongsu landed on his feet, appearing completely unperturbed. His eyes burned with a bright flame, reflecting an unshakable will. Suddenly, something wild, with feathers the color of blood, burst through a tear in the fabric of reality. A giant dragon emerged from nothingness, its mouth easily swallowing the unfortunate bird. And here it is, the legendary wyvern, carried into the sky by mighty wings, and on its back is a rider. Together with Jen Wu and Zhang Sungpil, his voice rang out, full of determination. Meanwhile, giant rock fragments fell from the sky, shaking the earth and water. Tang Jinchol's face twisted in horror as he finally realized the true scale of what was happening. Standing on the border between two elements, they were only witnesses to the approaching storm. Han Dongsu's face froze in shock as the realization hit him. The thing they were looking for was already here, inside, breathing down their necks. His foot came down with a crushing force, casting away the remnants of doubt and fear. From afar came a desperate cry, a warning of impending danger, of the abyss into which he had stepped. But Han Dongsu did not hear, did not want to hear. His gaze was directed forward, into the abyss where the enemy lurked. Tanjin Kiel, frozen with terror, could only stare as his world crumbled, revealing the true, unbearable face of the apocalypse. In response to their intrusion, a vile head rose from the depths of hell, its glowing red eyes blazing with hatred, and its fanged mouth opened in a silent roar. The monster unleashed its wrath, tearing apart the space around itself, but a powerful blow met it head-on, shaking its monstrous body. The enormous wings spread out, raising clouds of dust into the air as the wyvern recovered, preparing for another onslaught. A piercing roar, capable of rupturing eardrums, erupted from her womb, foreshadowing a devastating attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Dongsu rushed forward, charging straight into the beast's mouth, his voice as hard as steel. An explosion of energy split the ground beneath the monster's feet, its body shaking from the crushing force. Some were jubilant, but the voices of Jiang Jeshik and Mian Jin rent the air, their desperate cries screaming concern for their leader. The beast, untamed and furious, raised its head again, its red eyes blazing with an ominous fire. But Han Dongsu stood firm, a slight smile playing on his lips, anticipating the continuation of the fight. Every muscle in the monster tensed, its scaly body seemed like an impenetrable fortress. Han Dongsu's gaze caught something for a moment, his brows furrowed as a new threat revealed itself. And then the wyvern opened its mouth, spewing out streams of pure, destructive energy. Han Dongsu faced the barrage head-on, allowing himself to be engulfed by the blue flames. But instead of disappearing, he only strengthened himself in this whirlwind, his figure becoming even more distinct, even more indestructible. And on his face, washed by the light of someone else's rage, a bold, invincible smile blossomed. Beneath the shadow of stormy skies, where lightning pierced the gloom, the ancient serpent stood tall, a threat incarnate. But a powerful blow fell upon him, cutting through the air and crumbling the stone around him, causing the monster to shudder. The serpent's enormous head crashed to the ground, leaving behind a crater of destruction and echoes of pain. In his eyes, which had previously glowed with rage, the light slowly faded, foreshadowing the imminent end. It was Han Dongsu, whose strength knew no bounds, who delivered the decisive blow, ordering his opponent to rise if he was still able. Every step he took, every blow he struck shook the earth, confirming his undeniable power and determination. The wounded white serpent lay defeated, its body bleeding, and only a weak groan escaped from its mouth. And then he appeared, a colossal black dragon, like a shadow called to avenge the fallen. Han Dong-su extended his hand, touching the dragon's open mouth, his gesture filled with determination to prevent further bloodshed. He understood the thirst for revenge, but he knew that one more blow would be fatal for the white serpent. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a powerful explosion shook the air, and both Han Dong-su and the dragon turned around, puzzled. Behind them stood a huge bear, his gaze full of bewilderment, as if he didn't understand what was happening. And so, the bear raised his paw, preparing to crush the tiny, writhing creature beneath him. The small white snake, which had somehow survived, looked at the approaching threat with undisguised horror. Han Dong-su abruptly stopped the bear, preventing it from killing the defenseless creature, and then someone's voice was heard begging for mercy. "Who was that just now?" Han Dong-su asked, looking around in confusion because there was no one around. And then a desperate, resentful voice rang out, pleading again, "Please, spare me." Both the bear and Han Dong-su were stunned to see that the words were coming from the tiny, miraculously surviving white snake. He continued to plead, his voice full of despair, but at the same time, there was a surprising persistence in it. Han Dong-su reassured the bear, confirming that no one would be killed, and the question, "Really?" hung in the air, full of hope and disbelief. The impudent aristocrat seemed to be outraged to the depths of his soul, not understanding how one could retreat from his goal. Meanwhile, the object of their dispute, a mighty bear, was closely following their every word. He continued to get heated up, describing the crystal of inner energy as the key to eternal life, his eyes burning with insatiable greed. Han Dong-su pondered the words of others. His gaze was thoughtful, and his thoughts were somewhere far away. But the obsession did not subside. With a shining blade in his hand, the aristocrat explained exactly how to kill the beast in order to obtain the priceless artifact. The bear, cowering, desperately tried to remind him of the promise he had made, while the aristocrat only insisted that he was right. Han Dong-su looked at the small white snake, his eyes filled with unexpected determination. And at that moment, as if by magic, a strange magic hung in the air as a system screen appeared, announcing the success of the taming. Han Dong-su watched in amazement as the glowing snake wrapped itself around his hand, now becoming his faithful companion. In the distance, a furious battle was unfolding. Dragons soared in the sky, and warriors hacked at each other on the ground. The air was shaken by explosions and screams. The giant white serpent, its tongue lolling in displeasure, watched the chaos, complaining about the eternal noise of these endless battles. His red eye, narrowed with irritation, reflected the flames of battle and the anticipation of action. Then, with sudden fury, he unleashed a powerful stream of blue energy, sweeping away everything in its path and crushing barriers. After this cataclysm, Han Dong-su found himself washed up on the shore with a guilty, now humanoid bear standing next to him, muttering apologies. The white snake, having once again assumed his usual form, crossed his arms, lamenting that if he had caught this friend earlier, he wouldn't have had to bother with the moat so much. His face expressed slight irritation and a feeling as if he had been drawn into someone else's absurd intrigue. Han Dong-su asked if the snake could heal him, and he, without hesitation, confirmed his abilities, calling the hero to return to his home. Meanwhile, in another dimension, where lightning flashed, the aristocrat asked in horror what kind of strange and incredible magic this was. His face twisted with sudden realization, the understanding that this man was not just mortal, but something much more. Finally, Han Dong-su returned, passing through the green jungle, where his faithful companions, his new friends, were already waiting for him with bated breath. In the light of the mystical radiance reflected from the gigantic figure, Han Dong-su realized the greatness of the one standing behind him. Tears of joy and genuine relief watered Park Jun-ho's face when he saw the hero unharmed. Little Jang Jae-sik hugged Park Suho tightly, seeking comfort and confirmation that the worst was over. Even Myung-jin, with his usually imperturbable demeanor, couldn't help but let out a small, mysterious smile. Park Suho, with his usual friendliness, expressed genuine joy for their rescue, knowing the horrors they had endured. He continued, telling of the unimaginable trials and the miraculous help of the wyvern given to them by the Tang family. But little Jang Jae-sik's hunger interrupted all serious conversations, causing a warm smile from Han Dong-su and a restrained laugh from Myung-jin. And then, as if in the blink of an eye, a sumptuous feast unfolded before them, replete with delicacies capable of satisfying any hunger. However, such unexpected abundance caused a mixture of amazement and barely concealed displeasure to appear on Myung-jin's face. Suddenly, through the mystical fog, 3 stern figures in ancient robes appeared, heralding new news. Their leader, his face clouded with sadness, announced another tragedy: the devastation of the settlement of Dundra. The ground around them was littered with the bodies of fallen demons, witnesses to the brutal battle that had taken place here. By the warm fire, under the watchful gaze of his companions, Park Jun-ho continued his story, revealing the details of their escape step by step. He told how a brave wyvern had saved them, trying to take them to the saving portal, but fate had other plans for them. The demons, frightened by the sudden appearance of the dragon, turned their wrath on the fugitives, not allowing them to break through to salvation, pushing them back into these lands. Myung-jin listened carefully, pondering every word, especially those regarding the appearance of the mysterious divine beasts. Each piece of meat seemed to him not just food, but a moment for deep reflection and strategic conclusions. Meanwhile, Han Dong-soo and little Jang Jae-shik were satisfying their hunger, their faces reflecting a mixture of relief and gratitude for this respite. A sincere, genuine joy shone in the eyes of Yan Jae-shik, who for a moment forgot all the dangers he had experienced. Han Dong-soo, with a refreshing drink in hand, prepared to announce the end of the meal, anticipating the next stage of their difficult journey. The long-haired elf's gaze was full of ancient wisdom and, perhaps, a hidden secret concerning the knowledge of his kind. The elf's majestic silhouette towered over the boy. His steps were almost silent, and the space around him was filled with an alarming red haze. Soon they both sank to the ground, adopting a conversational pose, and an expectation hung between them, mixed with the boy's silent question. The elf became lost in thought about martial arts and chi energy, wondering if it was worth simply dragging out his time in learning them. The changing hues of the surroundings emphasized the depth of the moment as the teacher and student prepared for a new stage of their interaction. But suddenly, the boy's face showed shock, because even despite his young age, the presence of internal ki energy could already be felt within him. The elf's inner gaze clearly caught that the boy had already mastered the ki breathing technique, and this was the result of his diligent training. The elf's words brought a sincere smile to the boy's face, opening up a new dimension to their trusting relationship. Meanwhile, elsewhere, around a fire, two people were having a casual conversation, their faces illuminated by the reflections of the flames and heat. A new understanding suddenly struck the elf. He realized that his own mentor had taught the earthling the secrets of ki breathing. His hand fell on the boy's, the gesture full of deep meaning, conveying not only knowledge but also an invisible connection. In silence, the elf continued to hold the boy's hand, studying him carefully, as if trying to penetrate into the very essence of his being. The boy's aura flashed with the purest purple light, demonstrating the perfect and purest state of his internal ki. In this deep concentration, the boy seemed to be the embodiment of inner strength, his energy pulsating and growing. The elf couldn't contain his amazement. This boy had an innate sense for managing ki energy. It was an incredible gift. Thoughts of his potential began to swirl in the elf's head. Such talent could become the true future for the entire Tang clan. But through the glow of light, a disturbing red spark pierced, hinting at the potential danger hidden in his blood. Behind the boy, like a harbinger of trouble, an abyss of red energy opened up, taking the form of an ominous face, raising questions about his past. And so, turning to the boy again with a smile, the elf promised not only to teach him techniques, but to convey something much more. But behind this promise, there was hidden one, as yet unspoken, but important problem, foreshadowing new trials. The elegant elf explained with a slight grin that his clan was too close to outsiders, and the only path to training would be through marriage, but alas, he had no daughters. The elf's words shocked the boy, but something more than just shock was already brewing in his head, an important decision that could change everything. With the call, "Follow me," the elf revealed a path that led into the unknown, but promised change. However, before the boy could take a single step, the world around him collapsed under a crushing, unexpected blow. In an instant, the elf was defeated, and two menacing figures in protective armor towered over him, and Paksuho's gaze expressed a silent question. It was a mistake to save him, Park Jung-ho breathed out, his words echoing in the gloomy dungeon, foreshadowing new troubles. The boy watched what was happening in despair, his heart beating anxiously, anticipating inevitable disaster. And then, as if he had fallen through time, he found himself in another place, where a childish smile lit up his face with serene happiness. But the vision vanished, and he stood again before the fallen elf, and a grim determination could be read in the eyes of Paksuho and his companion, who stood nearby. "Suho," an alarmed voice was heard, like a cry for help in this hopeless situation, and then an angry shout. Another flash of memory, the father, Park Jun-ho, hugs his little son tightly, laughing at the fact that although he did not remember his mother's love, he had more than enough of his father's. But behind these warm words lurked a harsh reality, the eternal bruises on my father's face and the burden of financial worries that lay like a heavy burden on his shoulders. The boy remembered his father sitting with his head in his hands and crying, unable to cope with the burden of adult life. He watched him from the doorway like a shadow, feeling as helpless as his dad. But time passed, and now he was standing next to Pak Suho, both young, full of life, but in his heart there still lurked the pain of his father's weakness. And yet, despite everything, he saw himself as a child, enjoying the little things, not suspecting that he would soon find himself on the brink of death. But then, an image of incredible power appeared before his eyes. Han Dan-su, enveloped in purple energy, crushed enemies, heralding the arrival of the strongest. This sight awakened in the boy a burning desire to become as invincible as Han Dan-su, to become a real hero. But then, like a voice from the future, the thought sounded that strength is not born at a school desk, and that another, unknown path leads to it. And when the boy finally met the gaze of this sage, he felt that a new chapter was opening before him, full of promises and inevitable difficulties. The sage revealed to him the secrets of the universe, telling him about the invisible threads of power that permeate all things. He spoke of the flow of chi energy that lives within every being, waiting to be awakened. Young Han Dan-su grasped these incomprehensible concepts, and a spark of surprise and incredible discovery flashed in his eyes. But then the vision changed, and Han Dan-su found himself in the future, where he, already clad in armor, stood over a defeated enemy. A scarlet storm raged around, and the familiar figure of the elder warrior stood unwavering while Choi Su-young lay at his feet. At that moment, a steely determination was born within him. He would surpass everyone, even the one who was like an uncle to him, and become the greatest. Sometime later, already in reality, among the stone wastelands, a group of warriors moved forward, having adapted to the harsh, wild nature. Han Dan-su walked ahead with his usual confidence, anticipating a simple but filling meal of fresh fish. Pak Suho's joyful cry echoed his anticipation, promising a short respite before new trials. But something was troubling one of the companions. An elf-like warrior with long blonde hair could not remember the details of the past day. Han Dan-su noticed his confusion, feeling that there was something very strange hidden within this amnesia. The blonde turned to the elder warrior, trying to find out his name, as if seeking support in the forgotten past. The elder warrior smiled, introducing himself as a simple blacksmith who only knew how to smelt metal. He explained that his life now consists of wandering and trying to find his way in this troubled world. He then handed the blonde the sharp blades, hinting at new tasks that they would complete together, and even with pleasure. But the teacher's instructions, new acquaintances, and even the surrounding nature, all this is only part of a deeper plan. The main driving force for Han Dan-su was the thirst for revenge, cold and relentless. The older warrior, who had previously seemed serene, shuddered, struck by the force of these words. And even the blonde, whose memory was hazy, felt the weight of that goal, demanding to know the enemy's name. Han Dan-su uttered the name that became his curse and the meaning of his life, while Pak Suho, standing next to him, cried out in alarm. Choi Su-young flinched, his eyes widening in disbelief as the name of his arch-enemy fell upon him like a bolt from the blue. Han Dan-su confirmed, his gaze hard as steel, leaving no doubt about his intention. The rest, realizing the full scale of what had been said, could not contain their shock and concern, questioning this reckless course. The faces of those present were distorted with alarm, because the name spoken belonged to a figure of enormous influence. Choi Su-young, whose memories were fragmented, felt a sudden surge of panic, sensing an impending disaster. In response to his concern, Park Jemicho sharply objected, trying to convey the full danger of the situation. After all, Namgung Jungchen was not just the head of the family, but the 27th head of the entire Miram Union, a position that held the entire martial arts world in fear. Park Jung-oh, a battle-hardened man, tensed up, his gaze filled with deep thought. The realization of this truth hit Choi Su-young with renewed force, his eyes widening in horror. Park Jung-ho remained grimly calm, knowing that this revenge would affect far more than they expected. And that was just the beginning. They also faced the legendary blacksmith and formidable celestial swordsman Jang Sunpil. Park Jung-oh tried to explain the complexity of their situation, pointing out that any ill-considered fuss could ruin their carefully laid plan. But Han Dan-su seemed to have already been distracted from his heavy thoughts. His attention was drawn to a distant noise, similar to a waterfall. With unexpected ease, he suggested that they take a break from their gloomy plans and go in search of adventure, which was met with enthusiastic approval from Jan Jeshik. However, Choi Soo-young could not yet come to terms with such a sudden switch, trying to stop the leader. Deep down, Choi Soo-young felt that this thirst for revenge was not just driving Han Dong-soo, but was turning him into something more than just a human. And so they approached the place from which the noise came, where a majestic waterfall promised not only beauty, but also, perhaps, new secrets. Park Jun-oh and Choi Soo-young walked side by side, their footsteps echoing in the silence of the enchanted forest. While Han Dong-soo was recalling his imprisonment with irony, Jan Jeshik, always inquisitive, asked a question that brought them back to Murim's policy. Choi Soo-young, whose face darkened, could only answer evasively that the Tang family was no longer part of the union, but he could not reveal the reason. Choi Soo-young, sensing Jan Jeshik's concern, warned that his interest clearly went beyond idle curiosity. Meanwhile, Park Jun-oh, addressing Han Dong-soo, suggested that his old memories might resurface. And indeed, this remote corner of the world, with its picturesque waterfall, held much more than it seemed at first glance. Han Dong-soo smiled as he watched his young companion nonchalantly announce his hunger, reminding him of the simple joys of life. And, as if in response to a call, energy was already pulsating in his hand, foreshadowing the imminent appearance of food. The boy, anticipating dinner, excitedly asked if there would be fish on the table and volunteered to help catch it. Han Dong-soo gently but firmly told him to stay and wait for food while he took care of his own food. But on the other side of the camp, the mood was not so rosy. Choi Soo-young, tired of the monotonous food, expressed his dissatisfaction, while Phesu optimistically awaited the return of the leader. Jan Jeshik, with a dissatisfied look, chewed the meager bread, sharing the general disappointment. Park Jung-ho, taking a sip from his cup, said with a thoughtful look that he had seen something incredible with his own eyes. How, after meeting the legendary bladesmith Zhu Dan-dao, the entire Namgung clan, which had committed many atrocities, was transformed. This clan seemed to have a chance for true rebirth, and the look on its leader's face was full of determination. Park Jung-jo promised that as soon as they reached the settlement and found the necessary forge, he was ready to carry out any task. For Jan Jeshik, it sounded like a ray of hope after years of wandering in the dark, heralding a light at the end of the tunnel. High above the rustling treetops, an eagle circled, its feathers falling slowly, like harbingers of change. Steps, confident and measured, once again paved the way through unfamiliar lands. Under a modest canopy, the travelers were finally able to share a meal, and words of gratitude mingled with calls to eat more. Park Jung-ho, listening to the words, only briefly confirmed his presence, looking into the distance. Meanwhile, the powerful waterfall continued its eternal dance, washing over the ancient stones. And, in one of the secluded places of this world, around a traditionally designed table, people gathered, whose joyful cries and laughter spread throughout the area, creating a peaceful picture. Among them, questions were heard, full of good-natured curiosity, about the progress of the festive preparations. Moon Jong-sung, the grandson at whose wedding it seemed everyone had gathered, laughed, assuring them that there was nothing to worry about because everything was going according to plan. However, the thought of adding to the ranks of elders in the family already caused him slight displeasure, foreshadowing new troubles. But suddenly his face was distorted with alarm as he abruptly dropped the cup, exclaiming a commanding, "Stop." Before him, in the middle of an open space, stood a figure dressed in unfamiliar modern armor, surrounded by hostile warriors, one of whom challenged him. Han Dong-soo, with his piercing gaze, remained unperturbed, meeting the warlike words with composure. One of them, unable to bear it any longer, drew his blade, and his furious cry of, "Get out of here," split the air. A spark flashed in Dong-soo's eyes, reflecting an inner strength ready to burst out at any moment. The next moment there was a ringing of metal, and the enemy blade, hitting an invisible barrier, bounced off to the side, scattering fragments. The warrior, who had been blazing with rage just a second ago, now stood in amazement, his weapon thrown aside. Meanwhile, Moon Jong-san slowly approached, expressing bewilderment at such aggressive behavior on such a happy day. With a gentle smile, he invited Dong-soo to join the celebration, welcoming him as a guest from another world. Han Dong-soo responded with a friendly smile, accepting the unexpected invitation. Moon Jung-cheong cordially invited him to follow him, assuring him that all the other guests would be glad to see the new arrival. Dong-soo nodded in agreement while the other warrior watched the scene, still puzzled. With a slight ironic smile, Moon Jong-san noted that some guests sometimes have a habit of wandering where they shouldn't. The cozy roof of a traditional building hid from prying eyes, a cheerful feast where new acquaintances were made as easily as wine was poured. And now Han Dong-su was sitting at the table, sharing a meal with the locals, listening to Moon Jong-seon's words about those who often lose their way. Moon Jong-seon introduced himself by identifying himself as the 32nd generation grandson of the Moon family, thereby emphasizing the importance of his position. And Dong-su, completely immersed in the festive atmosphere, could not hide his admiration for the taste of the exotic dishes. Dong-su devoured the fragrant Monty without hesitation, admiring every bite, while the elder next to him chuckled happily. The table was laden with an abundance of treats, and everything around was filled with relaxed fun and an atmosphere of ancient hospitality. Moon Jong-seon himself, with a wide smile, watched with pleasure the young man's appetite, pleased with how his guest was enjoying the feast. Soon, a pleasant lady from the Moon clan filled a cup for Dong-su, and he accepted the offered drink with sincere gratitude. Throwing aside all formality, Dong-su greedily sipped the contents of the cup, hiding behind its edges for a moment so that no one could see his delight. With a blissful exhalation, he drained the cup to the bottom, a sincere, unclouded smile frozen on his face. The elders continued to celebrate, their faces shining with joy, completely unaware that a shadow of anxiety was already gathering over this peaceful feast. But suddenly, the serenity was shattered by piercing screams of horror and confusion that echoed throughout the courtyard. The distraught warrior reported that 2 unknown bandits, masters of swordsmanship, had defeated 3 valiant guards in the blink of an eye. Moon Jong-seon froze in complete shock, his face contorted in disbelief. "What?" flashed through his mind. A new squad of guards rushed forward trying to stop the invasion, but the ground was already stained with the blood of the fallen, and above them a desperate cry rang out. "Stop!" The shocked elders could not understand how these enemies could surpass their best warriors in skill, because 3 of them fell at once. While Moon Jong-seon was intensely watching what was happening, Dong-su continued to calmly eat his chicken leg, completely oblivious to the approaching storm. Suddenly, one of the attackers lunged towards the table, his sword flashing an ominous blue light as it headed straight towards the unsuspecting Dong-su. Only then did Dong-su, still clutching the huge piece of meat in his hand, finally look up from his meal, asking in bewilderment, "Who?" A pair of mysterious figures in straw hats and dark robes stood over the bodies, one of them gesturing and giving an order, referring to those bastards. Their identities remained a mystery. Who were these 2 that so easily sowed death and destruction? And Dong-su, as if trying to return to his interrupted meal, calmly chewed, noticing only that he was seeing these 2 for the first time in his life. The warrior with the shining sword had already raised his blade, his face distorted with rage, ready to strike the stranger sitting at the table. And then Dong-su, calmly filling a bag with his favorite Monty, casually suggested that everyone just go about their business without being distracted and that he would take the cheeks with him. But the warrior's anger only increased when he saw this outrageous calm, his cry breaking the silence, demanding an immediate answer. Among the arriving strangers, doubtful voices were heard. They did not believe that this earthling could be connected with their enemies, and, in general, what was he capable of? Young Master Moon Jong-seon, who had initially watched the proceedings with undisguised irritation, decided to intervene, his gaze cold and arrogant. Meanwhile, against the backdrop of the lush gardens, like ghosts from the depths of the forest, 2 figures in wide-brimmed hats appeared, their presence foreshadowing something ominous. Jong-seon, surrounded by his retinue, approached Dong-su's table, his questions seeming to hang in the air, mingling with the aroma of uneaten food. He demanded names and affiliations, challenging the strangers. Were they really here to take revenge on their Moon family? One of the sinister figures in a hat, whose face was hidden in the shadows, dropped only one phrase that sounded like a sentence. "Do they really want to shed blood?" One of Jung-seon's warriors, sensing something was wrong, advised the master to retreat, since it would be impossible to negotiate with such people. But Dong-su only indifferently noted that he had eaten well. Dong-su's unexpected calm in the face of the threat left even himself slightly perplexed, as if he hadn't expected such a quick outcome. Then Dong-su stood up resolutely, holding the bag of food, and waved away the people around him as if they were annoying flies, ordering them to fuck off. There was a hidden strength in that gesture, in every movement he made, something more than just ordinary indifference, as if he was prepared for any development of events. One of the shadowy figures in the hat finally acknowledged Dong-su as an earthling and asked if his previously encountered companions were his allies, trying to understand his connections. With cold indifference, the stranger in the hat declared that since Moon Jong-seon refused to cooperate, everyone here would die, blaming him for their inevitable fate. Dong-su's gaze, which had been so calm until then, suddenly became razor-sharp. A dangerous fire flashed in his eyes, signaling the end of his patience. The next moment he was already hovering in the air like a released arrow, dodging the lightning attack of one of the enemies, ready to respond to their threats. The stranger in the hat, accustomed to easy victories, was amazed by the inhuman speed, but his attempt at a blow was in vain. Dongsu's blow was crushing and merciless. The first opponent was shattered into pieces, falling to the ground in a rain of blood. Another moment, and the second warrior in the wide-brimmed hat was thrown away like a rag doll, falling lifeless. Dongsu turned around, his gaze slightly surprised by the result, but the bag of Monty was still clutched tightly in his hand, as if he had simply brushed off the annoying nuisance. The surviving warrior realized in horror the monstrous power of this earthling, his face distorted from the understanding of who they were facing. The small charges in the fist sparked, foreshadowing the blinding explosion that the enemy had been counting on. The warrior, falling from the sky like a stone, threw them, confident in his cunning that he would blind the earthling and put an end to the battle. A powerful explosion engulfed Dongsu. The air around him shook, and the ground shattered into tiny pieces. Another assassin emerged from the clouds of smoke, his grin gleaming with triumph, anticipating an easy victory. His eyes burned with a cruel determination. He was sure that Dongsu was defeated, and now only death awaited him. But instead of a defeated body, he was met by a calm gaze, and Dongsu, sharply dodging, found himself right below him. With incredible power, Dongsu delivered a crushing kick, sending his opponent flying into the air and knocking the weapon out of his hands. The warrior collapsed, coughing heavily, his last thoughts being how hopelessly lost he was. The remaining killers, shocked by what they saw, could not believe the inhuman strength of this unarmed earthling. Dongsu, casually shaking off the dust, looked at his manti as if they were his main concern. With a slight grin, he said that he was in a good mood today, and they could be grateful for that. One of the fallen, bleeding profusely, wheezed heavily, unable to even raise his eyes. Ignoring them, Dongsu walked on, and behind him, a joyful Zhongjai sheik was already hurrying, waving his hand at him. The tall warrior with long hair accompanying them raised an eyebrow in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, the defeated enemy, half strangled and bloody, only looked indifferently at the sky. "Wait, sir," the companion addressed Dongsu. "You said you were going fishing. Why do we find you among these creatures?" Dongsu brushed off the questions, saying he had some things to do, and immediately offered to try some fresh Monty. Jan Jeshik opened his eyes wide at the sight of the full Monty, not hiding his wild delight. But then their path was blocked by a new group of warriors, one of whom, indignant, shouted at him not to dare leave so easily. Dongsu, in turn, calmly asked if he should pay for the wine he drank. The warrior, saved from death, begged Dongsu to give him a chance to repay his kindness, unwilling to let his savior go. Dongsu only asked, puzzled, what kindness he was talking about. His companion seemed to share his bewilderment, but Dongsu had already realized something. One of the fighters, possibly their leader, shrewdly suggested that Dongsu simply leave before the situation escalated. But the rescued warrior, ignoring the warning, began to passionately describe the incomparable fish dishes, which he promised, like heavenly dishes, to amaze everyone, causing undisguised admiration in everyone. The excitement over these delicacies immediately grew, and voices became confused. Someone insisted that the food could be bought, while the young warrior, in a fit of passion, demanded to try the highest quality fish. Dongsu watched their passion with curiosity as the warrior continued to convince him of the uniqueness of his treats. It turns out that his settlement was famous throughout the region for its culinary talents, capable of surprising anyone. Seeing such sincerity and enthusiasm, Dongsu smiled and invited the whole group to go and taste the promised fish dishes. Meanwhile, in another world, a fierce battle unfolded in the midst of the raging sky, where a mighty dragon confronted countless bursts of energy. The warriors fought off the flying monsters without stopping, counting every victory. 125, 126 echoed in the air. It was Jan Jeshik who was broadcasting a live broadcast of the hunt for flying monsters, informing viewers that only 75 creatures remained until the end of the mission, and thanking them for their generous donations. But even in the midst of this chaos, there was a corner of calm. Park Suho, settled in the camp with his faithful dog, seemed far from all this fighting, while snakes, wolves, and even dragons roamed around. At this time, a hand wrote important lines on parchment. The research center has developed paper and containers for space-time travel, opening up new possibilities. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to someone's silhouette, and Park Jun-ho looked up from his notes in surprise. His faithful dog beside him also perked up. Standing in front of him was Choi Soo-yeon, elegant and serious, who curiously asked if he was writing a letter to a certain Jinbu. Park Jun-ho replied with a slight awkwardness that Park Suho was busy, but it would be great if Choi Soo-yeon reassured him that he had nothing to worry about with Jinbu, and then changed the subject and asked the purpose of his visit. She answered directly that she came here to convey something important specifically to Park Suho. Choi Soo-yeon seemed to have already conveyed her words, while Park Suho watched her as if waiting for her to continue. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a stern Myungjin was pondering defense, realizing the exorbitant price of the much-needed anti-aircraft guns. And as if at the ominous call of his thoughts, the skies were once again illuminated by the silhouettes of wyverns circling above their territories. He knew that these creatures would not dare to cause harm for now, recognizing the alien territory, but this was only a fragile pause before the inevitable storm. With a heavy heart, Myungjin ordered important reports to be relayed to Park Suho, sensing that something more than just wyverns was coming. And night descended over the ancient temple, shrouding it in mystery and anticipation of change. Han Dong-soo, sitting at a table laden with food, was amazed to realize that the taste of this food was incomparable to anything he had tasted before. His hungry gaze slid across the table, and Park Chun-ho, catching his silent question, advised him with a smile not to delay in enjoying the meal. Those present enjoyed the exquisite dishes, and everyone agreed that the fish simply melted in the mouth. Not everyone shared the light-hearted attitude, however. One guest, squinting suspiciously, carefully inspected the food as if searching for a hidden threat. Han Dong-soo watched him curiously as he poked his chopstick suspiciously at his food until the strange stranger made a playful remark about anxiety. But the stranger was not joking. His eyes were full of worry as he peered at each dish, as if sensing danger. The table was filled with very different people, but they were united by one thing, a sense of some important, unspoken secret in the air. Suddenly, a stranger with long hair broke the silence and directly asked Han Dong-soo about the origin of his power, suggesting a connection with the nine heavens. Han Dong-soo thought about how his powers only awakened after returning to Earth, which was quite unusual. Upon hearing this, his interlocutor exploded with indignation, claiming that the powers obtained on Earth could not be applied in this world. Anger flared in Han Dong-soo's eyes, his body began to glow, and a shadow of barely contained power crossed his face. But instead of responding to anger with anger, Han Dong-soo suddenly changed the subject, pondering the strange phenomenon of why he seemed to fall asleep every time he passed through the portal. The bearded man listened to him attentively, and it was clear that this riddle intrigued him no less. Then the elf, showing a yin-yang diagram, explained that an imbalance of the elements causes side effects, and the bearded man immediately asked whether this could be cured by strengthening one's inner strength. After talking about the mysterious illness, the group enjoyed a generous meal, and the owner of the house himself, smiling, assured that they would get everything they wanted. The young nobleman who was saved by the heroes expressed his deep gratitude, introducing himself as the heir to the influential Moon family. Ma Young-gan couldn't hide his shock when he realized how important a figure they had saved, the direct heir to a powerful clan. As a sign of his gratitude, the young aristocrat, with a broad smile, promised to fulfill any wish of his saviors. He handed Han Dong-gsu an elegant box, hinting that he had heard rumors of his extraordinary abilities. Han Dong-soo just glanced at the richly decorated chest, his gaze thoughtful. Inside, nestled on a scarlet velvet backing, rested a processed meteorite, an incredibly valuable and rare gift. The elf, amazed by the value of the offering, did not even immediately find words, and his companion, the bearded warrior, only looked at the gift in amazement. The bearded warrior, a man with a keen eye, understood the true intentions of the young nobleman who was trying to write off his debt in this way. The young aristocrat merely laughed cheerfully, urging Han Dong-soo to simply accept the gift with a calm heart. But the elf understood, for warriors whose path is weapons, such an artifact is priceless, but accepting it would mean plunging into incredible debt. Suddenly, a powerful blue energy erupted in Han Dong-soo's hand, crackling around the meteorite. And at that very moment, the meteorite shattered into thousands of shining fragments, like stardust. The young nobleman and the elder recoiled in horror, their faces expressing complete bewilderment at what had happened. The elf also stared in amazement at the pile of glittering crystals now lying on the table. Han Dong-soo, however, still held the gifted meteorite in his hand as if nothing had happened. But the elder, wise and insightful, froze, realizing something incredible. Was it really possible that an earthling, using only his own strength, was able to extract and pour out the purest meteorite ore onto the table? And this mountain of fragments, it weighed at least 300 kilograms. Someone confirmed that it was the purest ore for obtaining iron. The elder, looking at the earthling, wondered if one of his companions, Ma Young-gan, resembled the heavenly swordsman, and whether their blacksmith had jumped to conclusions after seeing their extraordinary talents. The elder, realizing that such extraordinary people could only come from a certain place, thought about the mysterious figure named Chan Soonpil. After all, ancient prophecies said that the appearance of the dragon and the formation of the river at the gates were only harbingers of something much larger in scale. And the news of the death of two powerful demon tribes only confirmed that something truly grandiose and world-changing was coming. The name of the Earthling's companion, Tian Jin Chol, seemed familiar to him, awakening vague memories. He tried to remember whether this Tangin Chul belonged to the famous Tang clan of Sachon, or whether it was just a coincidence. The calm of the moment was deceptive, for the air was thick with tension, foreshadowing important decisions. And so, with fire in his eyes and unwavering determination, the elder gives an order that brooks no objection. The junior elder bowed and swore to fulfill the will of his master. "It seems that fortune has smiled on me," was written in his piercing gaze, for great changes always bring great opportunities. But outside these walls, elsewhere, a heated debate was raging about the incredible quantity of iron meteorite found. Park Jun-oh explains to his surprised companions that their leader, Han Don-soo, was unconscious when something important happened. And now, Han Don-soo, with the boy by his side, looks completely different, radiating confidence and readiness for action. The senior companion hands Han Don-soo a certain artifact, his eyes shining with anticipation. A powerful blue energy begins to pulse around Han Don-soo, answering his call. His gaze becomes sharp and focused as he prepares to demonstrate his true power. Before him, wrapped in electric discharges, appears a huge white snake, which seems to have increased in size again. Han Dong-soo looks at the giant snake with undisguised surprise, realizing the scale of its transformation. But then, with astonishing speed, the giant serpent begins to shrink, becoming shrouded in mist. The snake, rapidly shrinking, rushes towards him like lightning, making a piercing sound. And here he is, small but still just as energetic, calmly fitting into the palm of Han Don-soo like an obedient pet. The little boy, whose eyes sparkle with childish joy, holds a tiny snake in his palm with a smile, like a precious toy. A child waves goodbye to the adult, whose silhouette disappears through the doorway, while Han Don-soo's gaze follows him with undisguised hope for a quick return. Han Don-soo's deep eyes are filled with a storm of thoughts, and his gaze is piercing and full of determination. An elderly sage, dressed in ancient robes, addresses them, offering his accompaniment on this unknown path. He steps forward, leading the way through the dark but majestic corridors, followed by Han Don-soo and his companion. Han Dong-soo looks around, noting the severity of the surrounding walls and the uninviting nature of the place, clearly not intended for idle strolls. The old man, with his eyes closed, as if deep in thought, utters a phrase that makes Han Dong-soo turn around, his gesture revealing surprise. His wrinkled face reflects the wisdom of centuries and a slight weariness as he speaks words full of hidden meaning. Under the cover of the evening twilight, the majestic roof of an ancient structure rises, concealing centuries of history. The old man points to the front entrance, inviting them into the office of the head of the noble Moon family, where answers to many questions await. Han Dong-soo expresses surprise at the idea of an audience with the head of the house, while his companion questions its necessity, but ultimately the protagonist agrees. In his companion's eyes, deep and penetrating, there is a noticeable wariness, as if he is weighing every step. A man with long hair and stubble on his chin frowns as he reflects on the childish customs of Murim families, who are so fond of showing off their superiority. In a calm, if tense, atmosphere, Han Dong-soo, his companion, and an elegant woman sit around a low table where tea is already steaming. Han Dong-soo looks around the room, his gaze gliding over details as if searching for something hidden behind the appearance of hospitality. The woman's graceful hands pour aromatic tea into a cup. Its soft color promises pleasant moments, and the protagonist mentally notes the abundance of treats. Han Dong-soo's companion, without hiding his irritation, points out the tedious wait, warning against the superficial politeness of the hosts, which can hide their true intentions. The woman, her eyes downcast, continues to pour tea, her thoughts seeming to take her back to the past when she was only a slave, and now she is forced to treat her benefactor. A sudden, sharp slam of a fist on the table breaks the fragile calm, causing Han Dong-go to look in surprise at his companion, whose patience seemed to have run out. The man rises to his feet, his indignation obvious, asking why they are being forced to leave without even being allowed to finish their tea. Anger contorts the features of Han Dong-soo's companion, revealing deep indignation at the injustice he feels. Han Dong-soo watches his reaction closely, trying to understand the reason for such sudden anger. Han Dan-su's companion categorically states that making them, his benefactors, wait for so long is the height of disrespect and unforgivable rudeness. But Han Dan-su, gently putting down his cup, reminds him that their visit was not planned and they came without prior arrangement. He decides to take the initiative into his own hands, proposing to immediately proceed to the main thing, viewing the memories. At this moment, several venerable elders appear in the doorway, led by the oldest and wisest of them. Surprise flashes across Han Dan-gsu's face when he sees that the mysterious Jong Sung is among those who have arrived. The wise elder, with a slight smile, introduces his companion, Pak Suho, as his savior, a noble man from Earth. With a dignified bow, the elder turns to Han Dan-su, asking if they had to wait too long. He explains his delay by citing a backlog of urgent matters requiring his attention. One of the elder's young companions, amazed, tries to stop his master, sensing that something is wrong. But the elder, ignoring his cries, continues on his way, passing Han Dan-su with an unperturbed look. Han Dan-su, trying to diffuse the tension, suggests sitting down and calmly discussing all the issues. The elder, however, abruptly declines the offer, stating that a simple acquaintance is enough for him and that he has other important matters to attend to. And without waiting for an answer, he quickly leaves, leaving everyone bewildered, while his student tries in vain to stop him. The student's face expresses deep confusion and alarm at such an unexpected turn of events. One of the elder's companions, struck by the lack of etiquette, asks in bewilderment about the manners of Earthlings. And the elder himself, already out of sight, is seething with rage, wondering if this impudent Earthling imagines himself to be the center of the universe. His companion, standing in the empty room, still could not believe what he saw, repeating his indignation. The elder's rage reaches its limit as he angrily rejects such arrogance and self-conceit. The companion, unable to contain his righteous anger, intends to immediately rush in pursuit of the impudent strangers. He cannot come to terms with the insult thrown at their entire family and desires immediate revenge. The elder only sighs warily. This sound is a harbinger of new, even more difficult decisions. His grandson, full of indignation, still bows his head before the indisputable authority of his ancestor. The elder's eyes flicker with a cold light as he recalls the personal humiliation he suffered at the hands of the intruders. The grandson feels a sharp sting of shame, realizing the depth of the insult inflicted on his grandfather. He acknowledges the unforgivable ignorance of Earthlings in matters of etiquette, but is ready to retreat for a moment, appreciating the protection given to his grandson. Incoherently, but with genuine relief, the grandson thanks and asks forgiveness for his own ardor. The elder's true plan is revealed in his words. He intends to personally test whether the stranger is worthy of the title of Heavenly Swordsman. Both companions instantly bow, accepting the elder's will as the indisputable truth. The messenger is tasked with delivering a challenge. Full of hidden threat, they have someone who needs to be taught proper manners. Meanwhile, in the distance, someone's eyes are burning with determination, and a premonition of strength is hovering around. An ominous laughter echoes through the abyss as the powerful figure of Seoul Jin-gun asserts his claim, shrouded in icy magic. Seoul Jin-gong's name echoes, causing immediate shock and panic in everyone's hearts. The grandson, suddenly overcome with complete confusion, desperately calls out to his grandfather, sensing trouble. But the elder's face, on the contrary, remains stony, expressing only an unwavering will in the face of the approaching storm. Elsewhere, under the cold light, Myungjin and his companion walk confidently along a paved path. Myungjin's companion reflects thoughtfully on the audacity of those who dare to openly display their discontent. Myungjin, in his battle attire, calmly looks ahead, his face hiding all thoughts and emotions. And now, the goal of their long journey appeared on the horizon, a massive gate marking the beginning of a new test. These gates are not just an entrance, but a border between worlds, behind which new trials lie. In the depths of this mysterious place, the footsteps of Han Dong-su and his companion sounded especially clear, breaking the silence. The elder spoke, his words full of instructions, while Han Dong-su listened attentively, pondering every phrase. Han Dong-su's eyes closed for a moment, gathering together the streams of internal energy. A faint shimmer of blue power enveloped his palm, ready for action. With a sharp movement, Dong-su's hand shot downwards, leaving a trail of electric light behind it. His gaze flashed with a piercing blue light, reflecting the colossal power awakened within. A holographic board suddenly appeared in front of them, demanding identification and the entry of an unknown code. Surprise showed on Han Dong-su's face when the system gave an unexpected answer. "What the hell is this?" His voice sounded tense, demanding an explanation from the elder. The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully, admitting that he was hearing about such a system for the first time. And when does it end? His question hung in the air, hinting at the duration of the invisible test. Suddenly, Choi Soo-yeon appeared with a sharp reproach, her eyes burning with fire, demanding true mastery. Han Dong-soo, having accepted the challenge, gathered his courage, his determination only growing stronger. "I think it's worth a try," he said decisively to the elder. "An excellent decision." The old man nodded approvingly, support visible in his eyes. Han Dong-soo confidently moved forward, each step full of determination, supported by his companion. Suddenly, the night forest lit up and lightning flashed through the leaves, signaling the beginning of the battle. A powerful blow pierced the air, tearing the metal barrier into tiny fragments in a whirlwind of explosive energy. An aggressive Choi Soo-yeon moved through the battle like a whirlwind, while deadly blades pierced the tree trunk behind her. Once again, deadly blades became the center of attention, but this time on the training ground, where the mentor challenged his young student, Jan Yeshik. Young Jan Yeshik, holding sharp blades in his hands, replied with fiery determination that he was ready to exceed all expectations. He soared into the air, enveloped in a blue glow, and with a cry of "lightning," he hurled the blade with furious force. The blades, one after another, whistled through the air and sank deep into the tree trunk, confirming the power of the throw. The mentor froze, his wide eyes expressing genuine shock and amazement at what he saw. A whirlwind of energy, left behind by the swift movement, still hung in the air like an echo of a recently accomplished feat. Jan Jeshik landed easily, his face beaming with pride at the maneuver he had accomplished. The young student exclaimed joyfully while the shocked mentor was still trying to comprehend what had happened. The mentor, although amazed, could not believe that such a level of skill had been achieved in just an hour of training. Jan Jeshik, with a sly smile, turned to the teacher, wanting to hear praise for his undoubted successes. However, the mentor, smiling slightly, reminded that to receive full praise he had to hit with both blades, but one had disappeared somewhere. An urgent task was given, find the lost blade, and the student, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. Jan Jesh, kneeling down, began to diligently rummage through the dense foliage while the mentor closely watched his search. The sudden appearance of Han Dong-soo made the mentor flinch and exclaim in fear and surprise. The mentor turned around to say something to Han Dong-soo, but his gaze accidentally fell on his own back, and he froze in bewilderment. Horror distorted his face as he realized the lost blade was sticking out of his back, and his mind was whispering of his imminent death. With a cry of horror, Jan Jeshik watched as his teacher collapsed, sprawled lifelessly on the ground. The fog cleared and the mentor woke up, his body shaking with pain and disorientation in the unfamiliar surroundings. Approaching footsteps and someone's voice, full of calm, broke the silence, asking, "Are you awake?" The mentor, with difficulty focusing his gaze, spoke in a trembling voice, asking a single, painful question. "Are we both really dead?" Park Suho, who, as it turned out, also miraculously survived, only calmly watched his mentor awaken. His face twisted in surprise as he tried to comprehend what had happened, and words about martial arts escaped his lips. He said he'd been fatally stabbed, but his body had somehow healed without leaving a single scar. Puzzled, Park Suho wondered about Chi martial arts, wondering how anyone could pursue them with such a powerful healing gift. Myung-jin, without giving an answer, looked at him intently, and his gaze was full of hidden strength. The mentor bluntly offered Park Suho a choice: teach him the Chi breathing technique or face a quick and painful death. Frightened by the threat, Park Suho immediately agreed, but put forward his own very unusual condition. With a devilish grin, he demanded that Myung-jin call him his daddy from now on. Days passed, and unusual training began under the roof of the ancient martial arts school. In the rays of the setting sun, their silhouettes merged into a single dance of strength and spirit, and every movement of Myung-jin was a challenge for Park Suho. Despite the hardships of training, Myung-jin did not give up, even though he felt his body was changing. Park Suho, with a broken nose and bruise, stubbornly denied any sign of weakness or dissatisfaction. He couldn't understand how this old man could possess such incredible physical strength, forcing him to overcome pain. In desperation, Park Suho asked if there was any way to fix his own weakness, to which Myung-jin proudly declared his descent from the noble Muram family. Unable to bear his arrogance, the mentor sharply replied that he should look for the answers himself, and then Park Suho suddenly remembered one way. So they found themselves in the bustling streets of the ancient city, where, according to Park Suho, one could find martial arts manuals. He explained that without mastering fundamental techniques, further development in martial arts is impossible. Suddenly, the little boy exclaimed happily, pointing towards the bookstore, attracting their attention. Inside, behind the counter, sat an elderly, tired-looking salesman, surrounded by stacks of old books. The salesman looked up at the newcomers and calmly asked if they were looking for a particular book. The seller, hearing about the unusual request, froze for a moment in surprise, not quite understanding what they wanted from him. But he immediately perked up, assuring them that they had come to the right place, and began to sort through stacks of folios, muttering about his recent discovery. Han Dong-soo watched him with a slight smirk, while Choi Soo-yeon next to him maintained a disbelieving expression. Finally, the seller triumphantly pulled out a tattered volume from a pile of old papers, holding it carefully in his hands. He handed the book to Han Dong-soo, who immediately read its title, The Principle of the Three Fundamentals of Energy. The old man explained with fervor that for a beginner, this was an invaluable source of knowledge, containing the basics of managing qi energy. Han Dong-soo, carefully examining the ancient symbols, wondered how understandable the text was. The salesman raised 3 fingers and mysteriously explained that only by mastering the 3-based energy principle and the 3-based sword principle could one unlock their true potential. Hearing about the possibility of slaying a dragon in 3 steps, Han Dong-soo laughed, and the seller wisely noted that not all secrets lie in complexity. Sometimes true art is hidden in simplicity. A disgruntled Choi Soo-yeon interrupted their chatter, impatiently asking for the price, to which the seller, visibly nervous, quoted a modest sum of 1 silver coin. Choi Soo-yeon, outraged by this turn of events, insisted on leaving immediately, but Han Dong-soo, intrigued, expressed his desire to stay. She waved her hand angrily, calling the books useless little books, while Han Dong-soo just smiled, ignoring her irritation. The seller, trying to save the deal, hastily offered to sell both volumes for a small sum, admiring the buyer's character and noble manners. Han Dong-soo, seizing the moment, turned to the seller, asking with a sly smile what he was willing to offer. The next moment, from his bosom, he pulled out an ancient artifact, the hilt of which sparkled with blue, primordial energy. The salesman recoiled, his eyes widening in amazement at the sight of the sword emitting a mysterious light. Han Dong-soo, holding the sword of the Miro's tribe, asked with a grin whether the value of this relic would outweigh the cost of a couple of old books. A greedy smile twisted the seller's face as he leaned down, barely restraining the urge to grab the shimmering blade. Choi Soo-yeon, unable to bear it any longer, exploded, asking if he had picked up the jewel somewhere along the way. Meanwhile, Yan Jeshik, holding another book in his hands, apparently a recently acquired one, watched the madness unfolding in amazement. In contrast to the noisy scene, a snow-white dove soars in the sky, symbolizing something fragile and pure, or is this just a prelude to something more brutal? After all, the very next moment, innocence is shattered, giving way to crimson splashes and sharp feathers that fly apart from a powerful blow. The man with elven ears, shocked, finally finds words as he tries to comprehend the value of the trophy in Han Dong-soo's hands. Han Dong-soo, unperturbed, watched the loading process with concentration as if it were the most ordinary thing. A satisfied smile blossoms on his face when the process is completed, and he turns to his companion, asking about his impressions. The screen confirms success. The creation is complete, and Han Dong-soo's eyes sparkle with anticipation of a new discovery. The baby, not understanding the gravity of the moment, asks Han Dong-soo to teach him, while the elf tries to understand the true nature of the core he received. The elf man expresses his concern about the price, but, acknowledging Han Dong-soo's achievement, still congratulates him. Han Dong-soo, with a slight seriousness, immerses himself in studying the new information that the book revealed to him. New horizons open up before him, a list of additional skills, including Golden Dragon Strike and Total Destruction of a 1,000-man army. With a wide smile, Han Dong-soo asks the elf if he thinks it's grandiose, while the elf, skeptically, questions the value of the acquired techniques. The elf explains that out of 32 tactics, Han Dong-soo has only mastered 3, hinting at his lack of power. But Han Dong-soo only mockingly reminds him of his status as a high-ranking master, challenging the elf to a demonstration. The elf, slightly taken aback by the audacity, agrees, and the baby, full of delight, pushes the uncle into action. In Han Dong-soo's hands, an ordinary blade comes to life, shrouded in bright discharges of blue energy, ready to unleash its power. With lightning speed, he unleashes the first blow, called the Golden Dragon Strike, cutting through the air in a shining arc. The elf, watching closely, notices the simplicity and precision of the vertical section, which, it would seem, does not foreshadow anything special. But Han Dong-soo's eyes are blazing with determination, hiding the true potential of this seemingly simple move. And then he unleashes the next blow, total annihilation of 1,000 army, which destroys everything in its path with a whirlwind of blue energy. The elf finally relaxes and laughs, recognizing the power of the horizontal cut, and the child, pleased with the spectacle, smiles happily. Dust settles on the ground, raised by the force of the final blow, as Han-don GSU prepares for another show of force. The elf watching him calmly announces the next step, sword-piercing. And now, like a whirlwind of blue energy, a pinpoint, lightning-fast attack falls, directed at an invisible target. The child, captivated by the performance, enthusiastically shouts out the name of the technique, pointing his finger. But Han-don-su himself just shrugs, commenting that it is just a simple combination of a lunge and a punch. The elf, smiling, only reminds that he had warned from the very beginning not to expect anything supernatural. And the young spectator, still full of energy, exclaims that this was the last touch in the battle, hinting at a desire for more. Han-don-su, irritated, suggests that they quickly go to the forge and have lunch, while from afar comes the suggestion of a drink. At that moment, their gaze is drawn to a mysterious figure, whose stillness and penetrating gaze cause slight uneasiness. Han-don-gu and his companions turn around, surprised by the sudden appearance and the tense atmosphere. The elder, hidden in the shadows, sternly declares that they, as guests, are forbidden to approach the sacred forge workshop. With a threatening click, he draws his sword, his actions leaving no doubt as to the seriousness of his intentions. Surrounded by his guards, the elder angrily demands that he be removed from sight immediately. The elf, sensing the growing threat, tries to reason with Han-don-su, looking for ways to peacefully resolve the conflict. But Han-don-gu, whose patience has run out, orders them to get out of the way with cold fury, as he has an important meeting planned. The guards, clanking their swords, advance forward, threatening to tear them to pieces if they do not leave immediately. A merciless fire flares in Han-don-su's eyes, foreshadowing a storm. The elf desperately tries to stop the inevitable, warning the powerful Moon family of the consequences. But it was too late. A whirlwind of blows fell upon the guards, sweeping them out of the way in a single impulse. Screams of pain and rage fill the air as defeated opponents fall, unable to withstand such force. And in this chaos, their faces are distorted with horror, foreshadowing an impending, inevitable catastrophe. Against the backdrop of the bloody massacre, only the silhouette of Han-don-su stands tall, his power leaving behind only chaos and silent bodies. There is a ruthless determination in his eyes, and the words he speaks only emphasize his ruthlessness. The elder, realizing the gravity of the situation, desperately tries to bring him to his senses, threatening him with the wrath of a powerful family. News of the attack on the guards echoes through the walls of the ancient building, foreshadowing an imminent storm. Fear distorts his facial features, revealing deep anxiety about the coming consequences of this daring act. However, Han-don-su had already made his decision, and his confident voice urged everyone to follow him to the forge, regardless of the danger. Only one question runs through his mind. Where did this man come from, who so recklessly challenges all the foundations? But the time for reflection has long since passed, and Han-don-su, enveloped in a glow of energy, rushes forward at incredible speed. A powerful explosion shakes the roof, scattering debris and flames, leaving behind only the ruins of its former glory. Surprise freezes on the faces of the witnesses, mixed with anxiety and even a kind of childish delight in front of this element. And here he is again, in the maelstrom of battle, his blades shining, leaving behind only bloody streaks and the groans of the defeated. Despair overwhelms the elder, and he clutches his head, realizing the futility of his attempts to stop the inevitable. Once again, Han-don-su towers over the bodies, his victory stained with blood, his every move exuding power and absolute confidence. And with a slight grin on his bloodied face, he brushes off other people's fears, urging them not to waste their energy in vain. Another explosion shakes the air, as if confirming his words that there is no way back and there can be none. Once again, shock and disbelief are reflected on their faces, mixed with the realization that what is happening is just a prelude. The battle continues, and every blow from Han-don-su is a deadly dance that destroys everything in its path. But all this carnage is being closely watched by a mysterious silhouette hidden under the cover of night on the roof. His eyes, full of anxiety, follow every movement closely, anticipating something much more than just a fight. The forge hums, the hot iron, under the blows of the hammer, spews out fountains of sparks. The master, focused and powerful, rhythmically strikes the meteorite, forming something great from the heavenly metal. Onlookers, amazed by his technique, whisper about the blacksmith's extraordinary skill, which does not fit with the appearance of a simple apprentice. But the silence is broken by a sharp shout, and Zhang Jiashik seems to have misbehaved once again. The angry master forcefully pushes the guy away, carelessly knocking the bowl out of his hands, the contents of which scatter across the floor. Zhang Jiashik, humiliated and upset, bows his head in silent apology, realizing the severity of his offense. The mentor's caustic words fly at the retreating boy, killing the remnants of his self-respect. The cold smile on the master's face and the whip in his hand foreshadow a much more painful punishment than just words. Beyond the walls of the forge, in the rays of the morning sun, a luxurious palace lay spread out, its peace about to be disturbed. The young student, still reeling from his humiliation, stands frozen at the door, anticipating new changes. Zhang Jiashik meets two strangers, Han Dong-su and his blonde companion, who are looking for the earthling who is currently busy in the forge. Han Dong-su, unperturbed, decides to wait until the blacksmith finishes his work, which surprises his more hot-tempered comrade. But his companion is indignant, not understanding how, after everything he has experienced, he can simply remain inactive. His anger boils over, demanding that they leave this dangerous place immediately before the consequences of their actions catch up with them. He asks Han Dong-su with annoyance if he really doesn't realize the seriousness of their situation. Zhang Jiashik, frightened, explains that an attack on the guards of the noble Moon family will call all military forces here. But Han Dong-su only smirks, hinting at a higher purpose than just a fight, mentioning the head of the Murim Union. Zhang Jiashik is shocked by these words, realizing the scale of the stated intention, the murder of such a powerful figure. Han Dong-su, however, calmly corrects him, calling it a misunderstanding, as if it weren't such a serious matter. The true goal is not murder, but revenge for their fallen research director, which causes even more confusion for his companion. But wouldn't killing the culprit bring retribution for the family's death? The companion asks in bewilderment, completely confused by Han Dong-su's true plans. But he only smiles coldly, his eyes blazing with determination that leaves no room for doubt. The shock on my companion's face is indescribable. His world is turned upside down by what he heard. "What did he say?" echoes another observer, pale with horror and incomprehension. And then, in the midst of this tense scene, a strange child appears, demanding water, completely unsettling the unfortunate Vanner. Meanwhile, new threats emerge from the shadows. Stern men with hammers, outraged by the disappearance of the very Vanner who was supposed to bring them water. Han Dong-su and his companion watch the approaching stranger silently, their faces calm amidst the growing threat. One of them, with a wild grin, announces a new law. Anyone who enters here without permission will be killed on the spot. But the threat makes no impression on Han Dong-su and his companion. Their gaze remains level, almost indifferent. In the distance, Vanier's hurried footsteps echo down the corridor, bringing him closer to the inevitable denouement. A frightened Vanner, having finally reached his destination, haltingly explains his delay, fearing another beating for his slowness. But suddenly, his steps stop and his gaze turns into the distance, where something absolutely terrible is unfolding. His eyes widen in shock and horror. The unprecedented sight makes him freeze in stupor. The bodies of the attackers lie on the floor, bleeding, and Han Dong-su holds one of them tightly while his companion turns away in disgust. With cold calculation, Han Dong-su declares that he will spare the prisoner's life because he has no weapon, demonstrating his own brutal version of justice. Overcome with fear and relief, the prisoner thanks him in a trembling voice, tears streaming down his face. Han Dong-su turns away, his face expressionless, as if he had already moved on to the next task, leaving what had happened behind. Another moment of silence before he turns his gaze back to what was happening. He slowly turns his head towards his companion, as if seeking his approval or understanding. But the companion only frowned, his face expressing deep disapproval and slight irritation, clearly not sharing Han Dong-su's methods. The companion, meanwhile, expressed indignation, his gaze sliding over Han Dong-su, full of silent reproach. Sometime later, in the forge, one of the craftsmen smiled contentedly, looking forward to rest. But the other blacksmith, exhausted by work, only sighed heavily, his face covered in sweat and fatigue. Han Dong-su politely asked the master if he still had much work left before he could rest. With a smile, he assured him that he would be there, ready to help or just keep him company if he was hungry. The master, touched by such concern, smiled warmly in response, feeling gratitude. However, the satellite interrupted the idyllic scene, ominously warning that they would soon be surrounded and attacked. His eyes widened in alarm as he realized the imminent threat. Han Dong-su merely narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with steely determination, ready to face any danger. Suddenly, the satellite was in the air, unleashing a powerful kick at an invisible enemy. At that very moment, a hidden enemy burst out of the shadows, his eyes full of horror from the unexpected attack. The spy was knocked off his feet, his body falling awkwardly, while the other observer above only grinned in anticipation. After lifting the fallen enemy, Han Dong-soo asked about his identity, and his companion immediately replied that he was a scout sent before the decisive attack. The companion, clearly alarmed, warned of the deadly threat of poisonous needles and shurikens, calling for immediate action. Han Dong-soo, keeping his cool, ordered his companion to focus on protecting everyone here while he took care of the other things. The companion could not contain his indignation, his voice filled with anger. He demanded an explanation for his reckless plans. "What?" he exclaimed, his face contorted with disbelief and growing panic. Meanwhile, the majestic towers of the temple rose above the horizon, remaining silent. Inside, the elders sat at a table, discussing the disturbing news. The forge had been attacked, and 12 guards had been destroyed in a single blow. One of them, with alarm in his voice, could not believe such power, wondering how someone could reach such incredible heights. A commotion broke the silence of the meeting when an excited messenger burst into the hall. His eyes, full of anxiety, turned to the chief elder, foreshadowing new disasters. He reported haltingly that Park Suho had not only attacked the forge, but had also killed 2 of its masters in cold blood. And he boldly ordered that the head of the family be told not to get too cocky by challenging their authority. Anger flared in the eyes of one of the elders. Such an outrage could not go unpunished. The chief elder, his face contorted with rage, declared that this upstart must be severely punished. The order was given, and his loyal follower immediately swore to carry it out. However, one of the sensible elders doubted the need for such hasty actions, suggesting waiting for reinforcements. The chief elder, ignoring objections, insisted that this was not just a crime, but a personal insult to their honor. The young man who had been watching everything just sighed, not understanding how everything could have turned out like this. And then the very elder who brought the news added an unexpected detail about the unprecedented skill of the attacking blacksmith. The mention of the heavenly swordsman caused a wave of surprise, causing everyone to fall silent and consider the scale of the threat. But the chief elder seemed to see this not as a threat, but as an opportunity, anticipating the chance to glorify their name in history. Suddenly, the calm was broken by a quiet meow, causing one of the elders to look around. A small gray cat, shining with a mysterious light, slowly walked through the open doors. "But it's just a cat," the elder exclaimed, pointing in bewilderment at the uninvited guest. But the strange animal, not paying attention to those present, continued to confidently walk forward. His eyes, previously sweet and naive, now blazed with an eerie blue fire, causing alarm. Suddenly, surrounded by a flash of crimson energy, the cat jumped, catching everyone off guard. And the next moment, where the cat had been, there now stood a creature of incredible power, its fury reflected in the horror on the faces of the elders. The beast, having acquired human form, let out a roar, asking about the one who dared to put a reward on his head. His paw, which had recently been a cat's, darted towards the frightened elder. Every cell of his body burned with rage, energy flaring around him, preparing for the blow. Horror gripped the elder's face, foreseeing inevitable retribution. "How dare you put a bounty on my head, you bastard?" His voice rang out, full of deadly threat. "Protect the head of the family," shouted another elder, rushing forward in a desperate attempt. But the blow was too fast, destroying the stone floor beneath it. The chief elder, displaying remarkable strength, managed to dodge, floating in the air. "Wow, he managed to dodge it?" flashed through his mind as a whole crowd of defenders had already gathered around him. "Intruder, protect the head of the family," came the cries, and warriors rushed toward him with drawn blades. One of them, his face distorted with anger, swung his sword, aiming at the enemy's chest. However, the blade was stopped by a bare hand, causing confusion in the attacker. The next moment, a powerful blow threw the warrior away like an empty shell. The walls of the ancient hall shook, collapsing under the onslaught of this incredible battle. A mysterious, blue energy now pulsed in his hands as he watched his opponent fly off into the distance. The hall filled with screams of horror as blue tentacles made of pure energy grabbed several elders. "What the hell is this?" one of them screamed when the other, seeing through the gist, accused him of using demonic cults. "Your life should have been cut short earlier," said the voice of the elder, watching what was happening. "Now, I will correct that mistake," he exclaimed, rushing into the attack with a new burst of rage. But a swift kick to the face broke his resolve, throwing him away like a toy. The enraged old master unleashed his wrath on the ground, and a powerful blow shook the stone floor. But instead of his enemy's body, only a smoking fissure gaped in the ground. Did he dodge? He exclaimed incredulously. It seemed his blow was so swift that he himself did not understand how the target had slipped away. The cat warrior rose to his feet and met the enemy's new attack with a powerful counterblow. A deafening explosion of energy shook the air, causing the ground to tremble beneath their feet. The old master, crouching like a beast, once again gathered the last of his strength, his body ablaze with anger. "Raise your head," he growled, a dangerous fire flashing in his eyes. And our hero, without flinching, rushed forward, preparing for the decisive collision. The old warrior raised his hands to the sky, calling for lightning storm, and thousands of electrical bolts rushed towards the enemy. The forces collided in a blinding radiance, and the air filled with the crackling of discharges. "No bodies," the old man roared, putting all his hatred and power into this attack. But the feline warrior only grinned, passing through the raging energy as if through a light breeze. Discharge after discharge, the energy left the old master, his lightning weakened, and he himself breathed heavily. His wide-open eyes reflected despair and disbelief at what was happening. A sudden, deafening explosion engulfed the old warrior, engulfing him in flame and electricity. The smoke and sparks slowly dissipated, leaving behind only ash and devastation. From the smoky haze emerged the feline warrior, whole and unharmed, as if he had just taken a stroll through the park. The old master lay prostrate, bleeding, his proud face twisted in a grimace of pain. Our hero stood over him, casting a long, appraising glance at the fallen enemy. Our hero, with a smirk on his face, made a haughty remark about the fortitude of the defeated enemy. The old man, despite his agony, tried to maintain the remnants of his dignity, but the victor's words only added fuel to the fire of his humiliation. The hero's muscles tensed, foreshadowing a new, crushing blow, and the air around him crackled with the restrained force. "If you come into my field of vision, you will die," came the chilling sentence, full of irreversible determination. A brutal blow landed right on the ground next to the master's head, shaking the stones in his already broken spirit. And then, without hesitation, our hero turned to the frightened witnesses. "Are you also looking for death?" One of them, pale with fear, hastened to assure the Lord that their lesson had been learned, and all his wishes would be fulfilled without question. A predatory smile touched the lips of the winner, accepting this oath of submission as his due. Meanwhile, on a high-tiled roof, a fair-haired warrior sat thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. Suddenly, his sensitive ears picked up familiar vibrations, and alarm flashed in his eyes. What kind of energy? He jumped up abruptly, full of anxiety, turning to his little furry companion. "Has anything happened in my absence?" The rodent seemed to respond with undisguised surprise to his return, but the warrior merely listened, undistracted. The fair-haired warrior was focused only on the main thing. His tone became serious. No, much more important, how did it all end? Next to him, against the backdrop of flickering lightning, sat our hero, now in armor, his tired appearance betraying a recent battle. The armored warrior handed the fair-haired man an ancient book, explaining that the life of the defeated master was spared in exchange for it. It was the legendary treatise, Lightning Storm, a technique created by Mun Shichu himself, a descendant of the ancient Mun family. The realization of the value of this find was reflected in the warrior's wide-open eyes, full of amazement. Our hero, with a slight smile, congratulated him on the fulfillment of his cherished wish, watching his reaction. In the silence of the roof, under the clear sky, they continued to discuss what had happened, weighing the consequences. And finally, our hero thoughtfully said that his internal energy, chi, had noticeably increased after defeating the head of the Moon family. And in this conversation, ancient teachings emerged, like an echo of wisdom, calling for regular practice of the three foundations of energy and the sword. Han Dong-su listened to every word, his gaze focused and his mind persistent, trying to comprehend all the depths of the path. The majestic temples where these teachings were kept for centuries stood unshakable, and energy flowed through the ancient stones. But even in the most sacred places, time is inexorable, and great warriors succumb to its flow, leaving behind only a flickering echo, as happened to the head of the Moon family. The death of the head of the Moon family, the venerable grandfather, befell the clan, but there was no time to mourn. The house was on the brink of collapse, demanding immediate action. One of the elders recalled the legacy of the departed, the thousands of legendary blades created by his hands, and the hope that these swords would save their family. But the other, overcome with anger, rejected inaction, seeing it as the path to final destruction, not allowing one to come to terms with the inevitable. His face was contorted with rage, and his eyes were ablaze with determination. He would not let his family fall so easily. A gaze full of unbending will pierced the air, foreshadowing a storm that was about to break out, shaking the foundations of the clan. And then, like a bolt from the blue, Messengers appeared, carrying Raishin Sol Jin Gong, who had arrived from the ice palace of the Northern Sea. On a majestic litter lay a colossal warrior, whose power was evident in every muscle, and his words echoed, "Here I am." Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, Han Dong-su, accompanied by his faithful dog, bent over an ancient letter, searching for answers far removed from palace intrigue. His peace was broken by a little boy, joyfully carrying another message, written by himself, sincere and innocent. The boy handed Han Dong-su a stack of letters from his father, and our hero was surprised by their size, anticipating long hours of reading. Han Dong-su immersed himself in reading the numerous letters, feeling how each line brought him closer to solving his fate, while the boy stood quietly nearby. Somewhere nearby, with sadness in his eyes, Vangeir recalled the promises of his own father that remained unfulfilled, adding a touch of melancholy to this day. Suddenly, the boy raised his head, his eyes widening in surprise. Brother Vangeir, noticing a familiar face. A smile blossomed on his face, foreshadowing a joyful meeting on this quiet day, filled with more than just serious thoughts. Vangeir, awakening from his thoughts, hastened to calm him down, reminding him of the meal that was being prepared, returning to everyday concerns. And while the boy looked at Vangeir with impatience, Han Dong-su continued to delve into the messages, not knowing what awaited him further down the road. But Vangeir was stunned, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his words came out almost like a scream. How could he, a mere mortal, share a meal with a noble gentleman? However, Park Suho's order was categorical: take Jung Sum-pil with you. The boy, impatiently calling for action, nudged Vangeir, and he, slightly absent-minded, hurried after him. Vangeir, alone, climbed up onto the roof again, immersed in his thoughts. Nearby, Park Suho looked up, his attention drawn to something in the distance. Meanwhile, Vangeir, sensing the approach of alarm, felt his heart squeeze in anticipation. Suddenly, his eyes widened, catching something incredible. A monstrous explosion blossomed in the sky above the ancient buildings, painting the air in dazzling blue tones. Park Suho, who had just been reading the scrolls, raised his head, astonished by this sight. Horror distorted Vangeir's face as he realized the nature of the attack. An ice energy martial art. So this master. At that moment, a gigantic figure shrouded in a frosty aura appeared before them, asking in an icy voice, "Who is Park Suho?" Park Suho, who was sitting on the ground, immediately responded by pointing at himself. Vangeir, sensing danger, tensed up, ready for any wrong move. The powerful stranger looked at Park Suho with disdain, his words laced with arrogance. "Is this all that confronts me? Some insignificant boy?" The snowfall intensified, enveloping the world around in an icy haze, in which the stranger stood majestically. Park Suho seemed to not flinch, his gaze fixed on this powerful phenomenon. The armor on his shoulder gleamed, reflecting the cold light, but the stranger's words continued to strike, hinting at the weakness and inexperience of the young warrior. Below, among the crowd, one of the elders, falling to his knees, shouted about the occultist, begging for salvation. The mighty warrior merely frowned, his face expressing absolute determination, and the elder, who had prayed for salvation, only opened his eyes wider, seeing the incredible. And in front of him, surrounded by silent shadows, the Ice Master appeared, his gaze cold and arrogant. And with a haughty smile, he offered the hero the first 3 blows, demonstrating his unshakable confidence. The hero, clad in dark armor, merely shook his head, finding the rules of this fight rather bizarre. Suddenly, the elder's cry rang out, his voice trembling with terror, warning of the Ice Master, the one whose ice transformation technique could turn anything that dared to resist him into ice. But the protagonist's very first blow fell on the master with such force that he involuntarily cried out in pain. A second blow followed, and the Ice Master flew back in a whirlwind of fragments, barely maintaining his balance. The elder who was watching this could not believe his eyes. His amazement was boundless. "Ice, what?" he whispered, looking at the broken ice under the feet of the invincible hero. The Ice Master himself, stunned and wounded, could not understand how his opponent had been so fast. With every step the hero came closer, his determination unwavering and his tread heavy. And even in this position, the master did not miss the opportunity to smile, recognizing the speed of his opponent. However, an ominous light flashed in his eyes, foreshadowing that the true battle was only just beginning. A sudden, third blow struck him again, causing the Ice Master to cry out in shock, "Are you alive?" The enemy collapsed, thrown back by the crushing force, his body tumbling helplessly among the fragments. The hero, having completed his task, turned away, leaving behind a picture of complete defeat. The back of the defeated Ice Master remained motionless, as if marking the end of the fight. But no, He extended his hand again, his face distorted by a grimace of despair and last hope. And with a cold grin, the hero said, "So, get your slap in the face," putting the final point. And so, his body, like a spring, compressed for the decisive blow, filling the air with a sharp whistle. In response, the Ice Lord roared, calling upon his power. First technique, 6 spheres. Pulsating, icy traps instantly appeared around Han Dong-su, catching him off guard. "Run!" Choi Soo-yeon's cry echoed through the silence, signaling imminent danger. The Overlord's face twisted into a wild, malicious grin, anticipating victory. Through a whirlwind of icy energy, he rushed forward, his blow intended to destroy, but the air only shattered around like fragile glass, not finding its victim. "What? He's not here?" Astonishment and disbelief distorted the Ice Lord's face, his gaze darting around in search. Han Dong-su soared into the air like a bird, escaping the deadly grip, his scream filling the air. The Overlord lifted his head, his mouth wide open in shock, his gaze directed upward. At that moment, the heavens opened up, and sharp ice spikes created by Han Dong-su himself fell upon him. Broken the shield with his fist, the Ice Lord couldn't believe his eyes as he watched his own element turn against him. The powerful blow sent him flying backwards, and shards of ice flew in all directions, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Han Dong-su landed, a slight smile playing on his lips as he quietly thought, "So this is ice made from the moisture in the air? Interesting." But the Ice Lord did not give up, shouting in rage, "Second technique, dragon scale," and a new wave of ice rushed towards the hero. "Gotcha," he cried triumphantly, believing he had his enemy locked in the deadly grip of icy spikes. His malicious grin reappeared because there's no way he can dodge while he's flying. That's what the Ice Lord thought. And so, he summoned even greater power. 8th technique, Dragon Claws, enveloping himself in a new icy aura. A huge, predatory dragon eagle formed from the ice spikes and rushed towards Han Dong-su with a menacing cry. But suddenly, the Ice Lord froze in shock. He turned into a beast, this bastard, a real occultist, faced with the hero's unexpected answer. Han Dong-su acknowledged his opponent's strength, but was ready to fight back, clenching his fist filled with shining energy. In response, the Ice Lord, consumed by rage, unleashed his freezing might upon the hero. Han Dong-su's blade, pulsing with electricity, met the enemy's ice magic in a fierce clash. Their battle flared up with renewed vigor, each blow leaving a trail of sparks and ice in its wake. Even as the ice spikes began to bind his weapons, Han Dong-su continued to fight, claiming that he had no other choice. The Ice Lord rejoiced, confident of his victory, but Han Dong-su merely met his threat with equanimity. However, the ice shackles, which seemed unbreakable, began to crack, foreshadowing an imminent denouement. One of the observers, Choi Young, anxiously reminded everyone of Seoul Jin Gung's all-consuming power. But on the Ice Lord's face there still played a creepy, anticipatory grin. And Han Dong-su, with only a slight grin, hinted that the enemy had clearly underestimated his true power. "What?" Seoul Jin-gun blurted out when he realized that the hero was hiding something important. At this moment, Jin, their mysterious mentor, also smiled faintly, anticipating the outcome. Han Dong-su raised his hand, and a blinding beam of energy pierced the heavens, tearing apart the space around him. The next moment, this light materialized into a blade that pierced the Ice Lord's body. "The final blow to the battle," declared the hero, delivering the decisive blow from which there was no escape. Through pain and disbelief, the Ice Lord could not accept his end, his eyes expressing shock and despair. A cry of agony escaped Seoul Jin-gun's chest as he collapsed, completely defeated. Han Dong-su stood over his fallen enemy, his sword stained with blood, a witness to the triumph. With a slight smile, the hero wiped the blood from the blade, uttering the ancient truth: "He who comes with a sword dies by the sword." "Hey, embodiment of worry, your 3 foundation sword technique was much better than I expected," Jin exclaimed, amazed by his skill. The sudden news of Elder Seoul Jin-gong's fall echoed through the majestic halls like horror, leaving everyone in shock. It was clear that this was an unequal fight where the opponent was playing without even revealing a fraction of his overwhelming strength. The occultist himself, whose face was hidden by shadow, seemed to be only warming up, and now his sinister intentions aroused only fear and suspicion. "What is he planning? Is he preparing a counterattack?" the bewildered warriors whispered, while Pak-Suho, with a grin, merely ordered the dead body to be removed. And while Pak-Suho gave indifferent orders, no other reports of enemy forces came in, only an ominous, tense silence. One of the leaders, trembling with terror, identified the enemy. He is the greatest occultist in history. No, he is from the blood demon cult. A bitter realization set in. Fighting him one-on-one was certain death, and there was only one thing left to do: wait quietly until they left their lands. But a new hope appeared on the horizon as word arrived of the imminent arrival of powerful figures: King Chil-san, the monk Yanggu, the teacher Yon-Yong Chung, and the pretended lady Chian-Gai. Meanwhile, on a high rooftop, Paksuho was puzzled as to how, after striking with chi energy, he did not sense any core from the enemy. His companion, an elf with long blonde hair, suddenly grabbed his wrist, shocked by the unprecedented force. What is this? Park Suho froze, his gaze sliding down to his own hand, and his face reflected a mixed feeling of bewilderment and a premonition of something grandiose. What is this? Came the demanding question again, full of anxiety and amazement at the mystery being revealed. And then an incredible truth was revealed to them: the ability to interact with earthly and heavenly objects, freely controlling both the energy of nature and the energy of chi. Both stood frozen on the edge of the roof, their faces filled with amazement as they realized the limitless potential of this ancient power. It was an ethereal body, a phenomenon known only from legend, now revealed in its full form, like a mighty eagle carrying its owner through the heavens. And somewhere else, Donsu, with eyes glowing with blue light, held his chained blade, creating destructive power without even learning martial arts. In another dimension or reality, two blades clashed in a blinding whirlwind of light and power, each blow shaking space itself. After all, there was no time gap between Earth and Kushan. All events took place here and now, in a single, interconnected universe. And then, with a thunderous crash, the Earth shook from a crushing blow as something enormous collapsed, sending a column of fire up to the heavens. A sinister laugh, full of caustic triumph, rang out over the burning ruins. "Finished," said a bearded man with long hair, enjoying the fruits of his power. Han-Dan Gsu holds up a newly forged sword, and the blacksmith explains that his name, Gokseon, translates to the sound of crying. The extraordinary strength of this weapon, forged from an iron meteorite, is astonishing. It is thousands of times stronger than ordinary steel blades, a fact that amazes Han-Dan Su. In Han-Dan Su's hands, the sword seems to come to life, illuminating it with a purple glow, foreshadowing the battles to come. A sinister grin plays across his face as he clutches Gokseon tightly and vows to exact his revenge. The energy emanating from the blade grows, wrapping around Han-Dan Su's figure in powerful streams, ready for action. His eyes reflect a ruthless determination. Revenge will be taken, and nothing can stop him. The blacksmith, staring at the blade, mutters that this sword is capable of dealing with his offender, and then his mind is carried away by the name Chhvia. A heartbreaking image appears in his mind's eye. A little girl, Chhvia, desperately stretching out her hands, crying and calling for her father, as she is forcibly taken away by two merciless guards. Through pain and rage, the blacksmith strikes the hot metal with his hammer again and again, as if putting all his grief and hatred into this blade. And here it is, Gokseon, a sword born from a mixture of star iron and countless tears, sparkling in an ominous red halo, filling the air with a premonition of vengeance. While Han-Dan Gsu and the blacksmith look at the sword, an elf-like man with a satisfied smile explains something to them, perhaps about the blade's power. Addressing Han-Dan Gsu, the elf-like man confesses that his own swords are no longer suitable for the coming battle of vengeance. Han-Dan Gu, with a serious expression, declares that this battle for revenge is now his battle too, defying the circumstances. Hearing this, the elf-like man frowned in surprise and undisguised irritation, not fully understanding his motives. The blacksmith tries to explain something to the elf-like man, but he turns away and just waves his hand, clearly dissatisfied with something. The elven man's face is contorted into a grimace of rage and determination, his eyes burning with an implacable fire, reflecting a deep internal struggle. He declares that his enemies are the Morin family and the entire Murim Union, but the blacksmith only snorts contemptuously, accusing him of wanting the same sword. And so, immersed in memories, the elf-like man is transported to the prison cell, where he ended up to destroy the imprisoned members of the Murim Union. He confesses to Han-Dan Su that he has met his destiny in him, but the latter, surrounded by electric discharges, only asks with disdain if he is tired of living. Meanwhile, the blacksmith, with a stern expression on his face, declares that as soon as the daggers are ready, they will immediately set off on their way, without wasting a minute. The elven leader expresses sincere gratitude to the blacksmith for his help, but he only modestly replies that it is his duty. But time does not wait, and now a certain warrior stands on the roof, looking at the shimmering city in a distance, which will soon become the field of his battle. His grip is strong, and his thoughts are focused on one thing. Is it true that the followers of dark cults, the stuff of legends, have gathered here? The Invincible Four, whose leader cannot believe that Elder Soul Jin Gun could die in such a cursed place. Their faces were frozen in anxiety mixed with determination, because not only their lives were at stake, but also the honor of the fallen elder. But while they prepare for what is to come, elsewhere a mysterious enemy, emitting a dark aura, is already looming over the defenseless youths frozen by the fire. Fear freezes in their eyes when they see the approaching shadow, and it seems that they cannot hide from the flames of the fire. "Young Master Jianwu, watch out!" someone shouts as a small snake crawls past the boy's feet, foreshadowing greater danger. A sinister smile distorts the enemy's face, and his eyes burn with a red flame. He has come to destroy all who dared to stand in his way. But suddenly, electricity flashes and a giant white snake descends upon the villain, spraying blood into the air as the boys recoil in horror. The powerful blow sends the enemy flying back, pain piercing his body, but the hatred only grows stronger. The snake's menacing mouth opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth ready to devour anyone in its path. At that very moment, a mighty serpent bursts out of the ground, scattering stones and dust right in front of the group of warriors that had just arrived. His powerful body falls upon another victim, and new streams of blood paint the night landscape, foreshadowing a brutal reprisal. "What happened?" the new armored warrior exclaims, while his elven companion seems to realize that the white serpent has already finished someone off. With a slight smirk, the armored warrior praises the white snake, noting how diligently he handles his deadly work. The old man realizes in horror, this snake and its master belong to the ancient and bloodthirsty cult of the beast, demons. All eyes turn to that earthly warrior with a sword in his hand, who now finds himself at the center of this mortal danger. Anger distorts the face of the mighty warrior with an axe. Could it be that these are the very blood demon occultists they were warned about? And then a woman from their group, with eyes glowing with an ominous light, shouts out that the blood of this bastard belongs to her alone. Ma Young Jane seems to recognize his old enemies, and a mixture of rage and anticipation appears on his face. But Han Dan-su, armed, listens intently, not understanding the rivalry flaring up around him. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hall, the clan elders anxiously discuss the beginning of the decisive battle, on the outcome of which their fate depends. One of them, without holding back his emotions, slams his fist on the table, convincing the others of the inevitability of their victory, despite the overwhelming numerical advantage of the enemy. His face is distorted with rage, and a powerful aura emanates from his figure, foreshadowing imminent reprisal against the enemy. But the true price of this victory has already been shed in blood, as evidenced by a horrific discovery in an open wooden box. Rows of funeral coffins lined up beneath the majestic temple, around which those who remained alive bowed mournfully. The clan leader looks at the scene of devastation in dismay, his voice filled with bewilderment at the inexplicable tragedy. Elsewhere, Ha and Dan-su, with a sly smile, receives congratulations on some achievement of Murim, as if all this chaos is part of his plan. His elven companion readily accepts the inevitable pursuit by the descendants of the slain, only adding to the sense of ruthlessness. And so, a group of enraged warriors, led by a young leader with a sword, moves forward, swearing to avenge their teacher. Han Dan-su continues his enigmatic smile, and his companion is only slightly surprised by the scale of the coming retribution. 45 coffins lined up in front of the temple, silently testifying to the 3-day massacre carried out by someone's cruel will. One of the elders, his face full of despair, tries to explain the horrific situation, his gestures full of a plea for understanding. As they stand among the mourning coffins, another elder shares a strategy. The Yang Sword Squad is conserving its strength, fearing an attack from the Huang clan. But a heated argument breaks out between the elders. One of them is indignant that the head of the family is being asked to leave his residence, calling it cowardice. The wise elder insists that retreat is not a defeat, but a strategy, and has already prepared a carriage for the leader's escape, urging him to preserve himself for future achievements. The head of the family thoughtfully weighs his options, while the youngest of those present, his son, bitterly rejects such a prospect. The father, looking piercingly at his son, angrily cuts off his words, not wanting to hear any objections in the face of the impending threat. With unwavering determination, the clan leader orders an immediate report to the Murim Alliance, defying fate. The contrast between the red-hot furnace and the trembling voice, full of genuine delight. Here they are, deadly blades, each of which holds within itself a masterful power and an ancient secret. Park Suho, beaming with pride, demonstrates the incredible skill that lies within every facet of this weapon. Through the dust and heat of the forge comes a call that heralds the beginning of a new, dangerous path. But an unexpected obstacle arises along the way, the lack of the most necessary things for such a journey. Han Dong-soo, whose gaze is penetrating, looks around at the surroundings, thinking about a solution to the problem that has arisen. Alarm mounts as the panicked blacksmith points to the source of the new dangers. And now the horses are racing, carrying the carriage through space and time into the unknown. The world flashes by outside the window, but something more flashes in Park Soo-ho's eyes, a premonition of trouble. The reins are tightly gripped in the hands of young Han Dong-soo, who leads them forward without fear. His face was imprinted with determination, and every nerve was stretched to the limit, ready for any test. But then time takes a step back, plunging us into the tragic past, into the downpour and bloody shroud of loss. The making of a warrior whose life was forever changed that day, and who is now ready to serve his new path. The carriage rushes forward again, now through the streets of a bustling city, towards the stones that hold history. A stranger on the street watches them go, as if he has a premonition that this path will change a lot. And now an alarming cry is heard. An unknown carriage is chasing them, whose intentions are hidden in the darkness. Inside the carriage, a tension mounts as Han Dong-soo's gaze pierces the horizon. He recognizes the silhouette that is stalking them, and a spark of recognition flashes in his eyes. Surprise is evident on the elder's face as he asks about the identity of the one who dared to give chase. And the name is pronounced like a spell, the very same occultist whose shadow once again hangs over their fate. Finally, it becomes clear who is pursuing them, a bloody demonic occultist whose name evokes horror. The chase continues, the horses galloping at full speed, trying to escape the unknown threat. One of the companions, without hesitation, makes a desperate jump, disappearing under the bridge. The face of the one who called the occultist's name distorts into a silent cry, full of despair and fear. Another passenger, young and agitated, turns to the older man for advice, feeling hopeless about the situation. But there is no time to think. A firm slam of the foot on the floor of the cart is a call to action. One of the carts cannot withstand the pace or the attack and collapses into the water, leaving only a splash behind. A worried gaze peeks out from behind the curtain of the carriage, observing the chaos outside. Meanwhile, the elder engages in a furious fight, his blade glowing in the light of magic as he cuts down the demonic beast. A powerful blow, and the monster's head flies off, leaving a bloody trail in the air. The enemy is defeated. The elder stands over the battlefield, a bloody sword in his hand, and the head of the fallen chieftain confirms his words. With cries of victory, his warriors rejoice, their eyes full of pride for their leader and for the battle won. The elder, now calmer, addresses his people, explaining further actions after the triumph. His wise face, now free of the marks of battle, expresses sternness and readiness for new challenges. A warrior bows before him, introducing himself as Somun Yanbin, the 7th commander of the Black Turtle Lizard Squad. He swears allegiance, promising to serve the head of the Union with all devotion and strength. Swords rise into the air. It is time to feast and celebrate a well-deserved victory. But the celebration is interrupted. A running warrior breaks through the crowd, shouting about an urgent message for the head of the Union. The elder's expression instantly changes from worry to joy when he hears the message. The messenger bows respectfully, handing the scroll over to the chief, whose wisdom will once again be needed to make an important decision. The elder, deeply disturbed by what he heard, finds it hard to believe that his old enemy could have risen again. His mind conjures up images of darkness, a sinister creature whose return portends only disaster. Did this man, surrounded by flames, really appear with the occultist, plunging the lands into bloody chaos? Rumors abound of warriors whose power is drawn from demonic depths, bringing only destruction. These creatures know no mercy, leaving behind only a trail of blood and suppressing any resistance. The leader, shocked to the depths of his soul, realizes the absurdity and horror of this new threat. An order is immediately given to send scouts to shed light on this dark story. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho, clad in battle armor, listens carefully for invisible signals. In the distance, the creaking of carriage wheels breaks the silence of the forest, carrying travelers to an unknown fate. A sudden jolt makes the travelers look out, their faces expressing bewilderment. A terrifying image appears before their eyes, a large, bearded man, resembling a wild beast. The robber who blocked the way clearly demands tribute for passage through his domain. Park Soo-ho, irritated by the bandits' impudence, orders his companions to deal with them. Young Jung Jae-sik, eager to fight, asks to join, but Park Soo-ho insists on his safety. With a slight sigh of disappointment, the boy complies, but his gaze remains fixed on what is happening. Meanwhile, the robber, seeing the traveler's reluctance to obey, prepares for more decisive action. The tension in the air is growing, foreshadowing an inevitable and bloody clash. His hungry gaze glides over the travelers, and he voices a terrifying plan in case of lack of payment. Suddenly, the carriage door swings open, changing the course of events. From within emerges an elven warrior, ready to test his newly acquired gift in the coming battle. The sounds of the forest are suddenly interrupted by the crackling of branches, foreshadowing uninvited guests. Shadows flicker in the depths of the thicket, and two silhouettes stand frozen in the doorway, peering at the approaching threat. The goblin warrior, the leader of the squad, looks at his prey with a sneer, unaware that he has met the wrong opponent. But the elf-like warrior's gaze is full of determination. He is ready to defend his own to the last. And then, with a sharp movement of his hand, he summons a whole arsenal of hovering blades, frozen in the air. The first blade pierces the leader's head, and blood stains the ground, painting the moment with horror. His henchmen fall next, struck down by precise blows, their faces distorted with fear and disbelief. Standing amidst the chaos, the elven warrior extends his arms like a conductor of a deadly orchestra. But from the shadows of the forest, a throwing axe flies out, aiming at him like a poisonous sting. A moment of surprise flashed across his face. Where did the archer come from, before the arrow collided with one of his hovering blades? A new danger unfolds from above. A boy, his young apprentice, rushes into battle, ignoring fear. More spears fly through the air, forcing both of them to act quickly, dodging the hail of deadly projectiles. "Ice shield!" the warrior shouts, and a blue glow surrounds them, breaking up the enemy's attacks. From behind cover, Suho watches the battle, nodding approvingly at their skillful actions. "Jin Woo!" the teacher's voice rings out, and the young warrior, concentrating, responds with complete readiness. The pent-up energy bursts out, shaking the air around them. "Flying lightning!" a powerful cry, and a wave of blades cuts through the air, rushing towards the enemies. Explosions and screams echo throughout the forest as blades find their targets among the trees. Deadly blades catch up with the archers, and they fall from the branches, leaving bloody traces. The other elf, Bei, has a look of complete shock on his face at what he sees. Little Zhenwu, beaming with pride, shows off his success. Han Dong-su, sitting on the roof, applauds while Bai looks at him in amazement. The boy happily rushes forward, promising to collect all the blades as if it were a fun game. An arrow fired from a bow collides with the thrown dagger, and Bai, shocked, realizes the incredible progress of his student. Bai is perplexed, turning to Han Dong-su, but he only confirms that he himself taught the boy this skill. Meanwhile, Myung-jin, lost in his thoughts, carefully watches what is happening, but suddenly the happy smile disappears from Zhenwu's face, replaced by a grimace of despair. Han Dong-su and Bai approach a crying boy who is grieving over a lost dagger, while a dead body looms behind them. Then Han Dong-su extends his hands, and the world around him explodes into a blue glow, calling forth a pack of wolves. Bai retreats in horror, but Zhenwu, on the contrary, is delighted, coming up with appetizing names for the wolf cubs. Calm and confident, Han Dong-su stands surrounded by his loyal summoned beasts. The boy, having forgotten about tears, now leads the swift flock, rushing forward. A slight, mysterious smile appears on Han Dong-su's face again. Suddenly, a small white dog appears nearby, wagging its tail cheerfully, and Han Dong-su's gaze expresses surprise. In the distance, two elves are busy with a van. One of them is tying something on his arm, preparing for a long journey. Resting under a mighty tree, Han Dong-su is enthusiastically writing or drawing something in his notebook. Meanwhile, the three travelers stand frozen in the middle of an endless field, their gaze fixed on a lone figure in the distance. But soon, a moment of tension arrives. Ugly, amphibian-like creatures climb the walls, preparing to attack. A sinister horde of horned monsters and menacing giants, as if emerging from a nightmare, lines up in battle formation. Han Dong-su, looking into the distance, thinks about his plans, about taming the new creatures that will appear on the lands of Suho. Han Dong-su suggests that if they are talking about the path, then there is a much shorter and more efficient route. He claims that there is a much faster way to achieve their goal. With determination in his voice, he orders them to head to the designated location, demonstrating his reluctance to rely on outside help. After all, sometimes the most reliable path is the one you pave yourself, without depending on the mercy of others. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, the forest comes alive with mysterious sounds, as if foreshadowing a hidden threat. Amidst the glowing foliage, a battle unfolds as a brave figure fights off a pack of wild wolves, their fangs thirsting for blood. One of the elders, watching what was happening, frowned, feeling growing anxiety in his heart. The sky above him flares with an unearthly light, as if opening a portal to another dimension where reality intertwines with magic. A flock of snow-white doves soars into the sky, their plumage shimmering with a mysterious light, carrying messages on the wind. One of them carries a scroll on its paw, containing important news that must be delivered to the addressee. Meanwhile, under the banner of the Namgoon family, it becomes clear the bloody demonic occultist that the Moon family warned about has indeed appeared. In a luxurious tent, two influential figures discuss the threat and are informed that the occultist's path leads through the Kot clan settlement, an ideal place for an ambush. The elder asks about the head of the Ko clan and is told that it is a certain Kokjin, a man of low intellect but a violent disposition, a warrior capable of recklessness. The elder snorts, expressing his disdain for the idea of relying on such a savage, but understands that circumstances sometimes force one to work with whomever one can. However, he suggests simply placing a bounty on the occultist's head, confident that the thirst for gold will force the Kok clan to act, and orders that one of the group's members be captured alive. A sinister smile distorts the face of the man with pointed ears, foreshadowing a cruel game and ruthless plans. Meanwhile, among the shimmering blue trees, the carriage moves slowly forward, carrying its passengers into unknown lands. Inside the carriage, Han Dong-soo discusses how the flying lightning technique alone will not be enough for the upcoming trials. His interlocutor, a wise elder, insists that the fastest and most effective way to master any martial art is to apply it in real combat, face-to-face with an opponent. However, the thought of subjecting a sleeping child to such harsh training raises an involuntary question: is he ready for such a merciless path? The harsh truth of the elder's words echoes in the soul of Park Jung-jo, whose face is frozen in shock. Han Dong-go, clad in heavy armor, cannot hide his uneasiness as he crosses his arms across his chest. To accustom oneself to the cruelty of the world, the very thought of it seems incredibly difficult. Even Choi Soo-yun, usually unflappable, is taken aback by the uncompromising nature of this approach and wonders if the old man is joking. Meanwhile, the world outside the shelter's walls continues to shake from an unknown force, destroying the usual order. The old man seems to have come to his senses, but his words about the cruel training make Han Dong-soo look at him with silent reproach. Han Dong-soo watches the child sleeping next to him again, trying to comprehend the gravity of the choice ahead. However, not everyone agrees with his choice. The forces of darkness are already lurking, ready to strike, their axes blazing with an ominous fire. The road to the ancient capital, usually peaceful, today seems eerily quiet under a blanket of purple fog. A lone traveler in a carriage notices an ominous silence. Not a single light is visible in the settlement, as if it is engulfed in darkness. At that moment, a powerful hand covered in tattoos appears from the watery abyss, shining with a strange light. And now the silhouette of a man jumps out of the water, gracefully landing on the roof of the cart, leaving behind a spray of water. An entire army of undead, led by a terrifying warrior with flaming eyes, surrounds a lonely cart. Inside the carriage, the young warrior seems to be gathering all his strength to face the imminent threat, clutching the reins tightly. Suddenly, a shadow appears in front of the cart, its fall shaking the ground, leaving a crater where it landed. It was none other than the mysterious old man, but now with a crimson fire in his eyes, which shocked the young warrior. The young man's face, distorted with horror, expresses only one thing: a ghost, when he sees the frightening appearance of the old man. With incredible strength, the old man pushes away something invisible, saving the traveler, but he himself coughs up blood from the strain. Watching all this are Choi Soo-young and another warrior, also in confusion, their screams echoing along the night road. But high above them, on the roof, Han Dong-soo calmly watches the unfolding drama, ready to intervene at any moment. Little Jang Jae-shik clings desperately to the rope, his eyes full of terror as the cart drags him through the darkness of the night. And the blonde warrior, standing at a distance, with an inscrutable expression, notes that their target, it seems, was not the ghost, but this old man whose body dangles limply behind the cart. Park Soo-ho, in his armor, calmly reassures the terrified Jang Jae-shik that the old man is alive and in no danger. Meanwhile, the old man is already standing on the ground, enveloped in the crackling of electrical energy, as if death itself is not able to hold him back. Jang Jae-shik continues to tremble in fear, while Park Suho remains completely calm as he assesses the situation. And the old man, coming to his senses, mentally grieves for the times when one glance at his back was enough to stop armies of thousands. Now he laments that he was simply thrown aside, and only the years that have overtaken him prevent him from giving a worthy rebuff. A frightened Jan Jeshik, unable to bear the tension, declares his desire to hide inside the cart, while the blonde warrior only frowns. The gray-haired old man, now standing on his feet, sternly asks his unwitting captors if they are bloody demonic occultists. But then the blonde warrior's face flashes with shocked recognition. He exclaims that before them is the first master of the Ark himself, the legendary Bon K. Paksuho silently watches the old man closely, his eyes piercing the very essence of energy. He, noticing a different energy than that of ordinary occultists, introduces himself as Paksuho and asks why his companion remembered the cult. His companion, astonished, asks if Bon Ki is a member of the Murim Union, and upon receiving confirmation, Paksu boldly pronounces his sentence, "Then I must kill him." Bon Ki, his staff glowing brightly with blue flames and a purple aura raging around him, prepares for the inevitable battle. A mixture of shock and rage crosses his face as he realizes the mortal threat posed by Paksuho. And then Paksuho, without hesitation, delivers a crushing blow. His leg, like lightning, falls on Bon Ki, and an angry, "Damn, I told you who I am," echoes through the air. The old man flies far away, his body thrown through the night air like a toy by the force of the impact. Paksuho's companion and Jan Jeshik watch this in shock. The former admires the uncle's incredible speed, while the latter is amazed that he didn't manage to see anything. Paksuho, calm and unperturbed once again, looks at the aftermath of his blow. His foot lands softly on the ground, completing a flawless move, leaving behind only echoes of unimaginable power. The force of his blow sent his opponents flying high into the night sky like dolls amid a bright flash of energy. The next moment, Paksu himself rises into the air, his legs shrouded in a glow, heralding the final resolution of the battle. One of them, wounded and broken, falls down like a stone, his body breaking under an invisible pressure. The crowd below gasped. One of the young men, Jan Jeshik, was jubilant at the scale of what had happened, while others were horrified by the brutality of the battle. Pink petals fall softly to the ground, and one of the elves, stunned by the sight, looks up, noticing the strange, almost unearthly beauty of the moment. His wide eyes reflect not just surprise, but also a premonition of something much greater than just a fight. Dozens of other figures line the rooftops and walls like shadows, their silent presence filling the air with tension. The blonde turns, his gaze sweeping over the assembled group, and he realizes that the presence of the Archmasters and the Oshwasan sect here signifies something far more significant. The appearance of this venerable elder, whose age is measured in centuries, gives the event a new, ancient meaning. The blonde's face is distorted by a grimace of deep sorrow or rage, as if he is reliving something terrible. Then the scene changes. Fire devours ancient buildings, and among the rubble one can see the silhouettes of warriors searching for survivors. A young blonde boy, a prisoner of flame and despair, screams through tears, calling out to his parents who remained on the other side of the fire. The sinister grin on the dark-haired elf's face, surrounded by fiery chaos, betrays his involvement in this tragedy. Anger and pain overwhelm the blonde. His teeth are clenched, and a purple aura pulses around him, the memory of the enemy who destroyed his world. The lifeless body of an old man lies on the ground, surrounded by blood, and those who do not believe in the speed and force of his death bend over him. Paksuho stands with his back to the audience, addressing the crowd, and his voice carries, "Are you the occultist whose head they promised to take?" In front of him, with a menacing grin, stands a large man with gray hair and a huge axe, surrounded by fierce companions. A cold determination flashes in Paksuho's eyes, ready to confront the new threat. The occultist licks his lips, assessing Paksuho with a predatory gaze, as if he were prey, uttering ominous words about the fair-skinned little thing. Paksuho clenches his fists tightly, and behind him, in the shadows, the blond man quietly prepares his blade, their common goal to survive in this unequal fight. A villain speaking from on high offers a crowd of renegades the head of Paksuho in exchange for their lives, attempting to sow discord. But the thirst for blood and hatred for the Earthlings is so great that no one is going to compromise, demanding total extermination. Amidst this chaos, Heian Dun Gong Su, his body shimmering with mysterious energy, watches the unfolding carnage unwaveringly. The clan leader, his face distorted with anger and anticipation, relishes the growing chaos, greedily absorbing its energy. Meanwhile, in another reality or memory, two elders, one of whom is the same occultist, are having a leisurely conversation over tea. One of them, with an expression of deep concern, notes that hard times have come for his interlocutor. The occultist, with a piercing gaze, only takes a sip, as if pondering every word, hiding his true intentions. And suddenly, enveloped in a blue glow, he explodes into mad laughter, declaring that he can no longer contain his true nature. His movements are swift, dissolving into a stream of sparkling energy, foreshadowing a powerful and destructive blow. Meanwhile, on the roof, a warrior in a red robe, illuminated by a mystical light, realizes the madness of an alliance with these savages. In his rage, he orders the KOK clan to be stopped in order to protect the heavenly swordsman, whose life is of great importance to him. And below, in the epicenter of the battle, Han Dan-su, surrounded by opponents, proudly meets their onslaught without showing an ounce of fear. Somewhere off to the side, a blond man clutches a dagger with a predatory grin, admitting that he enjoys the unfolding chaos. Han Dun Gong Su, surrounded by purple energy and with a slight grin, calmly notes that the fight is much more interesting than boring dungeons. The occultist, no longer hiding his bestial rage, rushes at Han Dan-su, shouting threats. But Han Dan-su deals a crushing blow, and with cruel curiosity he wonders about the occultist's taste. Defeated and bleeding, the occultist tries with his last strength to justify himself, denying any connection with the dark cult. His face, distorted with pain and despair, was frozen in a silent scream under the rubble, symbolizing his complete defeat. But the battle is far from over, as a gigantic white serpent, the Imug, emerges from the ruins, wreaking havoc and terror among the living. And in this chaos, the warrior in the red robe, who had previously called for protection, quickly dodges the blow, enveloped in a flash of energy. His cry, full of despair and hostility, echoes across the battlefield, addressed to an unknown enemy. The warrior in red who had dodged the Imugi turns around, his gaze filled with confusion of the name he heard. Meanwhile, his opponent rises into the air, summoning an army of blades that swirl around him in a deadly whirlwind. But the warrior in red does not flinch, his own energy flaring, reflecting the flying blades with incredible speed. Without retreating, the blonde rushes into hand-to-hand combat, his face distorted with rage. The warrior in red, holding back the onslaught, peers into the eyes of the attacker, trying to understand his identity. But suddenly, as if from nowhere, a gigantic figure appears, throwing the warrior back with a powerful blow, demanding that he clear the way. It is Goksun, his massive body illuminated by electrical discharges, and the blade in his paw emits an ominous glow. The fearsome wolf warrior holds the sword, and words of its unimaginable power echo in his mind. Meanwhile, a whole crowd of enraged creatures, similar to elves and orcs, is pressing forward, ready for a bloody massacre. And just as it was said, the warrior in red, with incredible speed, pierces the ranks, leaving behind only a trail of blood. However, the triumph was short-lived, because the Imugi, like a living nightmare, raises its body, clutching the defeated hero in its jaws. The witnesses are frozen in horror, their faces distorted by shock at such a grandiose and cruel spectacle. And, on the ground, another man, his eyes full of tears and determination, swears an oath of vengeance, revealing the secret of the monster's creation. And next to him, Han Dan-su, dressed in combat armor, just grins, satisfied with what he sees. The monstrous Imugi, his pride and greatest weapon, now dominates the battlefield under the full moon. Suddenly, the familiar blonde warrior who was just fighting rushes towards Han Dan-gsu with a scream. Han Dan-su only glances at his approach, his gaze slightly puzzled. "Wasn't he our enemy?" the blonde asks, puzzled, pointing to the spot where the warrior in red had fought. Their gazes roved restlessly across the battlefield, trying to find traces of the missing warrior. A warrior in red, as if descended from ancient legends, unleashes a barrage of blows on his opponent, each of which is imbued with bluish energy. Han Dan-su barely manages to dodge, and a fleeting shadow of surprise flashes in his eyes at the enemy's incredible speed. Exchanging barbed remarks amidst the deadly dance of blades, they only discover about each other that they both come from different worlds and wield a sword with astonishing skill. A wicked grin touches the lips of the warrior in red, foreshadowing a brutal continuation of the fight. But Han Dan-su only smirks in response, his gaze shining with determination and defiance. The malicious glint in the opponent's eyes only fuels the flames of his fighting spirit. A confident grin appears on Han Dong-su's face, ready to take any blow that fate might throw at him. The swords collide in a whirlwind of sparks and blinding energy, each blow echoing like thunder in the air. Han Dong-su deftly retreats, turning every maneuver into part of an unpredictable dance of death. Meanwhile, the red-robed warrior's worried companion is horrified to learn the deadly techniques of the vibrating sword and the 9 swords of Dako, begging his master to be careful. A powerful blow sends Han Dong-su flying backwards, but he only tightens his grip on his blades, preparing for another attack. Facing a fatal blow aimed straight at his heart, Han Dong-su instantly erects an ice shield, deflecting the deadly blade. The warrior in red barely holds back a groan. His attack has missed its target, and a grimace of pain appears on his face. And at that very moment, Han Dong-su delivers a crushing golden dragon strike, piercing the enemy and causing him to choke on a scream. Blood stains the ground, and the warrior in red sags heavily, barely holding his breath. Overwhelmed by wounded pride, the warrior in red furiously asks how his opponent dares to fight him in such a primitive style. In response to the insult, he gathers his last strength, calling upon the powerful technique Hwasan's mad horses, enveloping himself in a vortex of blue energy. Spiritual horses made of pure power rush towards Han Dong-su, foreshadowing an imminent clash. With incredible effort, Han Dong-su repels the onslaught, but is thrown back, leaving a trail of destructive power in the air. The warrior in red, hovering above the battlefield, unleashes the final, deadly technique of Wild Eagle of Hwasan on Han Dong-su, enveloping everything around him in a radiance of merciless power. But even in the embrace of deadly technology, a loyal defender, embodied in an ancient beast, calls out to his leader, a cry that breaks the silence. A tragic groan escapes from the lips of those watching from the sidelines, their cries for help sounding like a final plea, fading into the abyss. A deadly blow shakes the earth, splitting it into pieces and scattering the debris of the once majestic temple in all directions. And so, amidst clouds of dust and ruins, lies a fallen warrior in armor, his body like a part of the destroyed landscape, shattered into pieces. As the smoke clears, the silhouette of the victor emerges from it, his steps firm and his gaze unwavering, as if he were dispensing ancient justice. With a barely noticeable wound, he addresses the fallen man, his words full of arrogance, as if he were looking down on him from a height of millennia. The witness's eyes were wide open, filled with horror, and a silent scream was frozen on his face as he realized the hopelessness of the situation. The victor sneers, his voice booming over the ruins, full of contempt for those who dared to hide from his wrath. The prisoner's gaze, motionless as he watches the retreating figure, is full of burning hatred and impotent rage. And on the face of the triumphant, there plays a predatory, insane grin. His red eyes glow with anticipation of further reprisals. Immobilized by fear and unknown spells, the captive feels his own body betraying him, restricting his movements. In the distance, through the shattered gates, a devastated landscape opens up, where every stone screams of the ferocity of the battle. The fallen armored hero, upon coming to his senses, realizes the cold truth. He is no match for this ancient evil in swordsmanship. But suddenly, his gaze catches on something that makes his heart stop, and a new understanding appears in his eyes. Meanwhile, the maddened enemy, no longer able to contain his wild power, rushes forward, ready to deliver the final, fatal blow. And at that moment, a flame of true determination flares up in Han Dong-su's eyes, ready to fight back, despite the hopelessness. His gaze falls on a terrible artifact, a skull, a silent witness to the fate of earthlings caught and swallowed by this abyss. Holding this symbol of loss in his hand, Han Dong-su is drawn back to the memories of how he despised ordinary interactions before this nightmare. But separation from them opened his eyes to the true value of human connections, making him miss even those who once seemed like a burden. However, for him, ordinary people not connected to his family remained only shadows, obstacles, unworthy of deep feelings. The contrast was striking. Inside his world was an abyss of indifference. Outside was a thirst for revenge that forced him to pave the way through death. And so, one of those who was accustomed to seeing in ordinary people only prey appeared, promising a quick and cruel reprisal. At that moment, Han Dong-su remembered all the horrors he'd experienced and the losses that had made him become who he was. His gaze, full of fury and determination, spoke without words of the abyss of pain and impending retribution. The assailant, stunned, could not believe his eyes. His victim seemed to have only gained new strength. From the clouds of dust and debris, Han Dong-su rose like a ghost, ready to answer the challenge. A sinister smile played across his face, foreshadowing cruel retribution for every word spoken. "Has death awakened in you delusions of great goals?" the opponent said mockingly, unaware of who he saw before him. He mocked, asking about the intention to avenge all those who died, not suspecting that these were not empty words but an oath. His confidence was boundless, and his arrogance blinding as he waited for the next futile action. "Revenge," Han Dong-su whispered, and the word echoed in his soul, awakening an ancient power. The blade flashed as it cut through the air, and the villain declared his victim weak and insignificant. "Say goodbye to your head," came the cry, seemingly heralding an inevitable end. But the blow was stopped. Han Dong-su's incredible reaction speed stunned his opponent. The blade was stuck in the steel grip, and the hand seemed invulnerable to the deadly weapon. Now the roles have changed. The defeated enemy has been captured. His weapon is powerless. Blue energy flashed, piercing the enemy's body, and at that moment, Han Dong-su's ancient power made itself felt. Pain shot through him, and a cry of agony tore through the silence as blood spurted from his mangled face. And Han Dong-su, shrouded in an aura of rage, turned into the pure embodiment of vengeance. A powerful blow threw the enemy away, leaving behind only destruction and dust rushing into the abyss. A scream of agony broke the silence as the defeated enemy, riddled with wounds, collapsed to the ground. The huge snake shuddered from the blow, and its victim, thrown away like a light feather, flew into the distance. Han Dong-su appeared in the distance, and his allies, trembling with fear and relief, realized the scale of what had happened. But Han Dong-su didn't pay attention to their cries. His gaze was fixed forward, and his breathing was ragged from the strain. The huge snake seemed to contemptuously spit out the defeated enemy, who fell lifelessly to the ground. The wounded enemy, bleeding profusely, raised his head with difficulty, his eyes full of horror and pain. One of the allies, a fair-haired warrior with a sharp blade in his hand, clenched his teeth, preparing for another fight. But Han Dong-su glanced at him and coldly ordered, "Run." This unexpected order took everyone by surprise, causing bewilderment and shock. The hero, towering over his defeated enemy, seemed to be preparing for the final, decisive action. There was undisguised horror in the enemy's eyes. He knew that his fate was sealed. And then, a creepy, rage-distorted grin appeared on Han Dong-su's face. However, the defeated enemy, despite his wounds, grinned in response, as if accepting his fate. Young Jung Jae-shik, looking at Han Dong-su, could not hide his admiration, exclaiming, "Wow!" The fair-haired warrior and Jae-shik watched the hero, their faces expressing amazement at his strength. But suddenly, it seemed, the already defeated enemy came to his senses, rose up and, full of rage, swore revenge. And contrary to the order, the warrior and Jae-shik, grabbing their weapons, resolutely stepped forward, ready to fight. However, Han Dong-su only chuckled, his hand glowing with a blinding light, preparing for another strike. The enemy turned around and saw this surge of energy in horror, his face distorted with sudden realization. And so, a devastating stream of flying lightning fell upon everyone, forcing even allies to recoil from its incredible power. Han Dong-su's crushing power left his opponent no chance, turning him into a bloody mess. In the last moments of his life, his mutilated face expressed only one thing, a desperate awareness of his own death. The flames consumed his body, and in this hell he seemed to be mourning his insignificant fate. An all-consuming explosion completed the massacre, leaving not even a shadow of the enemy. But then an elderly warrior intervened, his voice trembling with indignation, because secret knowledge should not have burned in this flame. One of the young students, Jen-woo, without thinking, threw himself into the fiery barrier, forgetting about self-preservation. In the midst of the raging fire, his hand miraculously snatched an ancient tome from the mouth of the flames. He triumphed, holding the rescued scroll high above his head, as if he had found an untold treasure. Myung-jin, looking intently at Jen-woo, asked the question that had been tormenting everyone. When did you manage to master such an incredible technique? The answer was simple, yet incredible. I just read one book, Jen-woo said with naive pride. Han Dong-su merely narrowed his eyes, his gaze revealing a complex combination of surprise and thoughtfulness. The elder, full of indignation, could not believe his ears, demanding an explanation of this strange ability. Meanwhile, the flames continued to rage, destroying the building that had been set on fire by order of the leader. Two figures in the distance watched the fiery spectacle, their faces illuminated by the glow of the fire. The fire devoured everything in its path, becoming a metaphor for destructive force. And in another place, an old master, whose gray hairs remembered centuries, asked with horror, "H, how did you?" Suddenly, a strange, cat-like entity with eyes glowing with blue fire emerged from the flames, and from her lips came an ominous order, "I will mind my own business, and then I will come for his head. Let him wait." Myung-jin, sitting in front of the ancient scroll, seemed to be deep in thought. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, landed on someone or something as he said, "You say he's Hwang Young level?" As if echoing the imminent threat, the old master with a menacing gray beard slammed his palm on the floor, demanding that all sect heads be summoned immediately.